pro tip is to greet my replay viewers. So, hello, replay viewers. I don't know. I guess StreamYard gives you little tips when you sign in to be a better YouTuber. But I'm not really looking to do that. But it is nice to greet the replay viewers. Hopefully, everybody's doing well. I just I don't even know where my laptop is. I should probably get it so we can watch some video. But hey, Life Rewinded. Good morning. How you doing, girlfriend? Hey, Nana. Happy Friday. Today's Friday, right? Never know what day of the week it is. Hey, Ninja Orchid. I can't speak. Hey, Carla. Mercedes girl. Oh, girl, my hair. Yes. It was so nice to walk out with my roots done yesterday. Now I can't wash it for a few days. That's going to suck, but you got your channel back. That's right. Duh. How'd that happen? Oh, that's great. Congratulations. Now, Alicia lost her monetization again yesterday. YouTube's really just like, I don't know what's going on. Why, not for nothing, why are they coming after the smaller channels? Go after the bigger channels that have more subscribers that make more money. Well, that's why they're not going after them, because they make more money. Stop picking on the little channels. I feel like they're always messing with the little channels. Oh, you wrote to them again. Good. Good. Yeah, she's the worst actress ever. Worst actress fucking ever. My head yesterday literally felt like it was going to explode by the time I finished watching the testimony. I was like so mad. I'm like sitting at the hair salon, and I'm like, they didn't have like, I don't know, the last couple of salons they've been in, they don't have the heat thing. You guys know, like, that bubble thing that they put over your head? I don't know what they call it. The hair dryer, I guess. They don't have them. So I'm at the salon yesterday, and like she throws a towel over my head. I looked like the flying nun, and she's like waiting for my hair to process, and it took so long because they don't have the heaters. I don't know why. And I'm like, oh, I could be listening to Amber Heard right now. So I had to catch up after, which was actually good because I was able to put it on 1.75 speed and not have to sit there through her grueling testimony. But I didn't speed the whole thing up because I really wanted to hear her. I wanted to hear her voice, her tone. I felt like when you speed it up, sometimes you could miss some of the like inflections in people's voices. So I listened to a lot of it just on regular speed. And I think once I got to the end, I was just like after they took a break or something, I was just like, all right, I can't with this anymore. Like, so I just listened on 1.75 speed because, hey, Carlos, because it was bad. It came out all right, Life Rewinded. I had to cheat on my regular girl, though. So I went to a totally different girl that I'd never met. So it's she overtoned it a little bit, but I find a lot of hairdressers kind of do that, like literally my bangs yesterday, I'm looking at them like, they look like they're blue. Like, but I think they do that so that, it washes out and then, your hair stays nicer longer. My hair really doesn't lose its tone, which is nice. I mean, I use purple shampoo all the time, but it doesn't get brassy, thank God. I didn't know because I haven't seen my natural hair color in like decades, but my hair actually is really more of a ashy kind of dark brown. So when I dye it, it doesn't really pull red. It pulls like blonde. It comes out like a nice kind of ashy blonde without toner even. So I stay away from her testimony. She's a female version that reminds me of someone. Makes me want to dive through my screen and scream liar. Oh, Ninja, it's so bad. I mean, yesterday she really put it on. I was just watching this video and it's so stupid. They're like, the New York Post, photoshopped a tear on her face. And I'm looking at the picture and like, I can't tell if it's photoshopped. Listen, she's an actress, I don't think necessarily they need to Photoshop tears on her face. I know everybody's like, oh, there's no tears. It's really hard to see. They said the same thing with Jodi Arias. And to be realistic, it's very hard to see. Think about the size of a tear, okay? Like, and how small it is. I mean, you should see some kind of wetness on her face. Um, my question was, how come her makeup stayed perfect? Like, listen, I'm no makeup expert, but I've tried lots of makeup in the last couple of years of my life, and even when it says waterproof, like, you still, especially if you have eyeshadow and an eyeliner on, like, when you cry, your eyes are still gonna get messy looking. Even if you have the best waterproof mascara, like, still some of it's gonna come off. I mean, so if your eyes are wet, it's just kind of hard. And then not only is that gonna happen, right? When you're crying, the tears are gonna pull your foundation off. They really don't have any waterproof foundations. I mean, some of them claim to be, but I've tested them and they're not. I mean, there's two that I have specifically that claim to be waterproof. So I wore them to the swimming thing that I went to with my son, and neither one of them stayed on my face. Neither one of them. So there really is no waterproof, um, you know, foundation. So if you're crying, what's going to happen is the tears are going to basically go through your blush, if you have any bronzer, highlighter, and like, her makeup looks pretty flawless. Like, it didn't budge. I think she has a little too much highlighter on, but yeah, she used movie lines, Doodle Brown. I didn't see that. I saw somebody post that this morning, but I think it was Randy. Was it Randy who posted that? I don't know who posted it. Did anybody see where she was blotting an invisible tear and looked at the cameraman and paused? No. What kind of actress can't even draw a real tear? Well, that's the thing. Maybe she squeezed one out, I don't know if they photoshopped one, like, but she's a horrible, horrible actress. All right, here's my biggest problem with her testimony yesterday. Just to get into it here. My biggest problem with her testimony was the story that she told about the whole situation in Australia where his finger got cut off. He destroyed all these paintings afterwards, and then they're showing these pictures, and I'm like, all right, the pictures aren't really that bad. The blood, she's saying she walked through glass, her feet are all cut up, her arms are all cut up. And you look at the blood, and I don't, I'm no blood spatter expert, but like, that looks like drips of blood. If your feet are cut up, okay, and you're bleeding from your feet, and you're walking around on the white tile, you're going to smear the blood everywhere. There's going to be smears of blood all over the place if you're walking in blood. But what they showed was just drips of blood, just drips, which looked like it came from his finger, probably. But now she's claiming it's her blood. The other thing was this whole elaborate story she tells about him assaulting her with a bottle, SA, assaulting her with a bottle. And I'm like, what? And you didn't go get any medical attention, right? You didn't go get any medical attention. We all know the story, and I cannot believe she even has the balls to lie about this story, because yes, exactly, Nana. There's video, there's audio. The bodyguard, I believe, or the doctor, one of them taped it, and I think one of the bodyguards was taking pictures, and like, they had already, his staff had pretty much already, you could hear it in the tapes, made up that their minds that they didn't care too much for her, that they pretty much were onto her game and thought she was crazy at that point in time. So how she could go back now with all this evidence that's out about this whole situation and try to tell this, spin this different version of a story that happened. Yeah, a broken bottle. Thank you. That's the other thing. Okay, we're all women in here, except for Carlos, if he's still here, and Adam. And if there's any other guys, sorry. Hey, June. Girl, your TikTok videos crack me up, girl. Anyway, I'm like, I don't know, like, really, dude, we're all women, right? I know me personally, I'm very careful about that area of my body. Like, I'm not like putting foreign objects in that area, I know there's people that do out there, and that's their choice, but for me, I'm like terrified. I was terrified, not to give a little TMI here, but when it's that time of the month, we got two options, us ladies, right? And the one option is, you just goes in your underwear, and the other option you have to put inside you. When I was younger, I was terrified to use that option, okay? Because I was like putting something not natural in my body, like, and leaving it there, you know? If a glass bottle was in there, okay, a broken glass bottle, I would be at the emergency room like faster than you could say my name. I'd be at the emergency room. Like a little shard of glass could have fucking got stuck in your, cervix or something. I don't know, dude. That's scary shit, man. And there's no bleeding. I mean, if somebody assaulted you in that way with a glass bottle that was broken, there would be lots of blood. I watched, dude, probably one of the most disturbing videos I probably have ever seen in my life. This shit was so disturbing. I'll never forget this story. I was driving with, we were in the car on the way to one of my son's hockey tournaments, and it was at night we were driving. And this, I watch a lot of like interrogations. This thing came up, dude. Oh, it was so effed up, this story, where this guy, it was a guy and a girl. They were in a relationship. They were having a good night. They were drinking. They were hanging out. I think they had gone out to dinner. And then later on, they were hanging out at the apartment, and they continued drinking at the apartment. And something happened at some point in time, and the boyfriend lost his shit. I forget exactly why. She said something to him, and he loses his shit. And so he takes one of the bottles. Oh, God. It was so disturbing, dude. He takes one of the bottles that was on the table, right? Breaks it. He like destroyed the apartment. Okay? And he assaulted her. He essayed her with the bottle, like Amber's saying. And then all of a sudden, I guess at some point in time, he snapped out of this attack, right? That he was in the middle of. And he calls the cops. And he's like pretending to the cops like he doesn't know what happened. So he's like, yeah, she's just in the bathtub bleeding. He made up this whole just so far-fetched story that like she got, I don't know. She went in the bathroom. She said she wasn't feeling good. And the next thing he knows, there was blood coming out of her. And he didn't know why. But when the cops start interrogating them, they're like, you literally, he ripped her insides out through her women parts. He literally assaulted her with a bottle, cut everything open, and freaking ripped her intestines out through there. Yeah. It was, dude, oh my God. I like couldn't sleep that night after watching this. I was like, what? Like, dude, I'm not even telling the whole story because it's just that disgusting. But it's that disturbing. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. It's definitely hands down the most disgusting story I've ever heard, though, of, that type of violence. So she probably looked up cases and reenacted them. Listen, if that happened, okay, this case isn't like a well-known case, the one I'm talking about. I never heard of it, at least. I mean, if that happened to her and he assaulted her in that way with a broken bottle, she would absolutely need medical attention. There's no question about it. She would have to be rushed to the hospital. There's no way. Again, we all have these things. And if you're a guy, I'm sure you've seen one at some point, right? Or experienced one at some point. Like, that's a small area. You're shoving a bottle in there and it's going to do some damage, especially if it's broken. It's not like shooting a hot dog down a hallway. Like, it's going to touch something, I guess, is what I should say. If you're putting anything in there, it's going to make contact with the insides, the innards, whether it's the walls or whatever. God, I'm trying to talk about this in like the least disgusting way as possible, but also getting my point across here that there's just no way. There's just no way that happened. There's no way. Maybe you should put a warning in your title. Well, I mean, I can't change it now. I have to wait until I'm done I'm not on YouTube, so I can't change my title, but it's pretty gross. It was pretty, it's pretty gross. Yeah, she would have needed stitches. She, at the very least, she absolutely would have needed to, hold on, leave it to Bieber. I'm holding your comment. She, at the very least, just would have had to go get checked out at the emergency room, which we know she didn't do, you know? And then again, we saw pictures of this alleged scene. I just don't picture this happening after he cuts his finger off too, because again, there's recordings there where they pretty much whisk him away to the hospital. So like, when did this happen? Like, when did all this happen? It just, it was so unbelievable, her story. It was so unbelievable yesterday, that part of the story. She would have had tears. Well, Dory, not for nothing. And thank you. I appreciate you looking out for everybody else. I'm just saying, like, if you listen to the testimony yesterday, then my title should tell you enough, if you're coming in here to listen about it. Because that was like the bulk of the testimony yesterday was about this whole situation. And it was disgusting to listen to because we know it's all lies. I mean, the time there just was no time for that to even happen, so this guy, after he cut his finger off, went around, painted the walls, drew penises, you know what I'm saying, and did that. Come on. And with all these people in the house, you have to remember, it wasn't like it was just him and her in the house. Yeah, they're in a big house, but their staff was there, so her friends were there. I don't know, I just don't believe it. PJ, I swear to God, I felt like I was watching Jodi Arias on the stand again yesterday because Jodi Arias, when she was on her direct examination from her attorneys and she was telling the whole story, this is now her third story about how Travis Alexander, she killed Travis. The first time she wasn't there. The second time her story was that these ninjas did it. They weren't ninjas, but people call it the ninja story. They were mafia people. That's what she said, actually. A guy and a girl, which there is no women in the mafia, so she's already lost me there. But they came in and attacked him, but they let her go. That was the second story. And her third story was that she did kill Travis. She did it, but it was in self-defense. And her whole story was that, and again, it kind of goes along with this whole thing where everybody who knew Travis Alexander, past girlfriends, everybody testified in this case, and they're like, no, he was not a that type of guy. He wasn't violent, he just wasn't. And here you have Jodi Arias trying to make the court believe that this man, all of a sudden, while he's showering naked, right? He's in the shower naked. She dropped his brand new camera on a rug because she said she was standing on a rug, which means it probably wouldn't get that much damage. While she's bending down, mind you, she's not standing up. She didn't drop the camera from a standing position. She was hunched down in a, kneeling position, and she dropped his camera on a rug, and he flew into a rage while he's soaking wet, naked, because she dropped the camera and flew out of the shower, soaking wet, and somehow was able to attack her. I mean, we've all walked out of showers before, while you're wet onto a slippery tile floor. We all know how that goes. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I almost cracked my head open coming out of the shower. So, yeah. But she wanted the jury to believe this. And then, she ran and got a gun. Meanwhile, he was never known to have a gun. None of his friends. He had been shooting with friends, but he never brought his own gun. He always used other people's guns. So, she told this whole elaborate tale. And it was like Amber studied her. I swear to God, she must have studied Jodi Arias, who's the worst person to study, but on the stand, to try to reenact. But I felt like I was watching her. Hope you understand. Amber is definitely Jodi 2.0. Hey, KB Bells. Yeah, it's trying to be all prim in court with her hair and clothes. Yeah, she's really putting it on. Oh, good point. Shit the bed. Good point. If I lived with such a monster, I wouldn't feel comfortable or safe taking sleeping meds. I wouldn't be able to sleep at all. That's That's a great point. How's this? If I lived with such a monster, I wouldn't feel safe going into an elevator, not once, but twice, with another man, okay, and cuddling up to that man when I know that there's a camera in the elevator. You know what I'm saying? In his house, and then bringing said men back up to his apartment, where I don't know, because he's so psychotic and unpredictable, he could have cameras planted all over his apartment, watching me because he's so jealous and overbearing. I would never have the balls to bring strangers up to my house, but she did. I hope the jury is seeing what we're seeing. We're able to have these discussions and everything and kind of, get other ideas. Like, I wouldn't have thought of that shit the bed, but I feel bad calling you that, but that's your name. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't have even thought about that. You're right, though. That's a great point. This guy who's so explosive, I would have been terrified to take a sleeping pill and, be out of my wits around him. You would think you're always on guard around somebody like that. You want to be in your right mind. But here she is taking MDMA and, all these drugs. And that's all right. It's just really unbelievable. You need to look at Twitter. Amber is using lines from the movies. Not to mention she's copied Joey Ayers. Looking at the jury. Well, that's one of the, yeah, that's from what I was, I've been watching Emily D. Baker channel because she does commentary and she was a former prosecutor. So I like hearing her perspective. And she's been like basically saying that is like so weird and it makes the jury very uncomfortable because the jury's supposed to kind of be ignored. You're really not supposed to look at the jury. You're supposed to look at your attorney, and you don't want to make the jury's there to observe you. They're not there to engage with you. They're really there to observe you and watch you and, see your body language and whatever. So her like staring them down, it's kind of like, it's got to be a little off-putting to them because really no witnesses. Think about the whole trial or any trial you watch for that matter. People don't really look at the jury. Jodi Arias did. She focused on the jury the whole entire time when she was answering questions, she would turn her head right to the jury and answer the questions and look at the jury every time. Like, I don't know if maybe certain attorneys coach their, clients to do that. I don't know, but it's really, really uncomfortable. It makes people uncomfortable. I haven't seen Nick DeMel. Is he really covering this? I haven't even seen him pop up in my thing. I went from like that umbrella guy. I don't know. I bounce around. But I've been watching her stream the last couple of days just because like I like her commentary. She's like, she'll tell you when like an objection is bullshit, which there were a lot of them yesterday. Holy shit. From his side, which we're totally, I feel like they're doing that on purpose, not his side. I feel like Amber's team, I mean, they have to know how his attorneys look like they're seasoned attorneys. They don't look like they're new to the, court system by any means. So especially the woman, why are they like acting like they don't know how evidence works and hearsay works? I mean, it's crazy. I feel like they're kind of doing that because even when they strike something from the record, it's already out there. You know what I'm saying? So the jury, yeah, they're not supposed to take that into consideration, but they heard it. You can't erase if somebody heard something, right? So, I mean, subconsciously, it's kind of hard, some of the rules of court to me are just crazy, especially this day and age, because like, it's just not realistic, like avoid social media. Like that's hard to do. You'd have to like literally just throw your phone away or something. I don't know, but it's just crazy. That what the hell was I saying? I totally lost my train of thought. My favorite part was when Depp attorney said speculation and Amber barks. I was there. Oh, I don't remember that part. He's covering it. He's got 2 strikes because of a Karen. Ooh, he's having a stream the rest from Facebook. So stupid. I love Vic DeMel. He's a good friend to me. I like him too. I was so disappointed in him. I gotta just be honest with you. I was so disappointed in him when he was like letting Molly Golightly call in. And I'm like, why are you even like giving her any credibility? Why? Don't do that. Like, I feel like, he don't know what kind of shit she's been in the last year. Like, he seems like a good guy. You don't want to associate your name with that, because it makes you lose credibility. Like, don't associate your name with that kind of shit. But that sucks. That sucks that he's being struck. Remy must have me blocked. I've been trying to get my questions answered for days now. Is Remy in here? I don't see her. Oh, there she is. She said she's working. Remy's working. What happened with Remy? I can point out 1,000 things she said she did or didn't do, or he did. That makes no sense at all. You know what? What really bothers me, and I hope the jurors are picking up on the real thing, the same thing, is that she keeps saying she doesn't remember. She's like, oh, I don't remember. And like the things that she's saying she doesn't remember exactly are pretty like big things that you really should remember. The other thing is, I don't know. I could be wrong here. I've gotten into physical fights with people before. I'm not proud of it, but I have with guys that I was dating. And I don't know, the way that those fights happen, like you're so fucking like taken off by what's going on that like you don't really get to remember every detail. Like things such as, and I was looking at the carpet. When you're fighting somebody, dude, like physically, when you're in a physical altercation with somebody, you're not paying attention to anything except for how do I stop this? Like, you're not sitting there fucking worrying about the carpet being dirty. That's just not reality. You're like sitting there like, how the fuck do I stop this from happening? I've never I got into like a little fight with one of my exes, and it's just like I don't remember any other detail. I know where we were. I mean, we were drinking too that night, and I know where we were, and I know what happened, but like I only remember the main things that happened. He spit, I flipped out, and then like it was bad. It was a bad fight, and I don't remember anything else. Ask me if I remember what he's wearing, what I was wearing, whether he had a shoe on or boot. You know what I'm saying? Like those things are just so not important at that time. Like all these little minute, stupid details that she has where I feel like she's trying to add detail to make it sound more realistic, but it's actually making it sound less realistic because when you're in like a really, like a tussle like that, you're not worried about all these other things. You're really just worried about how do I stop this from happening? How do I save my life? I've never felt like my life was in danger, in a fight. So I don't want to speak on that, but I would assume, and I heard other people who were in situations like that yesterday on a live stream. I think it was Popcorn Planet saying that, that like you're not thinking about these other things. And I've been in altercations before, so I understand that you're not sitting there focusing on other things. But if you really truly believe that somebody's trying to kill you, you're not looking at the floor, like and going, "Oh, that rug is dirty." Like I've heard of like victims of SA while it's happening, they'll zone out and focus on something else. That's a little different than what she's saying is happening here. Like he's punching her and beating her, and she's like, "Ooh, the rug is dirty." Like, no, girl, no. When you're pinned down and you can't move your body and you're being held in one spot, yeah, you might zone out and just look off to the ceiling or something. But when you're in a physical altercation that's actively moving, like, and you're trying to fight for your life, you're not sitting there, oh yeah, let me look at the rug. Oh, what a dirty rug. I never noticed before. Like, that just sounded so bullshitty. Oh man, she's bad. By the way, we don't support everything GL says, nor did anyone antagonize two tacos, which the truth has now come out right from SG. Remy, do you think apology would be nice? Listen, that whole situation, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I don't even want to get involved in it. I don't know what to say, and I don't. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that. It's wrong. Don't worry. I told him I didn't appreciate it. He just don't partake in the junk. Me, on the other hand, would scream from the rooftops how awful people are. I'm sure I leave it to Bieber. He seems like a little annoyed. He's like, well, I don't care if you like her or not. But it's like, dude, we're just looking out for you, man. Like, the people that are saying things, they're just looking out for him because she's nothing but trouble, and you just don't want to see a guy like that get involved with somebody who's just going to bring his name down. Not that she can, because he, definitely got a bigger platform than him. And I think people really care about him. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, you don't even want to associate yourself with that. Why? She's an idiot. I think he kind of realized it, though, on the last time that he had her up. So it was crazy because I'm like watching him and I'm like, I can't fucking get away from this woman. I can't fucking get away from this woman. Like, I'm watching this guy and it's nothing about her, this community or anything. I'm watching him because he's covering something that I'm interested in. And then all of a sudden she's on the fucking live stream. And I'm like, I cannot get away from this fucking asshole. Like, I'm not even in our community. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Why are you here? Why? Hey, Romed. Hey, Doodle. Hey, sweet Melissa. My mom said the same thing about the dirty carpet. It just doesn't make sense. It's like nobody's going to be sitting there like, oh, the carpet's dirty. Could she have noticed that maybe at another time? That's not the first time that I've heard that a celebrity had filthy carpets. Just saying. I mean, the Osbournes, they were known, the Kardashians are known for having filthy carpets. I mean, it's not that you gotta remember, these people don't fucking clean up after themselves. The dog shit, if they're not home, it's gonna get dirty. I can't wait I can't wait. Me too, Crazy Gemini. I hope it's a woman because very much like Jodi Arias, when you watch Jodi Arias's interrogation, you can really see it, how she's so different with men and women. When Flores, the male detective, is interrogating her, she's like almost in a weird way, like childlike and almost like flirtatious with him. But when they send the female detective into the room, I mean, she doesn't say a word, because she knows that she's not going to be able to get one over. You could see she's trying to coerce the male detective, and she's so used to manipulating men that she thinks she's going to manipulate this male detective with her good looks, like of her innocence. But when the female detective comes in the room, she don't say a word because she knows that she's not getting over on a female. And so she's just quiet pretty much the whole entire time. I mean, that interrogation went on for a few hours until she finally said something. The female detective was just pretty much talking the whole time. So I have a feeling Amber's the same way. She might be okay with the female that believes her, but a female that doesn't believe her, that's questioning her, oh, that's gonna set her off. So his team is very strategic, and I like that. They're very smart, and they're playing this so well, and her team is really blowing it. I mean, not that it's gonna ruin her, make her lose or anything. I don't know if they're blowing it to that point, but in the court of public opinion, which matters a lot when you're a Hollywood celebrity, they're blowing it for her really bad. That doctor that they brought on the other day, I just watched, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with this guy. His name's Dr. Grande. He's on here. He's kind of dry. He's got a very Ben Stein, very dry sense of humor, but he'll do like analysis on all different things. But this is one of them. He has glasses. He's kind of, he's definitely an acquired taste. He's just a very dry, he doesn't have much of a personality, but, well, he does. It's just very dry. Even his humor, it's just very dry. And he's kind of monotone. But he does good analysis on people. So I listen to a lot of his videos. And he did a whole analysis on her, expert opinion. And he was basically saying that the doctor basically was like believing what she wanted to. Like the whole PTSD thing doesn't make sense. And he brought up this one really good point that he's like, wouldn't she be hiding under the desks in the courtroom? Like, wouldn't this whole, if her PTSD is from, Johnny Depp, wouldn't this whole court case make her, trigger her PTSD? Like, she seems pretty calm talking about all this stuff. Wouldn't that trigger her PTSD? She wouldn't be so likely to be talking about it the way she is and recalling it the way she is, because a lot of times PTSD, people have gaps in their memory. They won't remember, which I guess she's trying to do in a sense, but she's not at the same time. Amber's a stinking foul liar. If someone would have done that to me with a bottle, I would have called the police and not wait until court. She's a big liar. Well, that's what we were just saying, Judith. Like, that you would go right to the emergency room. You know what I'm saying? That would never happen. I'm sorry, I personally don't believe any of her stories of him doing that to her, assaulting her. I don't even know if I might believe some of the things, like he might have commented on her dress and said, that's what people are going to remember you by, but I don't think he's doing it in a insulting way, the way she's taking it. She's just such the victim in everything. I was just trying to do this and I was just trying to do that. And I was just hoping, I mean, her whole testimony really goes along with Dr. What's her name? Their depth doctor, the one that they hired. It really goes along more with her diagnosis, if I have to say. There's no way you do a lot of the things that she's doing when you have PTSD and all this other shit. It's just, Did you see the clip where she's blowing her nose? She looks like she snorts something. No, I didn't see that. Listen, not to be... Anyway, I don't get involved in too much of that conspiracy sensationalism shit. Like people saying that they photoshopped tears on her. Like, dude, she could have squeezed a tear out. Like, I mean, she could have squeezed one out just to try to make it look a little authentic. But I mean, to me, she don't look like she's crying at all. I mean, her makeup's not moving. Leave it to Bieber. Dr. Grande. Okay. I thought I was the only one here. I like I mean, he's very dry, but I like listening to him because he does give really good analysis and I like it. I didn't realize how perfect she is. She hasn't done one thing wrong thus far. I know, sweet Melissa, it's like amazing. Like there's not been any responsibility in, any of this. Like when I look back at my past relationships or something, let's just say, I'm like, I realized the mistakes I made. It might have taken me a while, but I realized how I played into things. Like I didn't handle things for instance, my ex was using drugs, right? My understanding of addiction at that time was very limited. So the way I was approaching him and going about trying to quote unquote help him or have conversations with him about it was completely fucking wrong. And it's that's probably why he went so far and to such great lengths to hide it from me, because I just flipped the fuck out, and maybe that wasn't the right way for me to be approaching it. I have to look back at those situations now. I mean, and understand that I also played a role in that, Oh my God, this guy freaks me out every time he neighbor. He's standing at the window. Oh, it just scared me. Sorry. I just looked up and I see him standing there. Anyway, but you know what I'm saying? You have to take responsibility in any type of relationship that you're in when it goes wrong. It's 50-50. There's always, you always play a part in how things go. Obviously, these two people were just completely toxic for each other. Was Johnny passive? And, but he also stood up for himself. He's not some, I don't want to look at him like he's some battered, innocent victim. He stood up for himself, and rightfully so, in situations. But what she's saying is just not normally how things play out as abuse victims. That's not normally how a lot of her behavior just doesn't line up. I mean, even the girl I was listening to yesterday, when the whole testimony ended, she's like, that was the most bizarre testimony I've ever heard. And she was a prosecutor, so she's heard all sorts of crazy shit. And she's like, that definitely, I've never heard anything like that before. Have you seen Dr. Gray's Elf on a Shelf? It's some of the funniest shit I ever seen in my life. No, I never saw that. I'll have to find it. She's completely projecting. Oh, absolutely, she's projecting. She did unto Johnny the jealousy, the abuse, the love bombing. Exactly. You could hear it in those videos where she's so, it almost sounds like she's gonna die because he's not staying there and fighting with her. Her fear of abandonment is so obvious in those videos, and you could just hear it. And that's her biggest problem, is that he's leaving her, and that's her. That's worried about him, where he's going, who he's talking to. I mean, the sister testified, and I don't know if people picked up on this, but the sister testified to his behavior changing when he met Amber, and how he used to come, to the office or whatever, wherever they were meeting up, and he'd do whatever they had to do, and then he just ran. He didn't hang out, his demeanor changed. And that, to me, that's the same thing that bothered me when my brother got in his relationship with his wife, was that his personality changed. He seemed like he was always in a rush to get back to her. And I know that happens in new relationships sometimes, but that never went away. I mean, years later it was still like that. It's he was always rushed. And even when he was with us, he was very distracted, because she's texting him constantly and asking what he's doing. And you could tell that they're fighting about something, because he's hyper focused on his phone, and he's texting her nonstop. And that there's something going on. You could just tell his face. I could read his face. I could tell that he's just uncomfortable and something's going on. He's not talking to us. So he's sitting here with us, but he's not present. You know what I'm saying? He's with us, but he's not present with us. He's so worried about whatever she's fucking saying on the phone, and it's that bothered me when I saw it, because I knew that I used to be like that when I was with my ex. If I was not with him, he still tried to monopolize my time somehow, it was weird whether he would start a fight with me before I'd go out somewhere, or he'd be texting me or calling me nonstop. It was just overbearing. It was almost they want to monopolize your time when you're not even with them. And the way Johnny's sister was describing his behavior, it sounds like the same thing, so his whole family, everybody that's testified so far, felt very uncomfortable about them. Listen, people can tell. People just tell. A lot of us just have that sixth sense that when you meet somebody, you just get that vibe off of them, right? And especially when they come into your life and they start dating somebody that you love, and that person, and then all of a sudden that person's behavior changes drastically, and you're like, okay, what changed all of a sudden? This person acted one way their whole entire life, and now all of a sudden they're acting completely different. What's the factor in their lives that's changing their behavior? You have to assume it's the person that just came into their life. I mean, that's a logical thing to assume. When Amber describes her family, how many times did she say, oh, my dad would have married Johnny himself? So her sister loved him, the mother loved him, but it's not that way the other way around. His family seemed very weary of her when she first came around. So I do think people in his family and his friends, they had reservations about her right off the bat. They must have seen something, because certain people could just pick up on it. Everybody has somebody in their lives that's nope, sorry, this person's no good. Did you pick up when Amber said it was her idea to get a separate hotel room? Her sister already said it was her idea. No, I didn't pick up on that. Right, why would they even want, that says a lot to me. The sister knew that there was a problem. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that they had to accommodate for this problem because they were known to be in a volatile relationship. Her fear of abandonment triggers me because when I met my husband and we married at 20, I was so unhealthy due to complex PTSD that I was inadequately treated because therapy was so hard. Oh, I'm sorry, girl. I'm sorry. Well, that's different, though. That's a different fear of abandonment, and that's an understandable fear of abandonment because whatever caused your, complex PTSD, that makes sense why you wouldn't want to be alone. The fear, that makes more sense. Her fear of abandonment, and just in general, if you're borderline, the fear of abandonment usually doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't. It's crazy sometimes. Like I feel like when my brother used to come to my house or my mom's house, his wife saw it as like he's abandoning her, which is so weird. It's so weird. But that's what he explained to me. She has an intense fear of abandonment. And it's understandable sometimes. But I felt nothing during her crying act. It was cringe and very disingenuous. Yeah, I didn't feel anything. I just felt nothing about it was genuine. Nothing. Good morning, Wiki. Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh, really? Wait, you know who also suffered from fear of abandonment? Jeffrey Dahmer. And well, we all know the story there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. I think Amber liked the challenge of getting him to marry her. That's interesting, Winky. I wonder if that's why he, killed people and then kept their body parts with him. Maybe it made him feel like now they can't run away, which is so fucked up, but maybe that's what I don't know. I can't make sense of that. The one time I did feel something slight during her testimony, then her attorney wanted more information, and it just looked so much worse for her. Completely unbelievable to me. There's times where I'm sure I don't want to say like, oh, everything's a lie. Like, to be realistic, I'll never forget this. When I was watching the Doty Aries trial, there was, a lot of commentary going on court TV at that time, and they had this expert psychologist on one time, and he pretty much laid it out in senses that like there's no such thing as like all good and all bad, right? There's people that have more negative characteristics, right? But they still like have some good characteristics, even though there's most of them are bad. And then vice versa, there's good people who are really good people. They still have bad characteristics. Like, we do seem to like totally villainize people in society where it's like, she's lying about every single thing that she's saying. I do think that there's some, little things of truth in what she says. I just think that her perception, number one, is twisted and warped, and I think that she like stretches the truth or bends the truth, I think it mostly comes down to her perception, her perception of things that might not be that abusive, like him saying something about a dress that she's wearing. I don't think that's really that I wouldn't consider that abusive. I consider that maybe he was looking out for her and just saying like, you don't want to be typecast in that role, because you're dressed like that. And now that's all people are going to see. And that's what you're going to get typecast as. If you want to be taken seriously as an actress in Hollywood, then you need to carry yourself a certain way. I don't think that's bad advice coming from somebody who's been in the industry for how many years. And then at the same time, I don't know, I think most men wouldn't want their women dressing like that with their fucking neckline down to their belly button, like, I don't know, especially if they're not there with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't think I don't know, the way she described it, it was like so horrible. But when I really look at it, he's an older man. He's a little more conservative, probably, with certain things, certain beliefs that he has, because he comes from a different time. And he's trying to help her out. And I mean, I don't think that that's such a horrible thing, the way she made it out to seem. So, like in a situation like that, I think, yeah, maybe that happened, but her perception of it is just so skewed, you know? I mean, I've just never seen somebody who just completely lacks accountability. Soldier, what's up, girl? Just totally, totally um lacks accountability. She testified that she wanted to be taken seriously and that she didn't want to be known as just a sex symbol. I think she took his advice. Exactly, crazy Gemini. Yeah, she flipped it into jealousy. That's exactly what I think. You know, even with the gifts and everything, I don't know. She really did make it seem like in the beginning of their relationship when they met, he was like this creepy man, like the way he pursued her. She almost makes it seem like he pursued her so hard and she didn't want anything to do with him. She rejected gifts that he sent and all this, but like that's just not realistic either, because at the same time she's like, we were in a bubble and the chemistry was so intense. And so it's like, which one was it? Was he this creepy older man who was, forcing himself on you? Or were you reciprocating and, feeling the same things? Because it can't be both. It just can't be. I mean, listen, I said the other day, and I feel, yeah, Soldier, did you get your channel back too? Because Life Rewinded did. There's always a little jealousy in any relationship, and I think like a certain amount of it is normal. But I think it's when it crosses a line, um, and it becomes like obsessive and all the time. And you know what I'm saying? Like you can't leave the house without your partner saying something. Little comments every once in a while, I think is normal. But when it becomes like overbearing to the point where it's like every time you leave the house, your partner's, scrutinizing your outfit, or every time you're out and you take 5 minutes longer and they call you, where are you? Like those types, that's where it crosses the line to abusive, you know? But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he was this monster, When he talks about the monster, I think he's talking about his addiction, to be quite honest with you. I think he's talking about, the person who maybe tends to indulge in drugs a little too much, you know? I mean, like that picture of him passed out on the couch, dude. I pass out on my couch like fucking like that all the time, dude. And I'm not fucking, taking hardcore drugs. I'm tired sometimes, and he has ADHD, I think, right? He said I do too, and I take melatonin at night to try to help me sleep. And when that shit just kicks in, that's when I fall asleep. Otherwise, I'll be up all night. I can't. I've had this problem my whole entire life where like it's very hard for me to settle myself down. Like most people could just go lay in bed and eventually they'll fall asleep. Not me. I have to be like tired in order. I can't explain it. Like I have to be just, I just fall asleep. I can't really explain it. It takes me a very long time to fall asleep, and I see other people and I'm like, them because they could just fall asleep easily. And I'm just not like that, you know? It just takes me a long time to settle my brain down, my body down, like everything. So, I mean, the whole thing is though, he admits to being on opiates and taking too many of them and passing out sometimes or falling asleep. But you also have to remember he's on opiates and he's working 19-hour days, you know? I don't know if anybody's ever been on a set of anything. Like the closest I can compare it to is I filmed a Lucille Roberts commercial, which it was like this women's gym. I went along as an extra with my cousin, who was like in the commercial. She asked me if I wanted to come with her. So, we went. Dude, that was one of the longest days of my life. I mean, I was like, holy shit. Like I can't imagine how these people do this shit all the time, like actors. And this was like a small production that was in, one room. It was like, oh my God, they had like these smoke machines. But I mean, like every time they had to like restart the whole fucking thing. It was such a process to take like 30 seconds. Ooh, what a pretty bird. Sorry. It was just such a huge process just to film like 30 seconds of of film, and we were there for like 14 hours that day. I mean, it was crazy. And then they were still filming the next day, and I was like, fuck that, I'm not going back. Ain't nobody gonna miss me. I'm running on a fucking treadmill in the background. Like, so, well, Winky, they did a lot of commercials, Lucille Roberts. This was one commercial where I think it was filmed upstate, like somewhere, not upstate, like in Westchester, at one of their gyms. And oh my God, we're all running on the treadmills. And it was really funny that day too, because like at that time I was young, and I probably wore like a size 1. And all the girls that are there, they're like, huh. They're talking about like their workout regimens, and I'm like, they're like, what do you do? I'm like, I drink Heinekens and smoke cigarettes. Like, I was like, I don't know. I don't work out. I never worked out a day in my life. I was just funny because, they were all like, that was the day I realized that like, I don't fit into fucking girls. Like, this is not for me. I can never be around this many females at one time. It's too many. Like, I could never have a job that requires me to be around all women. That was the day I realized it. I just go and go and go until I drop out. I cannot just fall asleep. I know exactly what you're saying. I've been like that for about 15 years. Yeah, I leave it to Beaver. It's so annoying. I've been like that my whole life. Like, I remember laying in my bed as a kid, and my heart would be pounding, and like everybody in my house would be asleep, and I would just be sitting there like just having anxiety. Like, I could not fall asleep. I wish they had like, or my mom knew to have like, give me melatonin or something when I was a kid, because I had a lot of trouble sleeping when I was a kid. And I still do, and it sucks, but it is what it is. I mean, it's just I've been in 4 movies and 2-minute clip took a week. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, him coming home exhausted and passing out like that on the couch, like, I'm sorry, like, I don't think that's that abnormal. Like, they're trying to like use all these like stupid things to make him look like a drug dealer. The other thing is that the cocaine use. Okay, I've been around plenty of people when they're on coke. 9 out of 10 times you can't tell when people are on it. You wouldn't even know. I mean, especially if they're an avid user, you can't tell. Now when somebody's smoking crack, that's a little different. You can tell. But if somebody does a little bump of coke, you're not going to be able to really tell. She's making it like this guy was fucking blowing 8 balls by himself, in one sitting. I mean, maybe it was, but you really can't tell. To be quite honest with you, I feel like it's one of the hardest drugs to detect, especially if somebody's drinking and doing it at the same time. It's really hard to tell. And unless you specifically know what to look for, you're not going to see it. And it affects different people differently. So, I've seen people that were so fucking obvious. But then there's been times that I was with my friends and they did it right in front of me. And like, I'm watching them and I'm like, I wouldn't know a difference. I wouldn't know a difference in them, their behavior. They're not acting any different to me. So, I mean, it depends on how often they use it. So somebody like him who's been using it for years and years and years and years, I don't think he's affected by it. I really don't. I'm sure he feels the effects of it, but like, the visual effects of it, it's very hard to detect. Like, heroin and opiates is very easy to detect when somebody's on those, because more often than not, if they took too many, first of all, they'll be scratching a lot. They'll be kind of nodding out a little bit, there's definite signs. Even sometimes you can see people's eyes kind of rolling back in their head, even if they're not nodding out. You could kind of see it in their eyes, something's up. Their eyes are moving a lot, like the way that they're moving, because it just causes that, I don't know, it causes your eyes to roll in the back of your head for some reason, and it causes some people to get itchy, so you'll see them itching a lot. I mean, I could pretty much tell when people are on those right away. Weed, I mean, that's kind of hard to detect. Some people are real obvious, like my brother's eyes get really red and bloodshot. Like me, you would never be able to tell if I smoked weed or not. It just never, you can never see it. My eyes never got red. I never had that problem. Sometimes people with blue eyes, like really light eyes, their eyes get super red, and it's very obvious when they're high, But like, I don't know. There's certain drugs like Coke to me is probably one of the hardest to tell if somebody's like on it, because I've been around people, unfortunately in my life, and I didn't know they were on it unless they told me, you know. So I've never done it personally, so I have no idea what the effects of it feel like, but I know, I've been around people while they're doing it. Soldier, a couple weeks ago, I'm in Walmart, and it really is sad when you see these people on opiates or heroin or whatever. Dude, this guy was literally standing in the middle of the fucking Advil, like staring at the Advil, standing up and falling asleep. And I was like watching him for like a while because I was kind of worried. I'm like, yo, is this guy gonna like fucking OD in the middle of Walmart? Because like usually if you're up and walking around, even if you're on that shit, you're up, so your body's moving. This dude was literally falling asleep standing up, and I'm like, this guy's gonna fucking fall and like hit his head on one of the shelves. Like Walmart's busy. There was a lot of people in there. There's people walking by with carts and shit, and this guy is like, I just watched him for a couple of minutes. He's like walking over, standing in front of like something, and he's literally falling asleep. And he has like a piece of paper in his hand. The paper is falling out. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is bad. Like, who sent this guy to the store? You know what I'm saying? To shop because he's sleeping. But I mean, it's funny. It's not funny though. It's really sad. It's horrible what it does to people, and I really wonder, I'm like, why would you want to feel like that? But I guess the feeling's just so good. I don't know. But he was standing up falling asleep. I'd never seen that before. I've seen people nodding out, everywhere else, but never standing up. That was a first for me. I've seen people on it, like, and I could tell they're on it, but this dude was literally fucking sleeping, like, while he's standing, like a horse. You would think either of those women would have sued Johnny by now, collected a check. You would think that. The one video of the nurse nodding off of her computer cart thingy, I know, I've seen that one, Crazy Gemini. I've seen that. That's just, I picture myself being a patient, with my mom or something in the hospital. Wow. So sad. One time me and my kids were in Nashville driving on a little back street. So we were going slow. A drunk man fell right in front of my car. Oh my gosh, I was so mad. Leave it to Beaver. Me and this guy, I was with my ex from when I was young. We were in high school and college. We hit a girl. She jumped out in front of our car. It was the fucking craziest shit. We're like driving down this road. It's a 4-lane road. So 2 lanes going one way, 2 lanes going the other way. And we were crossing under like I guess I would call it the main highway here on Long Island. It's called the Long Island Expressway. We were just about to cross under it. The LIE goes over, like a bridge over this road. So we're at that intersection where we're coming up to it. And I see this girl standing in like the median, like there was grass and then like those metal, divider things. And I'm telling him, he's going like, I wouldn't say he was speeding. He was probably doing like 40. I think the speed limit on that road's like 40. So I think he's doing like maybe 45, 50, so he's not like speeding. And, the light turned, I think it was yellow. I forget now. I'm sorry. No, the light was red as we were approaching it, but we knew it was about to turn green because it had been red for a while, like, and you could tell when you're rolling up and you see the other cars slowing down on the other side. So we knew that the other side got a yellow light and everything. So we're like, he's kind of slowing down, but not too much. So I see the girl standing there and I'm like, yo, slow down. And he's like, dude, what are you talking about? He's like, she sees us, because the road it wasn't a dark road. I mean, it was pretty well lit, especially right by that intersection right there. And there's houses on this road and businesses. And, he's like, there's no way she can't see us. We have our headlights on and our friends were following behind us. So there's no way that this girl doesn't see us coming, So all of a sudden, as we start getting closer to her, she's like, the reason I told him to slow down is because like she looked like she was kind of doing this weird rocking back and forth thing. Like she had one foot in front of the other. Like it almost looked like to me, the only way I can explain it to you guys is like when you start a race, when you run track and you start a race, you're waiting for them to blow the whistle or whatever. They shoot a little gun sometimes. So you kind of like have one foot in front of the other and you kind of rock back and forth, you know, before you're about to run. That's what it looked like she was doing to me. So he's like, well, she obviously sees me here, you know? So as we start getting closer, he's accelerating now because the light's green. And all of a sudden, we got about 10 feet away from her. I had to be even less than 10 feet, maybe like 8 feet. Who knows? I'm not good with distances, but the closer we get, all of a sudden, she fucking runs out into the road. So he tries to swerve towards the left, but he doesn't want to hit the metal, you know, the divider. So he swerves to the left, and then he clipped her with my side. I was in the passenger seat, and he was driving like a Saturn. Remember like the Saturns from like the early 90s? They had like that kind of pointy nose that went down. So she rolled up onto the hood of the car, and then it like spun her around, and she rolled off the side on my side, took the mirror off my car, and then all of a sudden, like, I go to look in the mirror to see like what happened. Did we kill this girl? Because it happened so fast, you know, it happened like so quick. And I realized the mirror is not there. So I turn around and I look behind us, and I see my friends were following us. They were in a Bronco, like an old the little Bronco, not the big one, not like the OJ Bronco. And all of a sudden, I see her body rolling down the street. I shouldn't laugh, but I see her body just rolling down the street like a fucking rag doll. And then I see my friend like fucking, he almost ran her over, dude. He like just missed her and swerved to the right and got out of her way and went around her. So we all stopped the cars. We, you know, a little further down the road, and we run up there, and it's this fucking girl we knew that we went to high school with. She was like a year younger than us, and she was whacked out of her mind on drugs. I think I've told this story on here before, but she like gets up and she's like, I think my arm's broken. And I'm like, you think? I was like, you're lucky she had like this big puffy, because like back in the late 90s, that was the style, you know, those big bubble goose jackets that everybody used to wear, like the really, really big ones. The bigger the better, especially where I lived, you know, probably saved her from breaking more bones and having worse injuries, but she definitely broke her wrist. So it was fucking crazy, dude. It's like, I couldn't believe it, because like, dude, this girl just got hit by a car, and she just gets up and she's like, I think it hurt my arm. And I'm like, you think? Like, I was like, oh my God, Jill. That was her name. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And then it was crazy because like that was the relationship that I was in where the guy was a little abusive towards me. And, you know, when I finally got away from him, like I was done. We were done, broken up for like 2 or 3 years at this point. I was already in another relationship with somebody, like, you know, all of a sudden I get a knock at my door, and this guy hands me this fucking huge binder, and I'm like, the fuck is this thing? She was trying to sue him for hitting her. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I was like, now I'm gonna have to, like, I was so mad at this girl basically, because I'm like, now I'm gonna have to be reconnected with this person that I tried so hard to get away from, you know? And like, thank you for reconnecting me with this person. She didn't win the lawsuit because all her friends came out of the house that day. She was at a party. She had just done, I think she was on ecstasy, and then they said she snorted some K, and she was drinking, and then she was telling all the friends that she's gonna kill herself, and like apparently this was a normal thing for her to do. So the friends were just like, all right, bye, like go kill yourself, because you know that's how it was in the 90s. Like, not like today, you know, like we were just like, yeah, all right, good, have fun with that, you know. So I guess she just left the house, and apparently, you know, it was common for her to do that. So people just didn't think she'd actually do it, but she actually tried. She tried to jump out in front of our car. I was also pissed because I'm like, dude, you could have killed me. I was like, I went off on the girl. I'm like, listen, if you want to fucking kill yourself, go fucking, you know, kill yourself somewhere else. Don't bring other people into it. You know, I mean, a few more inches. If my boyfriend didn't swerve enough, that girl would have been coming right through the windshield and would have killed me. I mean, because we were going pretty fast at that point, at least like 40 miles an hour. So you're talking like a body flying at you at that, speed. It's going to be more like, it's just crazy. She could have killed us. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you want to fucking hurt yourself, then hurt yourself. I mean, I can't stop you. That's your choice, but don't bring other people into it. Like somebody even going and standing in front of a train, or don't do that to people. You know that's gonna stick with somebody for the rest of their lives if they hit you with the train or a car, or like, it's fucked up. So I remember I used to see her like out of the bar years later, and she's like tried talking to me, and I'm like, why are you trying to talk to me? Like, she was this short little girl with blonde hair. She was so tiny. She was like probably only like, I don't know, 5 feet tall, maybe, if even. She's probably like 4'11". She had these big blue fucking bug eyes. And she was like, I'm like, dude, just don't talk to me. I was so mean to the girl because she drugged me through all this shit, because she had a fucking bad night. Like, it was just, ugh. I'm like, just don't talk to me. Like, listen, I hate you, but just don't talk to me. Thanks. You almost killed us. I'm kind of not really happy with you. Anyway, they supposedly choked her during that fight. No petchia at all. No marks on her neck. No. None of her evidence matches up with anything that she's saying. In fact, it's quite opposite. It seems like more of his evidence is it's projection. It's just projection. I have scars on me from taking less of a beating than she described. Yeah. I just don't believe it, dude. I don't believe. Do I believe that he was a, angry person? Listen, I used to have a little anger temper problem when I was younger, and I would punch walls and I would do things, slam things. I still, if I get that mad, but I haven't really gotten that mad in a long time. But I'm just saying, like, if I get that mad, like, I'll slam a door or a cabinet, or, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, I'd rather do that than like hit somebody, so I get my anger out. So, like, just because he slams cabinets, that doesn't mean he hits women. Like, that's what her team is trying to make it seem. So it's like, because he uses drugs and he slams things, right, or destroys things, that means that he also hits women? No. Sorry. Oh my God. Retzabab, that's terrible. And I know there's been 2 kids, okay, in this neighborhood around here in the last fucking year that have done that are under 15 years old. And then I just read another story the other day. A girl, I think she was 9 years old, or in the school district that's kind of close by to where I grew up, committed suicide. And I'm just like, why? Like, what is going on with these young kids? Like, I couldn't even at that age fathom that. Like, what? I couldn't even, like, I didn't even know that was a possibility at 9 years old. That's like my son's age. Like, I can't even, like, my son's so immature. I don't think he would even, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even think he knows that exists. If he does, speaking of knowing things exist. Oh, shit. Yesterday, here's a little funny story. Yesterday, there's this flower place, right? It's like a nursery. And I'm like, I better go there, because if you don't hit this place up before Mother's Day, there's nothing left, So last year that happened to me. I was like, I went after Mother's Day and they had like nothing good, at least, like all like the cool plants were gone. So I'm like, yesterday I'm thinking, I'm like, you know what, we should go there. So my son likes coming with me, which is crazy because I used to hate going with my mom flower shopping when I was a kid. Like, I was like, who the fuck wants to look at plants? But my son just likes doing anything. He's like pretty much down for anything. As long as we're like getting out of the house, he's like happy, So he comes with me, and he's like, he's all excited. He's picking plants out and shit, and across the street, the place has 2 sides, right? They have the annuals on one side of the street, and then all the perennials are on the other side of the street. So on the perennial side, they also have like this little petting zoo thing. So we go over there, and they have donkeys, and then they used to have alpacas, but I don't know what happened to them. They were gone. And the alpacas are like the coolest thing there. I'm like, where'd they go? You know? And then they have an emu. Those things are, I'm sorry, those things freak me the fuck out. No offense if you're into emus. They're fucking scary, dude. I mean, who really wants to look at a bird that's the same height as you? I don't. That thing looks like a dinosaur, like bird. Like the fucking feet are like huge. The feet are like the size of my hand. And this thing's huge. I'm literally standing like looking at this thing eye to eye, and I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like I'm looking at a bird that's as tall as me right now. This is so weird. And it makes this really weird sound. I don't know if you ever heard an emu, but it almost sounds like a drum beating. It's like doo, 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 doo. It just makes this weird sound. And the first like 10 times I've been there, I'm like, what is that noise? It sounds like a drum beat. And then finally somebody's like, it's the emu. I'm like, what? Because like, I don't know. I expect like screeching noises from birds, you know? This fucking bird's scary, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, Angela. I see that one girl that's on like the YouTube shorts. I guess she's a TikToker. And she like, the emu always like comes to attack her, and she like puts her hand out and like grabs its neck all the time, and it just stops. It's so weird. I'm like, why would you want that? Like, why would you want an animal that's constantly trying to attack you? Oh, those things are scary. Anyway, so we're like looking at the emu, and then they have chickens. They have this big fat turkey. They used to have a peacock. No idea where that thing went. But then all of a sudden, we see fucking the donkeys, and we're watching them. And my son's like, Mom, he's like, look, he's smelling, you know, like the donkey. And I'm like, yeah, it's smelling it. Yeah. And all of a sudden, the thing just mounts the other one. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, okay, we're going to walk away. And my son, I don't know where he learned this word from. He's like, Mom, look, they're humping. And I'm like, what? Like I was laughing at the same time, because I'm like, how the fuck does he know that? Like, I've never said that in front of him. How would he even know that? I don't know. These kids learn things. I'm like, you're too young to know what that is. I was just laughing though, because I'm like, how did he even know that word? Like, where did he learn that word, and how did he know? And does he even know what it is? Like, he's like, they're humping. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Why? I'm like, all right, time to go. We just walked away. Karen the emu is a hole, but still somehow lovable. That's the one. Karen, that's the one. Those things freak me out. I'm good. I'm fucking good. The donkeys, man, their little noses are so soft, but they're so like dirty. They're so like, I don't know, scruffy looking. My daughter says they're twerking. Oh my God. I was like, where the fuck did he hear that word? Like, I've never said that to him before. I remember we went to, my friend had a birthday party one year at this like zoo place, I guess, out east. And every animal was humping. It must have been like that time of year it was, because it was like early June. Every animal tank you went to, I mean, not tank, they had like turtles. The turtles were humping. I'm like, yo, what is going on this farm, dude? Like, it's fucking crazy. I'm like, what are they giving these animals? Like, every single animal, everywhere we went, we're like doing it. Birds, the freaking turtles. I was like, and my friend's dad, he was like, oh my God, he thought it was like the funniest thing in the world. The turtles. Well, the turtles are kind of funny in his defense, because they actually make a noise. They like, so it's like, oh boy. Oh boy. My daughter told me I had bought a booty like Kim K. I had to check her YouTube and tighten up the parental settings. Dude, I gave up on the parental settings. Like, they don't even work half the time, because we put them on, and my son, I still hear things coming out of his iPad every once in a while, and I'm like, yo, what are you watching, dude? My son likes to watch like he's like, I don't know, my son's like an old soul, man. He likes like old vintage toys. Like, he's like an old man in like a little kid's body sometimes. Like, in some ways he's so immature, but in other ways he's like really like an old soul. It's the only way I could explain him. But he, like, I'll hear him watching Inside Edition, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you watching Inside Edition, dude? Like, you know, you hear the music like dun 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 or whatever it is, and like I'll hear him like, you know, it's some story about like a baby being rescued or something. And I'm like, why are you even watching that, dude? Why? And why is this not on like the parental controls? Why is my 9-year-old able to watch Inside Edition? Like, you don't need to know what goes on in the world right now. Do you know what a weenus is? And she chuckled. Turns out it's loose skin. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Loose skin on one's elbow. I can't believe she actually laid her head down in the lap. What's that? Hey, Karen. Oh, I like the one where she put. Is that the one where she puts like the little hat on it, like a little knit hat on the bird, on the emu? We have a new mini donkey. He's a temporary rescue we took in. He's so sweet. He follows me hiking to our cabin. I'm trying hard not to keep him. He needs to be with the herd, but I'm getting too attached. I think they're so cute, baby bells. I gotta be like honest, I'm kind of terrified of horses. Like, my friend had one when we were little, and its name was Stormy, and this thing was like just wild. It was like a wild horse, dude. It used to, it was just scary. And I was terrified to pet them. So the donkeys I like because they're smaller than you and they're like cuter. They're not like as like a horse. I feel like can kill you. I know horses aren't really usually aggressive, but like I really feel like they're like so big. They're kind of scary. I'm not scared of them as much anymore, but when I was a kid, I was like terrified of horses, dude. I know it sounds crazy, but it was only because of my friends, because a lot of people in my neighborhood had horses because there was a park, you know, behind, well, not a lot of people. He was actually the only one I knew, but a lot of people in our area, I should say, where I grew up, had horses because there was a park that had horse trails in it. So, a lot of people had horses. When I grew up, there was actually like this big horse stable, like farm near me, but that got taken down and there was all factories put up. The mini donkeys are adorable. Yeah, they are. That's what it is, Tallulah. They're just so powerful, like a horse. And it's like anytime I've ever been horseback riding, I always get the wild horse that's like fucking bucking and like, like I feel bad kicking them. They're like, kick it. I'm like, no, I can't. It's an animal. Like, so I'm a little scared of horses. They make me nervous. Maybe that's what I should say. I'm not like, I'll pet one if it's calm, but I, I, I don't know. They're intimidating. Yeah, that's probably a good way to say. Very intimidating. Have you seen the one where Stanley takes one of Karen's eggs and hides it with his teddy bear? Melted my heart. I wonder if we're watching the same one. Does the girl have brown hair? She's like really pretty. She's like really nice, thick. Dude, the girl that did my hair yesterday, I was like, her hair was so beautiful. She had like the nicest hair. It was like so full, long hair, and she's like, stop dyeing it. She's like, because we were talking about, I was like, oh, I hate my hair. It's like so thin, and it's like, whatever. It doesn't do anything. Like, she had it all nicely curled and whatever. And she's like, she told me she'd stop like dyeing her hair, but she had the most beautiful, like natural color. It was like this strawberry blonde. All she did was highlight like a few pieces around her face, but like her hair was just, it looked like a wig. Like, it was just so thick and like nice. And she's like, I'm telling you, I take biotin. And she's like, you need to take biotin. I'm like, I don't think biotin's gonna make my hair look like yours, but she's like, between taking biotin and not processing my hair with like no dyes or anything, she's like, trust me, my hair was not like this years ago. I'm like, come on, girl. It's almost as ridiculous as Low Lightly. Sorry, gotta call her out. Trying to make people think that I didn't see this with my own eyes. I heard this. So if I'm wrong, my bad. But I saw Randy posted a picture the other day, okay, of Low Lightly. And she's way obviously photoshopped. I mean, ladies, okay, there's nothing wrong with photoshopping your pictures. Like, there's nothing wrong. But like at the same time, those of us who are getting older, 40s, 50s, like, you also have to embrace the fact that you're in your 40s and 50s and that your skin and your skin's not going to be perfect. You're going to have some texture, wrinkles, sagging, and just embrace it, dude. Dude, that's your fucking, that's your warrior, gear, whatever. Like, that's your armor. You know, that's what got you through life. You should be proud to have those fucking wrinkles and shit. I earned this shit. All the stress I've been through, all the bullshit I've been through, I fucking earned this shit. You know? Do I love it? No. But I'm also 42 years old. So yeah, my face ain't gonna look the same as it did when I was 25. You know? Let's just embrace it. There's nothing wrong with, you know, a little tweak here and there. But I mean, this shit was just not even her. It was just so obviously not even her. And the part that bothers me is she is an absolutely beautiful lady. Without that, she's beautiful. I mean, she's got nice hair. She's very pretty. You know, she's an attractive lady. I don't see the need for it. She's a beautiful woman without all that. So I was just kind of surprised to see, because I heard, now I don't know if this is 100% true, but I heard that she was claiming that it was due to this cream or something that she's using, some type of anti-aging shit. And I'm like, come on, girl. Like, come on. You know, I don't, we're not stupid. Like, we've seen you on camera. She cams up, you know, so we know what she really looks like. So if it's up to the cream, right, and it's not a filter, cam up and show us that it's a cream. But we know it's not a cream. We know it's not a cream. It was almost as ridiculous as, remember when Tracy had that picture? I hate bringing her up because she's gonna be like, you know, I'm gonna get like a 3-hour live makeup mobster. Why you always gotta talk about me? But she does it to me too, so she brings me up. But Tracy had that picture. I was just like, Tracy, come on, girl, you don't look like that. Like, I don't get it. My sister posted a picture like that one time too, and I'm like, why do you want people, like, everybody knows what you look like. Like, so why do you want people to believe that you look not just like better, but like not even like yourself anymore? Like, that's the whole thing. If you're gonna enhance pictures, okay, I'm not against photoshopping out a pimple on your face, because guess what, you don't always have that pimple. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you remove it, I'm not against that, because that pimple is going to heal one day and it's not going to be there. So, you know, if you Photoshop a pimple off your face, cool. You know, maybe you want to get rid of the bags under your eyes. I can understand that, you know, but like, here's the thing. I was going to make a video to show people how to Facetune, but I got to find a way that I can show the cursor, because it's kind of hard to explain what you're doing and you guys can't see the cursor on the thing. I was going to do Photoshop to show you how to like retouch your pictures, because I'm not against it. You know, I'm not against it. I personally don't retouch my pictures just because it is what it is. You know, I'm 40 something years old. Like, I embrace who I am. I also know how to like get into the right lighting if I want to take a selfie, which I hate taking pictures, but like the lighting really could fix a lot of your problems. You know, if you just find the right lighting. You know, if you're taking a picture, a selfie, you know, in the darkness, it's going to make you look 10 times worse, you know, like in a dimly lit room, because it's going to add noise to your face and it's just going to look horrible. So you have to find a bright window where light is coming in, not direct sunlight. You don't want to stand in direct sunlight because then it's going to blow you out completely. But you want to find somewhere where natural light's coming in. So, you know, like I stand near like my porch, you know, where it's shaded, but it's still getting bright light from the sun, you know, or in your car. Cars are good places to take selfies because, you know, the sun comes in, you're still kind of shaded, but you're not, you know, you're not directly in the sun, because the direct sunlight's going to like blast your face and it's just not going to look good. But you want to be somewhere that's really bright, brightly lit, where there's sunlight coming in. So that's the first tip I could give people. But I was going to do a video the other day to show you that, like, you know, you just could enhance or blur rather, right? Little areas, but not your whole entire face. That's when I look all the time, and listen, I'm not calling any specific people out, but there's other people in this community that I see, they post pictures and I'm like, girl, come on. I could tell you Facetune the shit out of that. Like, again, I did this as part of my career. You know, I worked with a photographer. I did the wedding albums. I retouched some of the pictures. Like, I did my cousin's headshots. I've retouched millions of pictures, not millions, but lots of pictures. So it's very obvious to me when somebody's enhanced their picture, even if they've used a filter or they've used, they've adjusted like the brightness or the contrast. I could always tell because I know what a regular picture should look like. So, there's somebody put a picture up a couple weeks ago and I'm like, girl, come on now. This is, and she's trying to prove that it was not photoshopped. And I'm like, girl, that is photoshopped. Okay. She was putting it up with somebody else's picture. And I'm like, listen, as a professional who's been in the industry for like 20 some years, that shit's been retouched. And there's a definite filter on it. And you're not proving anything. Just saying. And that's okay. But again, this person, we've seen you live and we know what you look like. So, unless you found some type of miracle cream that makes your skin look blurry, your photo has been retouched. And it wasn't even done good. It was done extremely bad. My best advice is that if you're going to, retouch, zoom all the way in, okay, as much as you can, and retouch the little areas. Say if you want to take a little wrinkle out on your forehead, and only take those areas out. That's the only areas you really need to blur. Do not go over your eyes. Do not go near your hair. Do not fucking blur your hair because that's a dead giveaway. When you start going near the edges of your face and you get your hair or your lips, any lines in your face, harsh lines, like your nose, your mouth, you need to not touch those because that's where it starts looking fake. Just, that's my advice, to anybody. That's my advice. Or just embrace yourself, dude. Just embrace who you are. And find the light, girl. Find the light. I'm telling you, if you take a picture in the right lighting, you do not need to retouch it. You shouldn't need to, unless you're that insecure about, things. But, put a little makeup on, put a little foundation on, and go outside and find the light. That's what I got to tell people. Go under a shady tree or, somewhere where you're not in the direct light and it's like blasting you in the face. And I mean, not that you can't get good pictures in the sunlight, like at the beach or something, but I'm just saying, like, you'll get a better picture if it's a little overcast that day, or if there's clouds and then they go over the sun and you get that you still get the light, but it's not direct. It's not making people squint. Like, I know a girl who filters her pics and then denies they are filtered. Really, Sarah, I know many people like that, and I see it on here all the time. And I'm not against it. I don't want people to think I'm not against it. If you want to do it, like by all means, do it. If it makes you feel more confident and better about yourself, do it. Do whatever makes you happy. But like, don't deny that you're doing it. That's the thing that I have a problem with. Or don't try to fucking blame a cream, and say, oh no, it's this new cream I'm using. No. Because, girl, I'm telling you, you're not going to get it by on me. Like, as somebody who's, used Photoshop for 20 plus years, you're not going to get by on me that you're not fucking around with your pictures, dude. It's very obvious to me. Like, this person that posted one the other day that was trying to say that they didn't, I'm looking at it and I'm like, first of all, I can tell that you have a filter on it because there's no fucking where in the world that's going to evenly color everything in your picture with this kind of yellowish, bright yellow tinge that's on your picture. Like, and I could tell you fucked around with your face, like absolutely fucked around with your face. It's blurry in some areas it's not. I could tell, girl. Who is that, Sarah? When you're in a community full of women, you aren't going to fool anyone with filters. Even men are catching on. Have fun with them for sure, but don't say you aren't using them. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not against them at all. Just like, don't like be. I wrote a comment under Randy's thing, and Randy's like, hey, I like a little face tune. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I respect that you say that, Randy. Like, I respect that, like, I respect that you're open about it, and you're like, hey man, I like a little face tune now and then. Like, I respect that you admit that, because there's people out there, like, the older you are, the harder it's going to be to fool people with that shit. When you're like 25, it's very easy. and believable. Or when you're Kim Kardashian, it's very easy and believable because 90% of the pictures we've seen of Kim Kardashian, she looks perfect in. So that's kind of how we know her, you know. And when we see her on her show, I'm sure there's a filter on there too, you know, on their cameras, but or added in After Effects. But you know, like she also has access to any type of skincare, and I'm sure her skin does look better than, you know, all of us. We also know she's had tons of fillers and Botox and shit, so, and plastic surgery. But like us regular folk, you know, when we start hitting 40, 50, you know, and we don't have access to all that shit, it's very hard to hide it at a certain point in time, you know. Some people are blessed with better skin than others, you know, and that's just reality. Like there's some girls I know that I graduated with, and I look at their skin and I'm like, holy shit, like you look like 10 years older than me, you know. But it's just their genetics, you know, and they can't help it. Like Bullhorn Betty, I still can't fucking believe that that woman is 2 years older or a year older than me. I mean, she looks way older than me. Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. You know, maybe I just don't think I look as old as I am. I just think she looks, I'm like, damn, she's the same age as me. Because I don't know if it's the way she carries herself or what it is, but she looks like she's like 10 years older than me, at least. Life Reminded, her picture is a filter from Snap, but I'm not trying to hide that. I can't even see her picture right now, Life Reminded. It's so tiny. I mean, like, and I'm not against that. You know, I'm not against a Snapchat filter or whatever. Like, people use them all the time. It's just like, don't sit there and act like it's a cream because it's not. It's just not. Or don't sit there and be like, I didn't touch this picture up when it's very obviously touched up. But she's definitely a hard 42. Mm-hmm. All right, so it's not just me. She's a little rough looking. I mean, she's definitely like stuck in like the 90s, I would say, with her style. You know, like it's like, girl, update. I just wish she'd fix her hair. Her hair looks so fried. It just looks so unhealthy. I just want to bring her some Olaplex and some fucking purple shampoo. Like, I just want to help it and cut it. She needs like a good 6 to 7 inches just chopped off her hair. Like yesterday, the girl didn't even cut off enough of my hair. When you have blonde hair, you start to see it like towards like the time, you know, when you need a haircut with blonde hair. When you're like ends, they almost start looking like translucent and like really thin and stringy. You need a haircut. Like yesterday, I told the girl, I'm like, chop it off. I don't care. I'm like, but I don't know. I feel like she really didn't cut off enough. I feel like she probably could have went another inch or two with my hair. Because like blonde hair, I don't know. It just starts, you know, some of it breaks off. And then, you know, through the month, you know, from brushing it, washing it, whatever. And then it just starts looking very stringy at the ends. And you really need to keep up on your haircuts when you have blonde hair. Her hair needs a good 7 inches chopped off of it. No makeover is gonna fit her personality. Dude, you know, I don't talk about her all that much on here, but like, girl, get the fuck off the internet if you can't deal with people criticizing you. I'm so over this fucking, you know, this thought that these people have that like, oh, I could come to the internet and nobody's allowed to criticize or talk about me. Like, you're so fucking narcissistic to actually think that you have that right to put yourself out on a public platform, talk about your fucking crazy ass life, you know, talk about the things you've been through, criticize other people in the process, like basically center your whole channel around criticizing other humans, and then somehow think that you're beyond criticism and that you shouldn't be, you know, people shouldn't do commentary. I mean, she struck the shit out of Burnt Toast channel. And I'm like, dude, why are you striking Burnt Toast? And you know what? I'm gonna shut up because she told me something, but I'm not gonna say it publicly. I'll let Burnt Toast say what she wants to say. But she's just fucked up, dude. It's wrong. It's fucking wrong. Don't be on the internet if you don't want people criticizing you. And do a commentary on your fucking videos that you're putting out there. I mean, so you're just gonna be a fucking baby and strike people because you can't control them. You have fucking control issues, Betty. Not that she's ever gonna watch this because I don't even think she knows who I am, but I'm just saying. Girlfriend's got some serious fucking control issues going on. Like some serious ones. My only issue with aging is that my husband hasn't aged past 25. He's 49. I kid him that people are going to think he's my Black Forster son if we keep at this rate. I find that like, a lot of the Black people I know, they age very well. They never look as old as they are. I think, I don't know. I don't know if it has something to do with like a darker tone of skin. Maybe it doesn't, maybe the sun doesn't affect their skin in the same way. Cause like that's what ages us is the sun. But I have to say, dark skin ages very, very nicely or doesn't age really. Like, have you ever really seen a Black person that you're like, oh my God, they look so old? Like, they all look like, I hate to, generalize like that, but like, I, I just, every single person I know, their skin stays nice. They just, they don't age the same way. So like, the whiter you are, the lighter your skin is, the more you age. Like, the more your age shows on you. It's the melanated black don't crack. Yeah. Yep. It's so true. Because I'm always like, damn, like my grandmother had darker skin. And her skin was so beautiful. And I'm like, me, I probably look a little older because my skin's kind of pale. But my grandmother, people in Brooklyn used to think she was Black because in the summertime, when she would like come out here and then she'd get a tan, her skin would turn like dark brown. And, so her skin was just beautiful because it was so dark. I don't know. I personally think that dark skin just looks beautiful. It does. I wish my skin was like a darker brown. Like, I love that. Like my grandmother's. Like, everybody looks better with a tan, like it's just reality. My step grandmother's from Sicily, not a wrinkle. See, that's where my grandmother, her family's from Sicily, so which is, people from Sicily were known to have darker hair, darker skin. And the my grandfather was more, I don't know, they always say he's from northern Italy, but he's really not. Kind of like the middle, but he's light skinned, light hair. His whole family is like that. Even my great grandfather, who was, no, I think he was born here. But but his parents were from Italy, and his hair and his skin were very light. My other-in-law looks the same age as me. My sister-in-law slowly age like my husband. It's crazy, KB Bells. Like, I had an aunt who's Puerto Rican, and her skin was so beautiful. I mean, even like as she aged, her skin was just, I don't know, it was just beautiful. And again, like, she has a little bit of a darker skin tone. She just had the nicest skin. I find that too with like Puerto Rican people don't age. Everybody I know Puerto Rican, their skin's really nice, supple. I feel like Italian people don't age all that bad either. I mean, my grandmother is Italian, so, but again, she had the darker skin tone. Because like all my friends I know that have like light skin, freckles, and then when they start aging, it's like really obvious. My mom being part Indian had flawless skin to the end. That's right too. Middle Eastern women, I mean, their skin's beautiful. I watch, a lot of like, there's a lot of Middle Eastern girls on YouTube that do makeup and stuff, and their skin, I'm like, oh, like I would love to have that skin tone, that like Middle Eastern brown skin tone. I just think it's so pretty. I love vitamin E oil. It removed all my dark spots. Girl, I don't put any oil on my face. I had to put vitamin E oil on my scar when I got bit by a dog, and that shit broke me out so bad. I don't know why, so I stay away from any oils. I have to agree, darker skin is beautiful and definitely ages at a slower rate. It absolutely does. Like I love like Rihanna's skin tone. Like so like she has like the perfect just skin tone. She's beautiful, Rihanna. Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico. Oh, I love the year-round suntan. I wish I got it. I wish I got tan. I don't tan. I burn. I rust. You're like my husband, Sarah. My husband, like, it's so funny because like me and him will go to like the beach, and he'll be fucking burned, and I like will come home and not even have a fucking tan line. My skin, even though my skin's like light, it's weird because I don't burn. I very slowly tan. I don't know. My skin's like a light medium, I would say. It's it's pretty pale, but I think for years I was using like the wrong uh foundation. Like when I was younger, 'cause I look back at my pictures and I'm like, damn, I look so pale. But I think it's because I didn't know how to match my foundation to my skin. Like I thought I was lighter than I actually was. I think I'm more like towards the light medium uh range. Mm. Then again, back in those days, they didn't they didn't like we didn't have the tools that we have nowadays. Like they didn't make it very easy to fucking match yourself to you know what's so funny? The thing that really got me into makeup, as weird as it is, was that show called What Not to Wear. And they they had a makeup artist on the show. Her name was Carmody. Well, between her and I don't know, I went to the library one time and I got this book by Kevin Aqua, and it was called Making Faces. And it's like if you don't know how to do makeup or you didn't back in that day, that book like taught you everything you needed to know. And it's just I love that book. It's just such a beautiful book. He has all pictures of all the famous people that he did. Like Julia Roberts is in there. She looks gorgeous. And then who was it that was dressed up as Marilyn Monroe? I forget, but just beautiful pictures. And he shows that was the first time in my life I ever saw a fucking contouring. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, where do you even get that? Because at that time when I got that book, I think I was still in high school. And like, they didn't sell contour sticks. I don't even know if they had fucking bronzer. I think bronzer was like a kind of new thing back then, you know? But I didn't know how to use it back then. Like, when you would read Cosmopolitan magazine, they would like tell you to put the bronzer like all over your face. you know, we were all walking around with fucking orange faces. I mean, I think everybody remembers that the late 90s, early 2000s. Everybody was orange because they were fucking using bronzer the wrong way. We were all using it wrong. But between him and then that show, there was this girl, Carmody, and she used to give makeup tips while she was doing the people's makeup. And one of the tips that she gave me, it's crazy, not me personally, but one of the tips that she gave on the show was that her first set of makeup brushes, which like again back at that time they didn't even really sell makeup brushes anywhere. Like there was nowhere to get makeup brushes um except for like Mac. They really didn't have like the way that they have them now where it's so like available. There wasn't as many companies. um but I went, she said to go to the art supply store. And I was like, no way. And I still, to this day, that was like, holy shit, probably 15, 20 years ago. I still use those brushes that I bought from Michael's. They're probably some of the best brushes that I ever fucking got for makeup. I still use them to put my eyeshadow on. The same brush. I bought like 5 of them because they were so cheap. And those were my first makeup brushes. Those are the first makeup brushes I ever owned. Was from Michael's. But that's like what got me into like makeup. And then it went to a whole nother fucking obsession, which I'm trying to slow down in. But thankfully there's nothing out that's exciting to buy right now. So except I do want to get the new Jeffree Star palette. I'm not the biggest fan of his eyeshadows just because like I feel like they're overhyped, and I feel like I just the colors that he puts in them, like I appreciate them as an artist, but I don't appreciate them as a person wearing makeup because I can't wear most of the colors that he puts in his palettes. Like his palettes are probably the least used out of all my palettes. So, but he just put out a new one that's the banana palette, and it has like a lot of golds and yellows and browns, and I might buy that one. Crazy. I was just like, what just happened before my eyes? What happened, Pugs? I had to wear topical medicated cream on my face. Made you bright yellow? Oh, geez. I'm one state up above you. Look for areas where there are cottonwood trees. Dude, speaking of cotton, I bought a cotton plant yesterday. Now, I didn't think we could grow cotton up here in New York because I feel like it's not hot enough. I thought they could only grow it in the South, but maybe I'm wrong. But I've never in all my life seen a cotton plant in person. I mean, I have, but I went on a plantation tour once in Jamaica and I think I've seen it, but never here. I've never seen a cotton plant in New York. So my son's like, can we get it? I'm like, all right. And I don't know how to grow it. I don't know where to put it. I don't know, I don't know much about it. I'm going to have to do some research on how to grow a cotton plant. Yeah, Winky, it's really pretty. It's called the banana palette. Like everyone don't overthink contouring. Honestly, I mean, I use contouring sticks once in a while, but I mostly just use bronzer and I don't overdo it. Like because I feel like I already kind of have like a very chiseled looking face. And I feel like if I do too much contouring, it almost makes me look like a man because I already have like high cheekbones, my you know what I'm saying? Like I already kind of have that look to my face. I don't need to do too much contouring. But still, even if you don't, just lightly do it with bronzer, and a fluffy brush and like just to add color. I really use it just to kind of add some color back into my face because when you put foundation on, right, your face looks like a blank canvas, like it's all the same color, and that's just not realistic looking, So when I contour, it's really to just kind of blend that out and make my skin look like normal skin again, but just not blotchy. You know what I'm saying? Like smoother skin, because I'm not really trying to chisel out my face because it kind of already is chiseled out. It's one thing I'm lucky about, I didn't get boobs. I have big feet, God gave me good cheekbones. He did. Like even in my picture here, I'm looking and it looks like I have so much contour on, but I don't. That's my cheekbones. I really put it on so lightly because a little tiny bit on my cheekbones makes it look like I have cheek implants. Like I'm lucky. I get the high cheekbones from my dad. My dad had the same cheekbones. The first hummingbird of the year. Oh, I'm so jealous. I gotta talk to you, Soldier, because I want to buy a hummingbird feeder. So I can hang it on my porch and hope and pray. There was one year that I had canna lilies in my, front flower bed right in front of my porch. And I'll just sit out there like a fucking weirdo with my camera and watch watch like the birds. But I can never catch them. But the hummingbirds really love the canna lilies. So, I tried planting them again this year to attract the hummingbirds, but I didn't have luck with them. I don't know why. They haven't been doing very well in that front flower bed. I have to probably test the soil or something. I don't know if it's the soil or what. But the last couple of times I tried planting them there, they didn't do too good. But so I said, you know what? I should just get a hummingbird feeder and try that. But I'm scared, number one, that ants are going to be all over it because it's like sugar. I was watching this thing, Soldier. Did I send it to you? No, I don't think I did. This guy, he was holding like the little, like the little thing that they actually insert their beaks in the hummingbird feeder, the little flower, those little plastic flowers. He was like holding one of those, and 3 hummingbirds fucking land in his hand and start like, eating out of his hand. And I'm like, how the fuck do you get that to happen? Like, how do you get that to happen? It would never happen. We've had more hummingbirds than normal this year. We just bought more feeders until more of our flowers are in bloom. See, I don't know what the weather's like by you. I don't think the hummingbirds are here until like June or July. Like, I don't, I think it's way too early right now to see hummingbirds up here. I have 2 hummingbird rings I'm going to try out this year. What are those? I just saw, I can never for the life of me remember what this bird is, but like, you know, our birds up here don't, I'm sure it's probably like this for most of the country. Like, we don't really have colorful birds, you know, besides cardinals and blue jays. But I'm saying, like, we don't have like brightly colored birds. But around this time of year, you'll start seeing, I cannot for the fucking life of me remember the bird's name. They're like, I don't know if there's some type of finch. They're like really brightly colored, orange, like an orangey yellow. I just saw one fly by. It's the first one I've seen this whole year because you know, you don't see them in the winter. You only start to see them now this time of year. It's so crazy how like they disappear and they come. Why even come back here? Just stay down south. Like, when you really think about it, why do the birds even come back up here? It's so weird. The rings are little feeders. Oh, you're talking about those type of rings? Like hand rings? Girl, I know, because fucking Soldier's like fucking Snow White over there. The birds will just start landing on her. Me, no. But Soldier, yeah. She'll like walk outside and put her little hummingbird rings on and they'll fucking come flocking at her because she just has that luck. Me, that's not happening. I know it's going to happen for her. I just know because she just has that aura in her that like animals would just love to be around her. I could just tell. Because, like, first of all, she has pictures of hummingbirds that she's taken herself. I can't get a picture of a hummingbird to save my life. Wait a second. What? Why? Life Rewinded. There's fucking bears on Staten Island? What? So, you guys, I have some news. I gotta thank, if she's still in here, Rhett's mom. I gotta thank her. She sent me this video, okay? She started an obsession here, and I'm gonna have to thank her because she's really the person who started it. She sends me this video of this guy making this little concrete. It was really cool. He took, you know, this concrete and he made this little tray thing, and it was really cool. He like made it look like marble, and it was cool. So I watched his video, the video she sent me, and I'm like, fuck, I want to do that, you know? So I go out to the store. I have resin stuff, so I have like molds and stuff. So I go out to the store, I get the concrete, and it like kind of became an obsession now. So I've been making, let me see, I'll count, hold on. I've already made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, probably more than 24. Those are the ones that at least that I feel like are keepable. And then there's some that got messed up. So 24 little, you know, I ordered like, they could either be pots. Oh no, I'm sorry. 25, 26. Yeah, I've probably made like almost, you know, 30, 40 concrete little pots and stuff now. And I'm like super into it. Like I'm obsessed with it. I've been making them every day, like every day. And I'm like, all right, so now what am I going to do with these things, right? I have all these little concrete like pots. So I could either use them for succulents, you know, little mini plants, the little like cactuses and whatever, or I could put candles in them. So I was like, I don't know what to do, you know? So I ordered my first little candle making kit. So I'm going to try it. I know somebody's going to say I'm ripping them off, but I'm really not, because I'm not just pouring candle wax into a jar that was already pre-made. I'm making my own jars basically to put them in. And that's really the part that I was interested in first. But now I have to figure out what I'm going to do with these little pots, you know, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, that's a new hobby I've taken up thanks to Rhett's mom, who sends me videos all the time. And I got another very cool 4th of July DIY coming up. Unfortunately, it's raining today. I was gonna start doing it today, but I'll have to do it when it's not raining, because I really can't I really can't film it inside. I have to do it outside. But I'm making something for the 4th of July. And I'm going to do a DIY video. I'm addicted to... What the hell is that? Zen tangling? I'm going to do concrete countertops with a rubber decor roller. What do you mean, Rex Mom? How are you doing that? Yeah, you got me like obsessed, girl. Because like I've been like, now I have like dyes and I'm like mixed into painting and trying all these different things. There's concrete all over my house. Like my husband's like, what are you doing with all these things? I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'll sell them. You know, maybe I'll sell little candles. But I'm like, I gotta try. I don't want to. Unlike some people, like again, I want to like perfect the craft before I start doing it. And I'm also doing some resin. So I get into things. I've been like, I don't know. I've been on like this like creative streak lately, which is really. I haven't felt like this in so long. Like when I was younger, I was always making something. I used to do mosaics. You know, I made mosaic pots and mirrors and all these different things. And I don't know, I was just always into like making things. And then for a long time, I feel like I just stopped and I just didn't have the drive to do it. And like, this is something that I really enjoy doing, like making things. I really enjoy it, you know? And I just felt like I just didn't have the drive for a really long time. I guess because I was like depressed, you know, going through all this shit. And it's really nice to kind of have that drive back to like want to make things and want to create things and actually have ideas and feel creative. I mean, it's not like I didn't do anything crafty in the last, you know, couple of years, but like sometimes I just felt like I was forcing it and not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. If you're a creative person, then maybe you can understand, like, I felt like I wanted to do it, but then like once I started doing it, it just didn't feel like as fun, you know what I'm saying, as I thought it would be. So like I'm back to like having that feeling where like, oh, I'm really enjoying doing this again, like being creative and making things. And I don't know. I haven't had that feeling in a really long time, and it just kind of feels good to feel normal again, because I didn't feel normal for so long, you know? And I know there's other people out here that like lost their parents or somebody close to them, and I just want you to know that like you're gonna feel normal again one day, or somewhat normal. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna feel the same again, but there's gonna come a time where you're gonna start to like be like, okay, I could do this. You know, I could get back on with my life and not feel guilty or not feel wrong about it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna hit that point where you're gonna feel okay. And I guess it's the acceptance stage, what they call the acceptance stage, where you're gonna start, you know, living again, like really living, you know, not just going through the motions because you have to, but actually feeling like, oh shit, I can enjoy my life again. You know, I can enjoy my hobbies and my family and, you know, my friends. And like, because I felt for like 5 years almost, yeah, that long. I mean, it has been 5 years, but like the majority of that 5 years, I felt horrible, horrible. You know, I even look back to times when I was on here, even when I first started coming on here, you got to think, you know, when I first started really making videos and coming back and going live, it was only 2 years after my mom passed away. And I was still pretty deep in the depression in a way back then, you know, and I could see it in myself. And I feel like now I'm like starting to, like really just in the last year, I feel like I've been starting to feel like myself again. And it's a really good feeling to feel like yourself again and not feel so stressed out, so sad all the time, depressed, you know, like I feel like I broke through that wall, I guess. If you've ever been depressed, I guess like there's this wall that you just feel like you can't get over with your depression. Like it's always there. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I broke through that wall finally. And I'm kind of free of that. And it just feels good. Look at Breezewood Acres, PA. That's where they have a trailer. Okay, I'll definitely check that out. I didn't know they had bears on Staten Island. I'm still, I'm still like, what the fuck? We don't have bears here. I was watching actually this video the other day of this guy who was the bears come up on his porch, this like old man, and he films them, and I'm like, that's so cool. I want bears. They're so cute. I know they're dangerous as fuck, but they're cute. I have to make a vid how to make a light fixture from a wreath and Dollar Tree sensor lights. Ooh. I have piles of slate, boxes of paint, boxes of parts and pieces. One day soon. It's not a conscious thing. But you know what? Like I just started to realize it in the last couple like, months. Like I'm just like, oh wow, like, like I actually want to do things again. Like, dude, I just like I didn't want to fucking do anything. I didn't even want to leave my house. Like I felt like that for so fucking long. And like when you're in it, you feel like you're never gonna get out of it. You just feel like you're like, this is my fucking life, dude. Like this is it. I'm gonna live my life like this forever, like it's scary. You really feel like you're gonna fucking feel like that for the rest of your life. And it's like, looking back now, I'm like, holy shit. Like I realize how far I've come, I guess, and like how much better I feel from how I felt a couple of years ago, because I really felt so stuck and felt like I'm never going to get over this. Like, not that I'm over it, because you can't get over it, but I'm just saying, like, I'm never going to be able to enjoy my life again. And that is like the fucking scariest feeling you could ever feel. It really is. It's so fucking scary to feel that way, that you feel like you're never going to be fucking happy again. You're never going to fucking enjoy anything again. Like, that is such a fucking overwhelmingly scary feeling that you get when you're like grieving. It's just so hard to even explain. I promised my dad a necklace before he died. I never made it. Now every necklace I have made or that he gifted me has busted. It's weird. I need to get there too so I can finally make it. Soldier, I mean, do you know how to fix it? If you need anything fixed, let me know. I can fix, some things. Photography is awesome. I was still doing things in the last couple of years, like, but I can't explain it. I just like didn't have like the drive. I like to do them. Like I thought I did, and it's funny because like I bought a lot of stuff. Like I was like, I'm gonna start drawing again, and I bought all this drawing stuff, and then like it just sat in my cabinet. I would buy all these things, and then like they would just sit there, and I wouldn't even fucking use them because I just didn't have the drive to actually do it. So like now I actually have the drive to do it. And it's like, it feels good, because that was my whole life when I was younger. Like I loved drawing and just being artistic in any way that I can. And now, I felt like that feeling disappeared, and it was like sad. I struggled a lot, with that. And, it's nice. Like I bought a whole fucking, well, that's probably a little different. I wanted to start metalsmithing. I was going to take classes. That got fucked up because my husband had to work nights when my classes were. But I bought all the supplies that you need, and they're just sitting there. They just sat there, And that's a little different though, because like I really do feel like I need to take a class to really, understand how to do that. But there was a lot of things like that where I would buy the supplies to do something, but I wouldn't actually do it because like I would get so overwhelmed, I guess like I would sit down and just be like, oh my God, like I don't even know where to start, so now it's like, oh, I'm actually like doing what I want to do, and I'm happy doing it, and I'm not just thinking I want to do it. Oh, all right. I figured you did. If you know how to make jewelry, you should know how to repair most of it. So like my dad reminded me to make it. He kept at me about it all the time. I'm not sure what to do with the ones with. I'm not sure what to do with it once it's made. Wear it, or give it to somebody, or just hold on to it. Wear it for yourself. You know how much jewelry I've made, Soldier, with my mom's like ashes and stuff. I've been putting her ashes because I had a little baggie left over, and I put them in the epoxy, and I just have them. I feel like my mom, Like, she'd be so happy to know that, like, her ashes were being made into something useful. You know what I'm saying? So, like, she was like a earthy hippie kind of person sometimes, you know. So she loved jewelry, my mom. So she would love to know that, like, she was being put into jewelry. So I don't even wear them most of the time, but like I still have them and I look at them and you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, just make it and have it. That's all. You don't have to do anything with it. May 2nd was the 5th anniversary of, oh, sorry, hold on, I lost your comment. Of my second mother's passing, and also the 6th anniversary of my cousin. For the first time, I didn't even realize Walt is coming down finally here too. Yeah, girl, it's like that 5-year or 6-year mark where it's like, you know, it's like, oh, all right, you know, I could do this. Like, I could feel better and I could live my life, and I don't feel guilty about it, because I think I felt like that guilt, like you feel like guilty moving on with your life. I guess I don't know what you would call it, survivor's guilt. You know, you kind of just feel guilty moving on with your life and being happy. Like, you almost stop yourself from being happy, you know, because you're so guilty feeling about it. Like, you're like, I can't be happy, you know. But once you just hit that certain like point in time, you're just like, okay, I feel like I could be happy again and not like feel guilty about being happy, because, you know, unfortunately life does have to go on, and our loved ones who passed away, they don't want us to be unhappy. They want us to be happy, you know. And even though you know that for a long time, you just, it's still hard for some people. For some people it's not. You know, my brother, he didn't struggle too much like that. He just went on with his life. I mean, well, you know what? I can't personally say what he struggled with internally. It looks from the outside, it looks like he had no trouble being happy after my mom passed away. You know, like, I've told this story a million times. Like, that New Year's Eve, that was the first New Year's without her. Like, what? Not even, you know, a month after she passed away, or like, I'm sorry, it was like a month and a week after she passed away. You know, I saw pictures of him out at this like place, and he's got the 2017 fucking like light up glasses on and stupid 2017 hat. And I'm just looking at him and I'm like, I'm on my couch and I'm like so fucking depressed. I didn't even get dressed that day. It was my son's birthday and I was just so fucking sad and depressed. Like, the thought of getting dressed up and going out for New Year's was like, I couldn't even imagine it. Like, even just drinking, I feel like I would have been a fucking sloppy crying mess if I went out and drank somewhere. You know, like, I avoided drinking because I felt like if I drank, it was going to make me more upset, you know? And like, I really just felt like I couldn't fucking enjoy my life. And I just remember looking at him and he's got this big fucking goofy smile on his face. And I'm like, how the fuck are, like, I just couldn't comprehend. I'm like, how do you even have it in you to leave your house right now? Like, after all the shit that we went through in the last month when my mom was in the hospital, like, I didn't understand it. I just could not fucking process how the fuck he was able to do that, because I felt so fucking far away from being able to do that, that it was just so unimaginable to me. And I remember feeling for like the longest time, the smallest of things felt so overwhelming to me. And I'm like, how, like, I didn't get it. Do I know what he was internally struggling with, or if he struggled? No, but it just looked that way to me, you know. I'm sure he was upset. I don't want to say he wasn't upset that my mom passed away, but I just don't think it affected him as deeply as it affected me, I guess. Or at least it didn't seem that way. Crazy, Gemini. I never thought I could handle my mom being cremated, but both my best friends' moms were cremated, and I find myself almost jealous that they have their mom's ashes with them. You know what, crazy, Gemini? It's so crazy that you say that, because I sometimes feel like it's kind of nice when you're not cremated and you have like a specific place that you could go to that's only for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I kind of understand what you're saying in a sense. Like, it's nice to have my mom's ashes here and I can put them around my neck and I can bring them everywhere with me. But I also feel like weird because like there's like my grandfather, he's really the only person in my life that I know that's been buried. And well, my grandmother has too, but I haven't even been out there to visit her grave yet. But like I don't know, I kind of like that there's a place I could go to like for that specific reason. Not that the cemetery is a fun place to go to, but I'm just saying, like, I like that there's a place I can go to that's peaceful and quiet. And you know what I'm saying? He's there. And sometimes I feel like I wish my mom had that. But then I don't know. I wasn't comfortable with her being cremated at first either. But I guess because maybe my dad was too, I got more comfortable with it. I don't know. My dad actually told me to flush his ashes down the toilet, but I would never do that. He seriously told me that once when I was young. And I was like, Dad, I would never fucking do that. He's like, what the fuck do I care? I'm fucking dead. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Like, I can fucking put your ashes in the toilet. That's fucked up, dude. My dad was like really weird about that kind of shit. That's why I'm not Halloween buff, but we all love to celebrate Thanksgiving. Big. I hate Thanksgiving. My mom, especially now, I never liked it, but my mom, now that she passed away a few days before Thanksgiving, I just don't like it. I still don't know what I'm doing on Sunday. I should I should like to buy some flowers on Saturday and go on a hike Sunday, but I'll go where the wind takes me. Come with the dust, go with the wind. Sunday is Mother's Day. That's right. It's hard when you lose a sibling. Yeah, it is. I mean, I didn't lose my brother. I didn't lose him in that sense, but it is hard just not having him in my life. It's weird, but he's still there. It's just like so weird that he's like there. He's still here, but he's not here. Like last night, actually, my son, he's been really into drawing lately. So, he was drawing with the pencil last night, and he's like, these pencils suck, and I'm like, I told him, I said, I have good drawing pencils somewhere, I just don't know where they are. I said, I have a whole bunch of a whole bunch of art supplies in my basement. So I'm like, we'll go in the basement, we'll look for art supplies. My brother had left a lot, he left behind a lot of his art supplies, and then he also gave me some back in the day, like once he was done with college and stuff. I mean, art supplies, a lot of them don't go bad. Pencils and shit, they don't go bad. So I literally have had this shit since I was, young. Like charcoals and pencils and erasers and all sorts of shit, So we went down there last night, and I have my brother's, art like toolbox from when he was in college. And I gave it to my son, and my son was so excited about it. He was like putting all his pencils in it and, like rearranging it so it was like perfect for him, and he's like, Mom, can I draw on it? I'm like, no. He's like, can I put stickers on it? I'm like, you can put a sticker on it. Don't draw on it. It says my brother's name on it still in his handwriting. He wrote on it in permanent marker. I'm like, here. I said, since he's not in our lives, like, this is what you got from him, and this is your way to be connected to him, because my brother was very artistic too. And I'm like, here, like, at least you have something from him that, like, since you don't know him and we don't see him, at least you have something that you could connect to him through, and like his art box. And it just made me so sad because I was like, my son's in there drawing the same shit. So weird. Because when we were young, my brother used to love to draw comic book heroes. That was like his thing, and he would draw the little head and then I don't know. I never drew like this. A lot of people do. I find it makes it harder for me. Some people find it easier where they'll sketch out like a frame first of like a face. So they'll do like the circle, and then they'll draw a line down the center, and then they'll draw a line where the eyes are, and a line where the mouth is. I never drew like that. I don't even understand how. Like, to me, it makes it harder and more confusing to do it like that. But my brother always drew like that, and I'm watching my son do it because he was watching this guy on YouTube, and my son's not even into superheroes, but he was trying to draw them, and it was just like so weird because I was like, holy shit, that's just like my brother. Like he used to fucking draw um comic books, all the comic book characters and everything, Spider-Man and all that shit, and here's my son drawing just like that. Yes, like it's so sad because he's actually pretty good. And, it just makes me think to myself, like, man, my brother's missing out, dude. Like, my brother could sit here and show him how to draw like that because I never drew like that. So I don't really, I don't really understand that drawing, the type of drawing. But my brother does. So it's just sad. I'm like, it's so, like, it just makes me think, like, it's so fucking stupid. This fucking girl just gets me more angry about his wife because I'm just like, she ruined everything. Like, my son doesn't have an uncle now. It's just like, why? For what? For what? It doesn't even, I can't even fucking, I still can't make sense of it. I don't think I ever will. But I'm just like, it's so sad because he's really missing out. He has a daughter and I have a son, and she ain't having any more kids because she's in her fucking late 40s, you know? So, like, he's never going to have a son. I'm never going to have a daughter. And it's like, here it is. It's just sad. It's just sad. My son could be like the son that he doesn't have to him, you know, that he could spend time with. And that's how it would be if his fucking wife wasn't around. And it's just fucking sad. It's fucked up. My friend who lost her teen daughter buried her with a ton of flashlights on because she was so claustrophobic and hated the dark. She feels the same. Aw. That's so sweet. It's okay. Also, scar tissue is much stronger than regular tissue. I love that you take care of your mom. You should buy flowers on Saturday. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing's so fucked up. So fucked up, dude. Who's that, Nana? My grandson's ashes were sprinkled on a tree, so he... Aw. Oh, that's so sad. Nana, I'm sorry. Oh, that's so sad. But that's nice, though. At least he's part of the earth. I think that's... The older I'm getting, I feel like that's the more appealing option now. I don't know. I was terrified to be cremated, but I feel like now, I don't know. I'm less scared of it, I guess. Put my tiny baby's ashes into the ocean in front of the place where I used to live. Oh, Dory, that's so sad. I guess it has to do how empathetic you are to others. And like me, getting out in nature feels healing. Your mom is fortunate to have such a caring daughter like you. It's so true. And you could be the awesome artistic aunt that loves makeup for your niece. It's very sad, all because of one succubus entering your lives. That's the thing. I mean, it kills me. Like, I always go into the stores and I see, like, cute things for, like, little girls. And I'm like, oh, I wish I had a little girl, to, like, buy these things for. And it's like, I don't know, I could do her nails, like, it's just so sad. It's so sad. It's just so fucked up because, like, when I really think about it, it's like, I didn't fucking do anything to him to make it like this. I feel like if I did something, like, killed somebody or, like, whatever, but, like, I fucking picked a dress out to wear to your fucking wedding. And that was my worst offense. A wedding that I wasn't even fucking invited to be part of, really, and that's what caused all this. Like, it's fucking insane to me. It's just fucking insane to even think about it like that. Just reading this chat, realizing how much loss has been experienced by all is heartbreaking, but also knowing we're not alone. If you want a girlfriend, I can point you in the right direction for a reborn that looks really real. It will help you with the longing. Thank you, dolls. I don't want a kid myself. It's just more of a, there's a girl that, knowing that there's this little girl there, right, that I could have a relationship with, because, like, when I was younger and I had all my little cousins, I was the babysitter. I was the one who took the kids everywhere and brought them to the theme park and brought them to the mall and to go shopping. Like, you know, I was always like that. And so like just knowing that there's this little girl there that I could love, you know, and hang out with like that and babysit her and do girly things with, you know, it breaks my heart because time goes so fast, dude. My son's already almost 10, you know, and my brother has not really seen my son since he was 3, but really hasn't bonded with him since he was 6 months old, you know, because like even in the times that he saw my son in, excuse me, when my mom was in the hospital, you know, they weren't like, he didn't even pay attention to him. So he doesn't even know my son. He hasn't known my son since he was a fucking infant. Like, and that's just heartbreaking because like 10 years, dude, 10 years have gone by at this point now, and you're missing out. And like, I wonder if it bothers him because it bothers me deeply. It does, you know, that our kids aren't part of, you know, each other's lives and that I can't be a part of his kid's life. But I know that even if I started talking to him again, I would never have that role in his kid's life because his wife just wouldn't allow it to happen. She never would. Anytime when the baby, you know, when I did see them, and she wouldn't even let you get close to that baby. She controlled everything. Soon as you would like start paying attention, she'd like, gotta go change the diaper. Change the diaper change. She needs this. She needs that. We gotta go. We gotta leave. Like she just like she wants to be the baby's best friend. You know what I'm saying? She don't want anybody loving on her baby. It is a beautiful thing that we do here, Soldier. That's why it's part of why I started my channel because I guess I needed a place like that. And I felt like other people probably do too because, you know, there's like lost groups and shit online, you know, but I don't know. I feel like on Facebook, like in that forum, you're not talking to people like live. You know, you're leaving a comment and you might be having a certain feeling at a certain point in time and you leave a comment about it and then you don't get a response on it for like a day, you know? So you really can't, you know, a day later, you might be over that feeling. So I like that everybody can have those discussions like kind of live in here while, you know what I'm saying? While it's happening and not like days later. I let my kids decide when they grew up and they had a good relationship with him, but everyone likes me better. It's just so weird. Like, I don't know, you know, I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to have that relationship with this kid. If she was older when this happened, maybe, but like I never even got a chance to build a bond with her. So, you know what I'm saying? It would be weird, like when she's older, to all of a sudden have a bond with her. Like, because we don't have I never had that. I never built a bond with his kid at all. She's like, I used to explain her like this because I hadn't met her until she was 1.5, almost 2, you know. I hadn't even seen her in person until then. And to me, my mom would show me pictures and I'm like, Mom, she's like one of those, like, it's almost like you go into Walmart and you buy a picture frame and it has like, you know, a picture in it already of like some generic looking family. Like that's all she is to me. She's a baby in a picture frame. Like I don't even know her. I never held her, you know. I never got to spend any time with her. I never seen her in person. So like my brother, when Jesse was born, my brother held him, you know, in the hospital and got to see him crawling for the first time and walking, you know. Oh no, I'm sorry. He missed walking. He got to see him crawling. Um Satan came in right before he started walking. But you know, so it's like I don't even know her. I don't even know her at all. His daughter. She's literally a picture to me. And like I check every once in a while, even though I can't see really because you know, we're blocked, but I'll look at his wife's Facebook page because, you know, I want to see what my niece looks like. I want to see her face and, you know, I can't see much. I mean, I can only see like her profile picture, but it's enough, you know, just to like see like, oh my God, she's gotten so big, you know. Of course I care what she, you know, I care about her even though I don't know her. Sorry, no, there are people that make a memorial baby. Mm. I 100% benefited from watching your series. I found it at a time I really need to feel like I wasn't the only one. And that's a big part of why I did it, Crazy Gemini. I'm glad to hear that because, like, you just know that feeling of feeling so fucking alone. Like, not, like, people understand or might know what you're going through, but, like, they really don't get it unless they've been through it themselves, you know? So, I guess that's how I was feeling at the time, and part of why I even wanted to do it in the first place was just to like connect with other people that had gone through something like that, because it was a fucking really confusing time and feeling that was just like, what the hell did I just go through? What just happened in my life? I hope your niece, hey Beefers, knows she has a very cool aunt nearby and hope you get to know each other. I do too, Beefers, but I just don't see it happening. I feel like her mother has so much control over her, like I know her. All right. So she has a daughter, right? And I know that her daughter has a relationship with the father's family. But like, I feel like that's different because they were married and, you know, they had time to build that relationship. Like when she was married to them, like for me, I just never got that time to even start to build a relationship or a bond with her. Because the last I seen her, she was just about to turn 2. So she was so young, and at that age, obviously, kids don't know what the hell's going on. And she wouldn't even let you, I never held her. I never even like touched her. She wouldn't let you get near her. It was like the weirdest fucking thing. Anytime you would try to get near her, she would like instruct my brother to like take the baby somewhere or do something with her, pick her up. She wants to be held. She needs a diaper change. She needs a bottle. She needs to eat something. She needs this. So it's like, even she used to do it vice versa. Like if my son would start talking to my brother and wanted to show him something, because, my son was like 3 at the time. She would be like, the baby needs this, the baby needs that. So she like didn't like that my brother was paying attention to my son. It was the fucking weirdest thing. Like she was almost like jealous in the weirdest way that my brother was giving the attention to my kid instead of their kid. So she would like, as soon as every fucking time, which it wasn't that often, obviously, but like, there was a period of time where I was trying to get along with them for my mother's sake. When we first found out she was sick and she had her surgery and everything, I wrote him a letter and I'm like, we have to put the past behind us and just try to get along, because I don't want to, make my mom's life harder. It's already pretty bad and we don't know what the future is going to be. So, let's not ruin the rest of her life by not talking to one another. And he agreed. And we got together a couple of times at my mom's house. And every time they were there and like my son would go up to, my brother, she would divert his attention off my son. It was fucking weird. Every fucking time. Oh, the baby needs a bottle. Baby needs this. Go in the truck. You gotta here's the keys. Go in the truck and do it. You got that thing. Like it was like she didn't want my brother building a bond with my son. And it was like so fucking obvious, because she'd be like in the middle of talking. My brother would go talk to my son. And all of a sudden she'd like stop and like turn her attention to my brother. Oh, you gotta go do this. You gotta go do that. You gotta do that. She needs a diaper. She needs this. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, he hasn't seen my son in years. Leave him the fuck alone. And why don't you go get the diaper or whatever? Fucking asshole. Her sister, oh, she's very Amber Heardish. I think it's part of the reason why I'm so like fascinated by this fucking trial. It's like, I was told she has borderline personality disorder, so, it is intriguing to me. She is a creep. She probably poisoned her mind about you, sadly. That's what people like her do. Well, that's what I think, Crazy Gemini. I absolutely think so. Like, don't get me wrong. I've told my brother, my son knows that there's obviously an issue between my brother and I, but like even last night, I always try to tell my son, it's not my brother, it's his wife. Like, it's not him, so that I don't want my son to hate him. I just want my son understands it as that, it's the wife that she, and it is, I mean, that's the truth. It's the wife. I don't, I've told him that I'm upset with some of the things that my brother's done, but I try to like let him know that my brother's a good person. Even though I don't really feel that way right now, like about him, I know that throughout the majority of his life he was a really good person. So it's like it's her, and I try to just get that through to my son that it's not my brother, because I don't want, God forbid, if there comes a day where my brother has some freak change of mind and he wants to have a relationship with my son, I don't want my son to be scared, to have a relationship with him. But I just feel like the more time that goes by, the worse it's getting, like the harder it's going to be for that to ever happen. So spouting movie lines on the stands. Yeah, she's B-Franks. We were talking about her earlier. I just can't. The act that girl is putting on right now is just on another level. It's really infuriating. And it's almost insulting. If I was a jury member, I'd feel insulted. It's like, how fucking stupid do you think people are? How fucking stupid do you think people are? None of the evidence you've shown supports what you're saying. None of the testimony. I'm really surprised at her. I don't know. I really am surprised that her attorneys didn't re-strategize a tad, you know. Um, I don't know. It's especially after all the testimony that's been given thus far. Like, what she's saying now is just so far off from all the testimony and evidence we've seen so far. Like, I hope that's coming across. I was saying this morning, like, that I hope it's coming across the same way to the jury that it is to us, because we're having all discussions about it, but they really can't. They really can't have those discussions like we're having. They can't see what the public is thinking, or they're not supposed to, they're not supposed to see that. So it's like, I just hope it's being conveyed the same way in court. I mean, I guess it is, right? Because we're all watching the same thing. But, you have to wonder what's in the jurors' minds. Either way, though, I still don't think it was ever about the money necessarily, but more about him just trying to, fix his image. And I feel like that is kind of been accomplished in a sense, at least like with the public. I mean, because as an actor or, a public figure, obviously the public opinion of you is huge. It's a huge factor in your career, and your success. And if people don't like you, you're not going to be employed in Hollywood, So I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. What's going on over here? Sorry, I'm just watching some guy getting. Oh, somebody got my neighbor flowers. How nice. I can't wait until she's cross-examined. Oh, that's going to be, I think that's really when her true colors are going to shine. But for some reason, something makes me feel like she's going to kind of be, that Jodi Arias type where she can stay composed in a sense. I mean, if you watch Jodi Arias and the way she kind of really didn't lose her composure on the stand. I mean, and she was being pounded, hammered by that fucking, by the prosecutor, big time. I mean, and she really kept her composure on the stand. She didn't really flip out. She got snotty and snarky, but like she didn't lose it. She really, really, really held her composure together. So, I mean, I could kind of see Amber doing the same thing in some ways. And then in other ways, I could kind of see her losing that composure a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to say. All I know is that she is a horrible actress. There was like one point yesterday where I was like, okay, girl, this is like acting 101, where she's doing that kind of heavy breathing, that they do, like where you're like, like that, like nobody fucking breathes like that in real life, that's total acting. Like nobody fucking breathes like that when they're crying, like that. like it's so over dramatic, you know? And I'm like, nobody actually breathes like that. Like when I cry, I know I get like those like kind of breaths every once in a while, but not like that. Not like that. It's almost like, honestly, I could compare her acting skills to Molly Golightly's. She does the same thing when she's upset. She does that, like so dramatic. I can't explain it. Mm, that is true. She's going to have a hard time. Did she shed one tear? No, I mean, there was one in a photograph on the, I think it was the New York Post, but people are saying it was photoshopped. I don't know, dude. I mean, would they really go through all that trouble to Photoshop a tear? Like, because believe it or not, that is kind of a difficult thing to do, like to Photoshop a tear. I don't know, but like, are they like anything clear? Anything clear to make glasses? Any kind of glass in Photoshop's kind of a pain in the ass to do. So are they really gonna go through all that trouble to Photoshop a tear on her face? I mean, is it possible she squeaked out one little tear? Yeah, sure. She's an actress. She should be able to squeak out some tears. You know, shit, Molly Golightly can, right? Why can't she? But the way she was hysterical yesterday and that her makeup did not budge, and I'm not just talking her eye makeup because people could be like, oh, she probably had waterproof mascara on. Well, you know, first of all, any of us who've ever worn waterproof mascara know that it's not 100% waterproof. Like, you're still going to get some blackness under your eyes, right? But, you know, the rest of your makeup, your foundation, you know, your foundation, your blush, once you water, even if you seal it, so to speak, with like a setting spray, like it's gonna cut through it when it gets wet. You know what I'm saying? It's just reality. I have quote unquote waterproof foundations that do not fucking work at all. They're not waterproof at all. So like, you know, do I really think that she was crying? No, I don't, because her makeup didn't budge. She definitely looks like she had some fillers done in her face. Like, does anybody else notice that? Like, if you look at other pictures of her, now I don't know. It could be just the shitty lighting in the courtroom because let's face it, they're under fluorescent lighting, so it's probably not the best lighting. We all know that fluorescent lighting doesn't really do you any good. But like, her face looks very puffy and lumpy, I feel like. And I'm wondering if that was done purposely before this trial. I don't know. It's just weird. Mm-hmm. She definitely looks at the jurors for attention. Yesterday was the most stressful day to listen to, though, because between the objections and just her going off on these fucking long tangents, not really making sense, not telling things in a, I don't know, she's not a very good storyteller, I guess. Hate to go. This was great. I really miss these everyday life topic chats. Happy early Mother's Day to all the moms. My heart is with those who lost mom. Thank you, KB Bells, and same to you. Happy Mother's Day. She does have puffy, uneven skin, like the filler hasn't filled out yet. Yeah, Beefers. Like, it looks like she had just freshly gotten fillers done on her face, and they're like sitting there, like they haven't spread out or something. Her face just looks really lumpy looking to me and puffy, and it's weird. She looks older almost. It was very MGL, fake, over the top dramatics. Yeah. If you look at her deposition from the UK, she looks, that's what I'm saying, Crazy Gemini. She looks completely different. And that wasn't that long ago. I mean, I thought she was gorgeous in the Room Diary. I know she was younger, but she looks completely different to me. That's what I'm saying. Like, her face doesn't even look the same. Like, I just feel like every photograph I've seen of her, she really looks different in every picture I've seen of her. It's really weird. And she's one of those people who looks dramatically different with makeup on and off because, like, I don't know, her face just looks different all the time. Every time you see a picture of her, it looks like a different person. Like, I don't know, something about her face that's just not recognizable. It just doesn't stand out. In nothing about her face stands out to me. You know what I'm saying? That, like, she doesn't have like any like characteristics that stand out. Like, you know, like Angelina Jolie, she has like the cat eyes and the eyebrows, like the big lips. Like, so like her face is just so unique and like stands out. in your head, but like Amber's face, just something about it is just so like generic looking to me. It just doesn't, nothing stands out about her. She does look completely different. It's just so fucking weird. She's dressing like an old lady. Well, I think she's trying to make herself look homely, and you know what I'm saying? I mean, she's not going to come in the court dressed in glamorously because, you know, that's stupid. So I feel like she's trying to look very, very homely, very innocent. And like, don't, you know, that does play a role. Like the hairstyles she's doing, you know, they remind me of like Sister Wives, like hairstyles. You know, they're not, people don't wear their hair like that every day, and we know she doesn't wear her hair like that. Most of the pictures you see of her hair's down and it's all curly and wild. And I mean, you know, she every day in court so far her hair's been, you know, in these like updos, like these weird updos. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I wonder how early in the morning she gets up to get ready, because like those hairstyles take time. You know, like how the fuck early is she getting up to get ready for court? Holy shit. She lives in Yucca Valley near Joshua Tree. It was Johnny's favorite place to visit. Really? That's interesting. Yeah, her outfits are terrible, but I feel like that's, you know, purposely being done. I feel like she's purposely trying to present her way, you know, herself that way to the court for, you know, there's a reason for it. She's very, very, very I feel like she's very calculated, you know, so I feel like everything she does is done with some type of purpose to it. And I feel like it's so obvious, you know, there's people who could be calculated, but like not, it's not as obvious when they are. But for her, I feel like it's very obvious that she's trying to do something. You know, there's always like a agenda behind the things that she's doing. $7 million. She could dress better. Yeah, right. That's fucking crazy. The way she did her hair the first day on the stand, it was almost like she was going for the psychologist look. Yeah, that's what people were saying. That girl's hair, I was like, damn, I want her fucking hair. I would love to have hair that like thick and textured like that. She was gorgeous, that psychologist. I was like, imagine her and Johnny Depp fall in love, but then I was like, oh shit, no, she's married. That's right. The husband bought muffins. She probably has a whole team getting her ready. Yeah, which is just crazy. Yucca Valley is where they first did MDMA. Oh, is that where they were in that trailer park and he, you know, essayed her and all this other crazy shit that she's lying about? I can't believe we have to wait a whole fucking week to get back to this now. That's going to be so hard. Yeah, she's very diabolical. Very. People that have narc radar could spot it too. Yeah, I definitely have narc radar for sure. Definitely have it. There's a lot of them. Maybe if I had money, I'd hire someone to make me look nice, not like her hair or dressing. No, I don't think that's her typical fashion choices. I think it's, you know, obviously she's doing it mm, for court. She's trying to look like she's like an attorney or a homely librarian, you know, who's not capable of, you know, horrors that she's fucking, she's a piece of shit. I think he'll be okay after this. You know, he's not going to go back and do Pirates of the Caribbean, but I do think that, or the Caribbean, I do think that, you know, he'll go back to hopefully getting more roles and stuff like that. Unfortunately, this is going to make her more famous too, though, in a sense. It will be harder for people involved. I think the judge wanted to make it hard. Mm. The judge has somewhere to go, Dory. I'm pretty sure she has like a what'd they say? It was some kind of convention or something she has to go to. I don't know. She was definitely a hottie. I bet it was so hard for Amber to listen to this hot, intelligent, and very likable woman describe her the way she did. Oh yeah, that had to be fucking torturing her. Because we heard from other people that like she doesn't treat. I mean, she talks down to people and she thinks she's fucking better than everybody. So, um, that probably killed her. Just killed her. The ACLU should be ashamed of themselves for their part in the lie. Yeah, they should. They absolutely should. It's disgusting. Dude, like I mean, trying to destroy somebody in that way is just, it's fucking horrible. I was watching this thing last night about, this is so fucked up. Talk about diabolical. This girl was dating this guy and she poisoned the mother and the mother died, right? She ordered this poison online and then she tried to frame the boyfriend, the ex-boyfriend. She tried to frame him. And so she wrote this anonymous letter to the cops. And like, I read the letter. I paused the video while I'm watching it and I read the letter. And I'm just like, dude, like, I just like, I can't even imagine being that fucked up. Like, what the fuck? How do people get like this? You know, I'm like reading this letter and I'm just like, yo, like this, like the amount of thought that had to go into doing this whole entire thing. You poisoned somebody to death. And then not only like that's, if that's not bad enough, you're now trying to make it look like somebody else did it, right? And you're like really going out of your way to do so. And she planted the poison in his car and it was just like this whole crazy story. And I'm just like I don't know how people do it. I don't know how they could fucking lie to that extent. Like, I just, I just can't comprehend it. I'm like, how the fuck do you make up a story like that? Like, I would never be able to follow a fucking story like that. Like, make something up like that and then like keep with it for that amount of time. I just wouldn't be able to do it, you know? And I'm thinking of like Amber and I'm like, you know, she made this whole fucking story up and it's like, how the fuck do you stick with that? Like, I just, and like, how do you go on in your life and just try to act like you're not lying? I don't know how people do it. I just don't understand how people could do that. How could you even be capable of that? Like, I feel like my guilt would eat me alive, you know? I don't know. I just don't get it. That sounds like something MGL would do. What? Poison somebody and try to set somebody else up? Where's she been? Somebody asked me the other day. I'm like, damned if I fucking know. I don't know what the fuck she does. I don't watch her. All they know is fucking, I'm pissed about Bullhorn Betty because she's like, Burnt Toast is one of the lives that I look forward to every week. And like, it just sucks that she hasn't been live for, 2 weeks now because fucking Bullhorn Betty is just illegal, well, not illegally, but like, you know what I'm saying? Striking her channel, false strikes against her channel. Oh yeah, Jotty. Did you see? There was a video yesterday. Yeah, I could see her setting someone up too. There was a video I saw this morning. I mean, of when court was over and everybody was leaving, and Johnny almost walks into her. She was like getting off the stand, and him and his team are like exiting, and like all of a sudden you see him like look up and realize that it's her, and he like just turns around really quickly. He will not even fucking look at her, which is good. And I wish they would show his reactions more. I feel like when she was on the stand, we really got to see. I'm sorry, when he was on the stand, we got to see her reactions to what he was saying, which to me, like, she really never had any fucking reactions to anything he was saying, which I find odd. I know you're not supposed to have reactions. I know that they tell you not to, but like, there's little things that people do that you could just tell. And Johnny, I feel like, the reactions I have seen, like, he'll raise his eyebrows or something, like when something outrageous is being said, or he'll look at his attorney. I mean, she did that a few times, but like his look of surprise, I guess, he looks like like what the fuck, like confusion, and you could see it on his face. With her, I didn't see any of that when he was testifying. I wish they were showing his face more than, while she's saying all this shit, because I'd really like to see his expressions. I know a lot of the time he's trying to, not show any expressions, but there's just times where he can't help it, and you can see that. Right. Yeah, like his micro reactions. I would love to be able to see more of that, but I feel like the channels I've been watching, they haven't really been showing that. And I feel like it's kind of important, if you're watching a trial like this, like the jurors, I'm sure, are looking at him and looking at her and seeing what their reactions are, because like you can see Duper's delight in people. She was very stone faced, I feel like. She really didn't give many reactions when he was talking. Sometimes you'd kind of see her lips curl down, but that's about it. Notice she mentioned Marilyn Manson. Amber covets her. Wait, what? Amber covers her ID, covers her mouth. His mouth. I don't remember the thing about Marilyn Manson. JD is so talented, drawing masterpieces while he sits there. I know, right? They both face same time. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like his reactions are coming across maybe more genuine to me. Like his surprise when she's saying certain things, because, I mean, dude, like I said this morning, you could go back and listen. If you're essayed by a broken bottle, there's going to have to be a doctor's visit sometime after that. Why has that not been, why did that not happen? Like, I got questions. Go watch their hands. They talking to each other. They're not talking to each other. Are you really getting into conspiracies, chick? I don't think they're talking to each other. I don't think they're talking to each other at all. I think he wants to avoid any contact with her I mean, I don't see that. I see that he's trying to avoid any type of contact with her, eye contact, any kind of contact. It's like almost like he wants to repel her, you know? BHB's antics show her pressure campaign sometimes does work. Hope she gets hers in the end. I mean, if she doesn't scream narcissist, I don't know what does. That woman wants to control the internet. Chick, I don't think they're communicating. I'm not seeing that. Have any of you guys watched the Ozzy Man reviews of the trial? There's 4 so far, and they're hilarious. No, I haven't seen those. The bottle would have cut her up completely. It's soft tissue. Well, that's what I was trying to say this morning, Beefbergs, at the beginning. Like we all have those, right? We know that if something goes in there, it's touching the sides, and you know what I'm saying? There's no way you could put a broken bottle in that area and not have some type of damage, like to something. That's just fucking impossible, in my opinion. I mean, I'm no expert on this situation, but yeah, his disdain for her is fucking very obvious and valid. I can't wait to see how this lawyer handles that bottle BS. Me too. It's so fucking over the top. And her crying, the sniffles, the fake sniffles. Like, yeah, when I'm crying, my fucking nose is like running boogers out like uncontrollably. And I'm like you could hear that shit. Like, there's just nothing about her crying seemed authentic yesterday at all. At all. Oh, I think she's completely acting, chick. I 100% think she's acting. I think she's acting against him. I don't think I don't think her and him are in cahoots together for anything. I don't know, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but I definitely think she's acting 100%. 100%. And he could be too, for all I know, but I feel like he's coming across a little bit more genuine, you know? No, nothing about her. She's a horrible actress. Horrible. It's like Telemundo soap opera level acting. Like, it's so fucking over dramatic. It's so Molly Go Lightly. It's bad. She is a liar. I was losing it. No way he would do anything like that. It's from a movie, an old one, Foster movie. What the hell's the name? I don't know. Her pee must be made of leather. Yeah, like the toughest leather on the planet. Because dude, I mean, uh, yeah, yeah. She way overshot her story. I mean, make it fucking believable. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna fucking lie, make it believable. I do not believe that he ever essayed her once. I don't believe that at all. Um, I don't know. The way that she's describing him, the jealousy, the holding him back, she's projecting. We've heard testimony from his people. Oh, what's another thing I wanted to point out? Notice that every time she does mention somebody being around, it's always Jerry Judge, who's deceased, who's the one person that we probably would hear the most from that we can't hear anything from because he's gone. And it's really funny because she keeps bringing him up as being the person that was there all the time in these situations. It's always the guy who passed away, right? He was always the one that was there. He's always the only witness to all this stuff who could, in her mind, back up what she's saying. How convenient. How convenient. It's just ridiculous. Yes, exactly, Beefergs. You could hear it. Totally. Pretty sure the jury never heard of MGL, even though she was there. Yeah, I'm sure they don't know who she is. I'm sure they were all sitting there wondering, why the fuck is this lady dressed like a fucking lima bean in a bright green fucking shirt? But I'm sure they don't know who she was. I do feel like they were toxic as hell to each other, and I do feel like he was wrong too. But her level of crazy, I don't know what I'd do in his shoes. Yeah, they were definitely. But see, that's what happens though. When you're in a toxic relationship, they're going to make you toxic, right? I mean, the other person's toxic behavior is going to be reciprocated with toxic behavior from you. So it doesn't, surprise me that he blew up and left or whatever he did. But like, there's so much testimony and evidence showing that most of the time when these fights were happening, he left. He left. That was her biggest complaint. I mean, you could hear it on these tapes. He left. He left. So let me ask you a question. If somebody was abusing you, right, and you were so scared of them and they were so volatile and so, why would you be begging them to come back? Why? During an argument? Wouldn't you be happy if the person left? Like somebody who's abusing you, wouldn't you be happy if they left? This way it's like, whew, I'm not going to get punched in the face this time. They're not here to do it. But we don't hear that. We hear in the tapes that she's begging him to come back and crying that he locks himself in the bathroom and locks himself in another room and goes to another one of his mansions. What kind of fucking abuse victim begs for their abuser to come back and argue with them? That doesn't make any fucking sense. And if he's leaving all the time, how is it that he's also there? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. And she looked like a green melon sitting there with her sunglasses on her fat head. Ugh, those sunglasses are hideous. I'm sorry. Just because they say Gucci or Chanel doesn't mean they're nice. It doesn't mean they look good on you. Simon got a screenshot of her yawning in the courtroom. It's so great. She has so many crazy screenshots going around of her derpy ass facial expressions. Who? MGL? Simon in our community? What's his name now? I can't think of what his name is. Like a giant pistachio nut. He's trying to get the fudge away from her. That's what I'm saying. Like he's trying to get away from her, yet she's claiming that he's also. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and I hope that Jerry's like getting that because you just can't have it both ways. It's either he's this overbearing abuser, but like what overbearing abuser runs away? Like it just doesn't fucking make sense and leaves her. Wouldn't he want to be there to continue controlling her? If he was so jealous, wouldn't he want to be there? Wouldn't he want to stay there and monitor her every fucking movement. I mean, and torture her and control her. It's so fucking stupid. Cinema Shogun has some great memes. I don't see his community posts. Does he do community posts? I've never seen any. I see his videos though. They always pop up in my feed. She wasn't scared of him. She kept telling him to be a man. Yeah. Yep. Be a man. Talk about it. Yeah, exactly. I hope she gets charged. She once again said she hit him on the stand. I don't think she'll get charged because he would have to be the one to, I mean, press charges against her, I guess, or file charges. And I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't think he wants to be connected to her after this. Like, I think he wants to just move on with his life, and heal, start to heal. I would hope they would, Ninja Orchids. I mean, you know, where there, because there's just no way. There's no way you could say that happened. And like, I didn't even believe the whole cavity search thing. That's bullshit. It doesn't even make sense. Why all of a sudden would he? The fight that started right about that was allegedly because this girl was flirting with her, right? How did it go from that to now doing a cavity search because she's hiding drugs? It doesn't make sense. And I'm like, dude, this girl isn't just making things up. I mean, she's making like disgusting accusations up. Absolutely horrific, disgusting accusations. And I think the question in most people's mind, and I know that this is a question that, a lot of people have when people are in abusive relationships, is like, why would you fucking stay? Why would you stay? And I know a lot of people stay out of fear, guilt, and obligation to the abuser. But like, why would you, keep begging him to come back into your space when you're fucking, I don't know. I remember when I was in a relationship like that, I was like, dude, bye. I couldn't wait to get time alone by myself. I'd be like, you want to leave? Bye. Have a good day, which never happened, but I felt suffocated by that person because that's what they do. That's what abusers do. They suffocate you. She took the JD, carried her around in a cavity like you carry a 6-pack. It's just crazy. Prosecutors trying to justify all that was occurring. I don't know. If JD did this to her, there would be others, and there has not been. I agree, Pugs. You don't just start. You don't just start. Like, when I broke up with my ex, I will never forget this. I pulled up to the 7-Eleven near my house one day, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like finishing my cigarette or something. And all of a sudden I look out over the left of me and my ex pulls up in the car right next to me with this other girl. And I looked at that girl in the car. And this was like a year or so after I broke up with him. And I'm like, I could feel this girl's energy, dude, from like fucking through the car. I'm like, holy shit. I just sat there for a minute and I looked at this girl and I'm like, dude, that girl's me. That's fucking me. She was so skinny. She was so fucking stressed out looking. She just had this look on her face that was so sad. I could just feel it, her sadness from like across the fucking, little space between our cars. Like I could just feel it through the cars. And I'm like, there's nothing in me that believes, even to this day, that he's not still like that to whoever he's with. Like, it wasn't exclusive to me. That's the person that he is. And like, those people don't change. And they're usually like that throughout their whole entire life, with every relationship that they're in. And we've heard from his exes, and it's just, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. That all of a sudden he became an abuser. Like, what? Oh, really, Beefers? I didn't know that. I like the other thing, like just how brazen she was to bring these other men up to her abuser's penthouse. Come on, dude. Come on. He was so jealous, right? about her co-stars, but yet there's footage out there. Has the elevator footage been entered into evidence? I don't even remember. But I mean, there's footage out there. I hope it was, because I feel like it's very telling. I mean, just in that short little elevator ride, how long are those videos? Like seconds. You can tell that there's a level of comfort there with those two guys that's just beyond friendship. I don't I don't lean into my guy friends like that ever, ever. Especially now, the fact that I'm married or when I was in a relationship. And I feel like those two videos are probably the most telling, because it's like, how could you risk, if you're in this volatile relationship with this over jealous, abusive guy who essays you and does cavity searches, right? How would you have the balls to bring somebody up into his fucking house and, stand in the elevator like that, knowing that there's a camera there? I mean, they lived in the building. I'm sure they knew there was a camera on the elevator. Like, you know, I just, that just seems so far-fetched to me. You would think this guy would be on top of her. He's suffocating her. He's so jealous. So how was she able to get away with that? And it's not even like she's in the elevator. She's in a fucking bathrobe, for fuck's sakes, in one of them, right? Or both of them. She's asking to live rent-free. Oh, jeez. Your Amazon guy's driving a Tesla? That's weird. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's right. Has her ex, has that been brought into court? I don't even remember. I feel like it's been like so long. Has that been brought into evidence that her ex, that she's been previously arrested for this? The photos of the house and the bloody writings. I didn't see the bloody writings. WWF. It's WWE. And she's asking to live rent free in all of the penthouses. It's really crazy. I just I don't know. Just think of the fucking balls that it takes to go on this stand and tell this story and insult everybody in the courtroom, and not just the people in the courtroom, but everybody in the world that's watching. I mean, like I said, like this one chat that I was in, right? This Emily D. Baker, the lawyer that I watch, that reviews her, that does the commentary while the trial is going on. Like, there's 50,000 people in her chat. 50,000 people. Okay, just in that chat. Then you go on to like Law and Crime, and there's like 300,000 in there. I mean, there's a lot of people watching this trial, and she's like, to have the balls to sit there and fucking lie when there's so much evidence to show otherwise is just like mind blowing to me. But I guess, she's got to stick with it. She even puts her hands on friends and family. She's just a violent person. Yeah. It seems that way. Yeah. She hit her friend, Rachel, whatever. Oh, dude, it's so fucking, it's so unbelievable. This whole thing it's so unbelievable. I can't wait until she's cross-examined. Hopefully next week sometime. Divorce settlements are written into it. Johnny Depp role of his life over his 5. Well, I think it's the role of her life, chick. She's really putting it on. I mean, her acting skills, but they're just not good. It's like MGL level acting. It's not good acting at all. It's very obvious acting. A good actor, that's the whole thing. A good actor is, you can't tell that they're acting. You know what I'm saying? She's not a good actor. That's the whole point, is that like she's not acting good. It's not good acting. It's not believable acting. It's very obviously acting. And like a good actress or actor, it shouldn't be so obvious. I hope they bring up how she was arresting for hitting her ex-wife. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's been brought into evidence. She beat the shit out of her sister. NJD, I see a pattern. Yeah, I do too. Amber Arias. That's for sure, Badger. What's up, Badger? Long time no see. She hit her mom too. I have to respect Badger. Badger. I wish more people could be like you because you go in my chat and you go in Laura's chat and you totally can separate and just like come in here and be cool, go in there and be cool, and you don't have like personal feelings involved in anything between us. And I respect that because I wish the rest of the people that go in her chats could do that. That's still, I know they still watch me, so it's like, why not just come in here and just act like normal, like a normal person? Like it's not your fight. He stated that even if Disney were to give him 300 Ed alpacas to come back and play Captain Jack Sparrow, he would say no. I don't blame him. I don't. Even when my late one got married, I was still like, wow, you're going to sign that $5,000 per year of marriage. Positivity is key. I agree with you, Badger. I mean, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to come in here. I understand if I'm talking about, that specific topic, you might not want to be in here, but, when we're just bullshitting about everyday life things or something else, there's no reason why people can't just come in here and participate in the conversation. I don't know. I feel like I'm just getting, like, I'm so over this fucking sides bullshit. I don't know. I'm just over it. I'm fucking over it. It's been fucking 4 years. Whatever. It is what it is. Tease, what's tease? Oh my god, I was looking for this thing the other day. I gotta do some stuff around here. Yeah, Capone comes in here and always just starts a fight. Badger doesn't talk shit at either place and is welcome everywhere. I don't know that life. I mean, I appreciate that he doesn't though, and I wish I was capable. I'm here to drag Amber Arias. Yeah, she's a fucking total shitbag. I just can't wait until she's cross-examined. I think it's going to be the show of all shows. She's not going to be able to hold her composure at times, and I hope they really fucking hammer the shit out of her. And we know her attorney is going to be objecting like crazy. Her attorney is really dumb. I mean, she's like just putting on this fucking front that she just doesn't even understand how evidence works or anything or hearsay. It's just like, how? How is this possible? Anywho, Johnny can play guitar fine with Hollywood vampires 4 months after the finger, aka the bird. Well, I'm sure it healed at some point, right? Be more like Badger. That's what she left with too. I was getting $2,800 a month child support, 25% of his year-end bonus. Damn, Pugs. Took him for all he was worth now. Oh, I couldn't even imagine having to deal with all that shit. God bless you people who deal with all that, because I just couldn't even fathom having to deal with fighting with somebody. It's crazy. There's this couple that my husband and I know. When we first started going to hockey, there was this couple that was there with their son, and they just looked like the perfect family. We just like, they were always together, and the whole family. There was a mom, dad, little boy, and a little girl, and they're like all like cute. The kids are, good looking kids. Mom, dad, mom's beautiful, and they just looked like this perfect little family. And then we come to find out they're getting divorced, and I was like, I felt like my head was gonna like pop off my shoulders, because like we always, just looked at them like they're this perfect little family, and like they're going, things got ugly there for a little bit, I guess, between them. And it was just like crazy. I'm like, I can't believe this is like even happening right now. Like they seem so perfect. It's just fucking insane. And I feel so bad, that they're going through that they have to like split the time up, and the kids like It's just so hard. It's so hard. Does Amber doesn't have any children, right? She doesn't have any kids. Only Johnny Depp does. She don't have any kids. I know she doesn't have any with him, but she doesn't have any kids from like previous relationships, right? She called his kids weirdos. Why, Badger? Because she's lying. Because she's lying. And when you're telling the truth, the story stays the same. When you're lying, the story changes all the time because you can't remember, the details, So it's changing because she's lying. And you hear her saying, she's like, I don't remember exactly what happened. I don't remember this. I don't remember that. And then she goes on to like state something. But it's like, I thought you just said you can't remember it. So how are you? So are you just making up something now because you just said you can't remember? You could hear her getting tripped up in her testimony. Like, I'll give Jodi Arias that. At least when she went into her fucking, what was it? What'd they call it? Oh, I can't remember. In court. Because she remembered the whole entire thing. The whole entire events of the day up until the part where she stabbed Travis Alexander and slit his throat. Then all of a sudden she went into her fog. That's what it was called. Her fog. And that was another case where it was stated that she was diagnosed by her expert witness with PTSD because of the abuse she suffered from Travis, right? But yet the way she presented on the stand, she didn't have PTSD because she remembered in great detail every single thing that happened up until that point. And then she claims the next thing she knew, she just woke up and there was blood dripping. And she didn't remember stabbing him or any of that. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That is not how PTSD works, And that really, really, really fucked her up on the stand and with the jury because she just totally blanked out, supposedly, and entered the fog, as they called it. And I feel like Amber, it's like very similar, But I have to give her credit for at least sticking with that. She said she didn't remember and she stuck with it the whole time. Amber's not really consistent like that. Who used a surrogate? How come I don't see Christy? Oh, there. She adopted a baby about a year ago. Oh, God. That's scary. That's a fucking scary thought. Just adopted a baby? With who? She did win her fertilized eggs by him in court. Wait, what? She has a 1-year-old daughter. People think the baby is Elon's. Oh my God, dude. That's fucking weird. Johnny Depp is worth $800 million with a private island and children born in France. Baby has a strange name pronounced Una. I don't even know what the hell. She used a surrogate. Who's the sperm donor then? She rehearsed her lines and is treating all like an acting role. Yeah, 100%. I read that Elon Musk created embryos with her and wanted them destroyed. I don't blame him if that's the case. I don't blame him one bit. He's a big dude, huh? That fucking video in the elevator, I'm like, damn, how tall is he? Like 6'5"? He's huge. I think, oh my God. Yeah, you see, wow. That's another thing that these people like to do, like these cluster B, narcissists, borderlines, whatever. They like to entrap people into relationships with them like that, like whether it's by pregnancy or, obviously like a marriage commitment to get what they want, I really do feel like she used Johnny Depp for his money and fame. The way she describes even the beginning of their relationship, to me, it sounds like she really had no fucking attraction to this man. Even though she's like, he was the love of my life. I just wanted him to come back. I just wanted him to come back. Ugh, so nauseating. I just like the whole time I was listening yesterday, I just kept saying like, I'm like, this girl's so full of shit. She's so full of shit. Give me a break. Give me a break. That didn't happen. I'm like sitting here talking to myself the whole time listening to it. I'm like, stop it. Just stop it. That did not happen. You're lying. She's full of shit. She's such a fucking liar, dude. Sure hope she's a good mother. Soon as I heard she had a baby, all I could think was mommy dearest. Yeah, right? Chick, you're killing me, chick, with your your conspiracies. I didn't watch the Met Gala things. Yeah, he's a little weird, Beefergs. He definitely is. Hollywood elites hate us regular people. She tried to get JD back 2 years later. I don't get much into conspiracies, chick. I just don't. I feel like the truth is usually somewhere in the middle. You got to remember when you're looking into those conspiracies that just the same thing we have to remember for everything else. Just because it's on the internet doesn't make it true. you know, I'll agree. Some of them sound compelling and they're interesting, but more often than not, it's on the internet. Take it with a grain of salt. You don't know if it's true or not. And usually the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Some of these things I hear, they're just way too over the top to be true. And I hear a lot of them. My cousin's into some of them, and she tells me, and I'm like, girl, that don't sound right. Sounds a little too far fetched. You know, that's why, like, I'm always in the middle. I feel like people always go to such extremes, either too far left or too far right. Like, usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think it's dangerous for one person to be that rich and powerful. It is. Who has Asperger's? Elon? I believe it is possible because he has several children already with different women. Yes, he does. I get weird alien vibe from Elon. Hey, you never know. He might be an alien. Maybe that's why he's so obsessed with space and going to Mars. He probably has a scaly back. Ugh. I don't find him attractive whatsoever, though. I'm like, ugh. Like, you can't tell me she wasn't with him for money. Mock trials are not illegal. Mock trials are not illegal in the U.S., but okay. What do you mean, chick? There's definitely a lot of crazy shit that goes down in Hollywood, but I don't believe every actor is involved. Me neither. Yeah. Do I believe there's like some weird, fucking eyes wide open type shit going on? Maybe. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's dark, there's darkness everywhere in every aspect. You want to hear something so weird? You guys know that part of the evidence, right, that was entered into the court was a text that he had sent about her, that he was in this store and he found a book called Disco Bloodbath, right? And I feel like that was kind of familiar. Well, last night, sure enough, I'm sitting here and like A&E, let me go. First of all, props to the A&E channel, okay? Because they put like a lot of free, fucking totally free full episodes on their channel on here on YouTube. And I got to give props to them. Um, I fucking am addicted. I told you guys this with the show called I Survived. They just released a new one. Like, I literally clicked that shit within 2 seconds. The one I watched last night was so fucked up. But before I get into that, this one was this other show called American Justice. Um, I watched the full episode last night. It popped up under one of the videos that I was watching on A&E. And all of a sudden, I'm watching and I'm like, wait a second. The guy in the fucking thing, it says his name and it says author of Disco Bloodbath. And I'm like, oh my God, I am literally watching a fucking show about this right now. The whole thing was about Disco Bloodbath, and it's a really fucked up story. There was this guy, he moved from I don't know where to New York City to be part of the club scene. Cause like, I don't know if people out of state are very familiar with it, but like back in the 90s, there was like the rave kind of club scene that was huge in New York City. They had the Limelight and all these other places. I've never been to them. They had the Tunnel, the Limelight, and all these other places. And so there was this group of party promoters that would dress up, and they would, have like these parties at Limelight and all these different clubs around Manhattan, right? And they started getting paid, and they were making big money. And this one guy named Michael something, he got really heavy into the drugs. He was like, I mean, they were taking ecstasy and all sorts of crazy shit, right? So um anyway, they kind of formed this little group of promoters, and they would go from club to club, and they became like really famous in the city, in the club scene. And there was this one guy, his name was Angelo, I think. I forget his name. Or Angel. I forget exactly what his name was. He was kind of like a outsider, but wanted to be part of their little group. And they let him in the little group because he was the one who brought all the drugs with him. And so there was this one night, they were all high, and they started taking advantage of him. They started like, he was really spotting them a lot of drugs, and they were basically just taking drugs from him and not even paying him for the drugs. Meanwhile, they were making $2,000 a week or some shit just to go out and party, because they were promoters. And so this one night, I guess he finally spoke up, and he said something about, them taking the drugs from him and that they owed him all this money. And the one guy that this story was about takes a fucking hammer and just smashes them in the head. It's so fucked up. And then they were all like really fucked up on drugs. They were on heroin and all sorts of shit. The guy became like a really bad heroin addict. And so he smashed the guy in the head with the hammer, and they end up killing him. And then since they're all fucked up and high and on drugs, they don't know what to do with his body. So they take his body and they put it in the bathtub, and they just pour ice on him. And then they start worrying that it's going to start smelling, right? So they open his mouth. This is so fucked up. They open his mouth and they pour Drano down his mouth and duct taped his mouth closed and hoped for the best, that his body wouldn't start smelling. But a couple of days later, they kept going back and putting more ice on his body. And then a couple of days later, like, there's nothing you could do. The smell started smelling. So what they did, and I don't know how the fuck they did this. Yes, Michael Alley, that's the name. Yeah, Monster, the movie Monster with Macaulay Culkin is about this story. So they take his body, and the guy Michael gets really fucked up high, and he chops his legs off, and they wrap his legs up in a bag, and I forget where they put his legs, but then they took his body, they put it in a cardboard box, took it down the elevator, get into a cab. Now this is the part that I'm like, how the fuck did nobody smell this? I guess they wrapped his body up good. Who knows? I mean, if you've ever been in Manhattan, it smells like assholes anyway. So maybe, I don't know. Manhattan in the summer, in August, stinks. It's disgusting. If your nose goes on a sensory adventure through Manhattan when you're in the summertime, because like first you smelling like the nuts that they cook on the streets, the roasted nuts, and they smell good, and then like 2 seconds later it smells like a fucking body decomposing. Like it just smells like garbage, fish. Ugh, it's horrible. But anyway, they get into the cab and they go to the Hudson River, and they throw the box over into the Hudson River, but it doesn't sink. It's like floating. And so they continue on for a pretty long time afterwards. I don't remember the period of time, but like this guy started bragging to people that he killed this other guy. But like nobody believed him, even though he was telling the truth. He told the story and nobody believed it. They thought he was just like making things up, but it ended up being true. And he eventually ends up, I think, confessing to it. He got like, there was something else going on. One of the guy that owned the Limelight got arrested, and they were going to make this guy Angel a witness. I'm not Angel, Michael, a witness. And then he ends up confessing to the murder at some point in time. And he gets, sensory overload. You know what I'm talking about, Winky. And he gets, he's in jail, but he's going to be out at like some point in time. Or maybe he is out already. I don't even know. But it's just a crazy story. It was a crazy story. And I'm like, I cannot believe that this just showed up in my thing because I had never heard of it up until this point in time, until the Johnny Depp trial, Disco Bloodbath. And I'm like, what the hell is that? I thought it was like a band or something. I don't know. Like, but no, it was this story about this guy that killed another guy and threw his body in the river, the Hudson River. Chopped him up and threw him in the river. It really is. When I watch this show, I survived. I would say there's all different types of stories. There's people who fell off mountains and got attacked by grizzly bears. And one story was about a girl that got attacked by a mountain lion while she was riding her bike. And there's all sorts of stories. One guy got caught in the snow, driving, got caught in like the worst blizzard, and he survived like, I don't know, like 9 days in his car with like no water. It was just, there's been so many stories, but the majority of the stories on there, and like when you really sit and think about it, it's just so fucked up. The majority of the stories on there are about people attacking other people. It's like when you hear one of the animal stories, as horrifying as it is, it makes sense because it's an animal and an animal doesn't know any better. They attack people and it's instinct. They're running purely on instinct. There's no conscience there to feel bad, because animals just aren't capable of that. But to hear these people that do these fucking, like last night, the one I watched, the newest episode, so fucked up. This girl was 7 months pregnant with 2 babies. She had twins, and her story just didn't make sense. And I don't think it was her fault that it didn't make sense. I think it was just that they edited out probably a lot of the parts of the story that would make it make sense. But she, went to Lamaze class one night, and she comes home and she goes to bed. And the next thing she knows, she wakes up in the middle of the night and there's these 2 guys in her apartment standing over her and with a knife to her throat. And I don't know. See, that's the part of the story where they leave things out. Like, I don't know if she was married. They don't mention any, husband or boyfriend or anything. So, I don't know if she was living alone, whatever. So they bring her out of the house and they go down into the apartment downstairs from her. And at first she's like, I'm not going in that apartment. There's a woman living there. And then as the time goes on, she realizes that the guys that are kidnapping her, one of them is this woman's son that lives downstairs from her in this apartment building. And so they drag her into the woman's apartment and they essay her like pretty brutally. And then after that, they drag her into the car and they drive her out to the woods and they do it again. And then they cut her throat open. The one guy cuts her throat open and then they just leave her there. She pretends that she's dead. Well, and then they took her truck and they drove off. Well, after, she got up after they left and she went and found help and they rescued her, thankfully, and her babies were fine. And it's just, they found the guys that they were, that did it to her. They were driving her truck. And the fucked up part is like, they were stalking her for months. And I'm like, what was the motivation for doing this though? Like, how do you do that to a very obviously pregnant woman? I mean, at 6 months, you're showing, at 6, 7 months, you're showing. And especially if you have twins, if you have twins, you look even double pregnant. Like you look like you're, way more pregnant than you would when you just have one baby. I mean, I remember when my sister was pregnant with her twins, she looked like she had 2 full-grown babies. Like she was huge. Her stomach was like pointing down. It was crazy. It was huge. Like, and it's like, what would be the motivation for these 2 men to do this to this woman? Like, it's just like, I can't fucking make sense of it. I just can't. It's so horrifying. Then they usually tell 1 or 2 stories. I mean, 2 or 3 stories at the same time. So there was this other guy telling a totally separate story about this guy that got fired from the job. It was some trucking company or delivery company or something like that. And they're in the warehouse and the guy gets fired. And the next day they're all getting, just getting into work in the morning. And the guy comes in and he starts shooting at people, right? And he shoots right away, shoots and kills the one guy. And then he shoots the lady. No, the woman. There was two guys and a woman. The woman runs away and hides somewhere in the building. And then the one guy is left with him. So he shoots him 3 times. Once through the neck or the chest or something. One went through his shoulder. And I think one went through his arm. And so the guy just laid there and played dead. So he left him alone, you know? And he goes and he finds the woman and he beats the woman with a chair to death with one of those fold up metal chairs. And the other guy was like dead right off the bat. And it's like, why? Like, these aren't the people that fired you. They were friends with him. They were coworkers with him. Hey, Clara. And it's like, what the fuck? Like you just, why is that the solution to your problem, is to come back and take your anger out on these innocent people that you were friends with? You know, I just can't wrap my fucking head around this shit. It's so fucked up. But the scariest one I watched was on last night. This is like my worst nightmare. Okay. Not that the other things aren't horrible and horrifying. This is seriously my worst nightmare. They got in a plane, and now it doesn't really make much sense. There was a blizzard going on, and they were taken off at somewhere, I think in Maryland. And the plane is covered in ice, and the pilot forgets to turn on this, I don't know, feature on the plane that has something to do with the ice. I guess they put on when there's snow and ice on the plane. So the guy doesn't turn on. They go to take off, and like the guy that's telling the story, he was a former military, and he's saying that he could feel that the plane was not getting enough traction on the runway to actually be able to like take off and fly. So he could just feel that something wasn't right. So the plane starts taking off, and it gets off the ground, but not enough to like accelerate like higher to a higher altitude. And so it just kind of starts coming back down, and they're right over the Potomac River in Maryland, and there's a bridge, right? And they see the bridge, and the Potomac River at this point is frozen solid. And next thing you know, they crash right into the bridge. The plane like breaks in half, and they're in like the middle of the plane, and so they start sinking down immediately into the frozen water. I mean, they crash through the ice. And they're down now in the bottom of the Potomac River, which isn't all that deep, but, you know, it's sunk. And so he grabs his wife, and then he grabs this other lady, and they swim back up to the surface. And they see the tail end of the plane. The guy knew that when planes crash, typically the tail portion will break off and float. So he knew to go to the tail of the plane. So he swims with his wife, and then this other woman comes up to him and grabs him. He was wearing like a necktie, and she grabs the necktie and she's like, "Find my baby." And he couldn't. I mean, they're frozen. They're in fucking solid frozen water. There's a blizzard going on, and it's fucking, dude, like that's like my worst nightmare is that. I would just kill me. Just kill me if I'm in the plane crash, please. I would never want to be plane crashed into the fucking water. Like, that's like, holy shit. So anyway, the rescue team and all the cars start coming up, and they're on the bridge, but nobody could do anything to help them because it's frozen water. The water was like 34 degrees, you know, so nobody could like really do anything to get to them. And so all the fire rescue, there's like hundreds of people standing there watching these people trying to, you know, hang on for life, you know, near the tail of the plane. Finally, a helicopter ends up coming, which he didn't think was going to happen because it was snowing and windy and all this shit. But the helicopter comes, and they actually, this is like one of the few times in the show that you get to see actual footage of like what's going on. So the guy the helicopter comes flying down, grabs one of the stewardesses. She actually survives. So you see them grab her, and they bring her off to the side. And then it's just him and the two ladies. That there was like 4 survivors out of this whole entire plane, and he was one of them. And he has the two, you know, his wife and then this other woman on his arm. And the other woman, you can see in the video, she's in complete shock. She lost her baby. She has no idea where her baby is. I was like crying as I'm watching this because I'm just like, I can't even fucking imagine any of this. Like, This is real life. This isn't a movie. This really fucking happened. Like, and I just can't even imagine just being in this situation. And anyway, they go to grab him, and the two ladies just like fall off back into the water. So they rescue him. He has like broken legs, broken arms. I mean, he's a fucking mess. As they're pulling him out of the water, the river was like frozen 6 to 8 inches. So like the big block of ice smashes into his chest and like breaks all of his ribs. And they pull him out of the water. And then they go back to get the lady who lost her baby, and she's like so weak at this point in time that she can't grab onto the tube. So this guy just dives into the fucking freezing cold water, and they he gets her hooked on there. He grabs her, and they saved her. And then the wife was still in the water at this point. And so the helicopter, she couldn't grab the thing either. I mean, they were in the water for well over 20 minutes. And normally by that point, hypothermia takes over and you're done. And anyway, they grab her, the helicopter, in the middle of this fucking blizzard. It's crazy. Like, goes down as low as it can to the water, to the point where the little, I don't know what you call them. You know, there's like the metal part at the bottom that they land on. Like, those things are touching the surface of the water. And it's like right next to this bridge. It's like so scary. And the guy comes out of the helicopter, pulls her up onto it, and they fly away, fly her off. And it's just fucking insane. Like, just watching this live, well, not live, but, watching it on TV, because you usually don't get to see video footage like that on this show. But it's just like, could you imagine that mom? Like, out of the whole thing, I felt so bad for the mom. Like, 1 second you're on a fucking plane with your baby, and the next second your baby's gone. She has no idea where she is, or he. I don't know if it was a he or she. Like, I was just like, oh my God, I was so upset watching this for that woman. I just can't even imagine what that woman had to deal with after that. So fucking crazy. Just crazy. I wouldn't even want to be alive. I think I would have just laid there and been like, don't even rescue me. Like, just leave me here. I don't know. I just can't even fucking imagine. It's a really good show though, because honestly, it's you hear these people's stories just from their perspective, and like, I don't know. It's just interesting to hear these stories, but it's also really terrifying to know that there's fucking people that are so fucking evil in this world. I mean, just so evil and capable of such horrible things. And it's just like, what the fuck? It's so hard to make sense of it. With twins at 4.5 to 5 months, you're showing. Yeah, easily. Last night a DJ saved my life. Best music back in the day. Why does that sound familiar? I can't think of what that is. But it's a it's it's a good show. I suggest, I don't know if it's available to everybody. I have premium, so I'm not sure if you don't have premium, which I'm ready to put the glare on my premium thing. He's always got the commercials whenever he's streaming, and I'm like, oh, I hate commercials. But yeah, it's a good show. I'm pretty sure it's available to everybody. But check it out. It's definitely, if you're like into those kinds of things, check it out, because it's a good show. It's just so hard to believe what other humans are capable of, like the evil. It's just really like fucks my head up when I watch this shit. Like, there was one story about this mom who came home from work. She was like a nurse or something, and she went to go get in her car, and she looks in her rearview mirror, and there's a guy standing there, and she thought he was joking around at first, and then like it turns into this whole horror story. I legit was like afraid to get into my fucking car for like a month. I would like drive, because I have my rearview mirror is not real. It's like it's a screen. So instead of, you know, I can't see the inside of my car. I have to flip it. So I can't see what's like in the back of my car or my back seat. I could only see what's outside behind me, because it's a camera. The picture is coming from a camera. So I'm like, oh, I'm like freaked out. And I kept like getting in my car and like flipping my mirror so I could see like the back seat. And like, I drive in a SUV. So like there's that whole back area where storage shit. And I'm like, somebody could very easily hide back there. And I was like so paranoid from the show. I was like, I gotta stop because I like binge watched it when I first found it. So I was like getting paranoid. I'm like, I've never had a show really make me this fucking paranoid. I think that's why crime is such a popular genre. People feel like they need to understand, but never will. That's what it is, Claire. It's just like so like you can't understand it. I just can't understand this shit. Like I'm like I don't like I'll never understand why the solution is killing somebody, to any problem unless you're being attacked and you're defending yourself. I mean, it's the only circumstance where it makes sense to me. But like these people that just go and like randomly attack strangers and lure people into cars, like there's been stories of people that picked up hitchhikers and this one lady picked up a 14-year-old at a gas station and that turned into a nightmare. I mean, moral of the story that I'm learning from this show, which I would never do anyway, is like don't pick strangers up. Don't give strangers rides, because a lot of the stories stem from somebody trying to help somebody and it turns into a horror story. you know a lot of them were hitchhikers, people that hitchhiked and got into cars with strangers that they didn't know, and those turned into horror stories. And then there's just horror stories of just random attacks that like just don't make sense, like break-ins, people breaking into somebody's house and just taking hostage. I mean, it's just fucking it is. It's so hard to understand because you're like, why? Just why? How could you be that evil and like do that to somebody? A stranger who did nothing to you. It can make you can make a little sense out of it when it's like a scorned lover story, or I mean, it doesn't make sense, but at least you can understand, okay, there's feelings there, and maybe this person felt wrong. Like that story that just happened with the mom that was found in a hockey bag here in New York. Like, does it make sense? No. But like, all right, they were in a relationship. She was cheating on her husband. She broke the relationship off, and this guy went fucking nuts. By the way, that guy had a YouTube channel. So I checked it out the other day. He doesn't have a channel where he doesn't do videos, but he has a channel where he, has all these playlists. And he has this one playlist, and it's just crazy. It's all like advice about women, you know, and it's like how to date a Hungarian woman, how to impress women with whatever, and I was like looking through his playlist, and it's creepy, man. Very creepy. He was obsessed with this woman, and you could tell by the playlist that he had on here. Very scary. Or if you're organized crime, witnesses are historically inconvenient. Well, yeah, see, that makes sense. But it's like some of this shit I just like cannot make sense of. Like I'm like, why would you just like pick a random stranger and fuck with them, stab them, shoot them? Like, just why? I don't get it. I think that's also why a lot of us are drawn to the missing kids stories, because we have kids and that's the worst thing imaginable, and you just hope there's a good ending somehow. I know that story that just happened with the little girl and her cousin, that's just like fucking heartbreaking. The cousin that killed her, that little girl was so cute. Oh, it's just horrible. The little kid stories really get to me, and I really try to like stay away from them because it just like really deeply bothers me. But it's also like you're saying, like you feel almost compelled to watch because it makes you more protective of your own kid. Like, Summer Wells, how long are we going on that this poor girl hasn't been found? It's just so sad. Where is she? How does a little girl just vanish into thin air like that? And it's just so disgusting that all these fucking people are still hashtagging her name in titles, and they're not even discussing the case sometimes at all. And it's like, they're not even, it's so far gone at this point that it's not even about this missing little girl anymore. It seems that nobody even fucking cares about her. 1 year in the middle of June. Wow. Like, how does a little girl just fucking vanish like that? You know, like, I don't want to make a judgment, but the story is very strange how she disappeared. But there's so many possibilities at the same time. You know, there's so many possibilities. The mom could have done something. The dad could have done something. The neighbor could have done something. A stranger could have been there. Like, you just don't know. You just don't know what happened. She could still be alive somewhere. It's just like a JC Dugard story. Like, but it's just so sad. Yeah, the Summer Wells community is completely imploding. Once I mean, not that I was ever involved in that community, but I just completely tapped out. It's like too much at this point. Too much. They've made it into a circus. It's not even about her or even the parents anymore. Now it's more about slamming the other people that are covering the story. And it's just like, I don't care. Like, this Ernie guy, I have no idea who he is. Every fucking day I log on to YouTube and all I see is Ernie Shell. And who's the other guy that they keep talking about? Some other guy. And I'm just like, I'm done. I don't care about these fucking idiots. It's just more vultures. And I don't care to give them any attention. I don't want to give any more vultures attention. I won't even discuss it until there's an update. Yeah, exactly. And I respect you. Dude, Clara, my mind was fucking blown the other night with Kay. Not that, listen, I was friends with Kay, and Kay never personally did anything to me except that one time where she made me cry. And I was trying to tell you in the chat too, Clara. So that whole Netflix thing, that argument that got into the Netflix video was her and Laura on my panel. And that was the night that I cried. That was the same night. She came on my panel, and I don't even think I've ever told the truth about the whole full story about this. But she came on my panel, and before she even got on my panel that night, I was aware that she was drinking. And she sounded, because we talked before she got on the panel that night. And when I was talking to her, I could tell that she was a little buzzed. But I figured in my head that maybe she was trying to just calm her nerves, because she wasn't very well liked at that point. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of people out there after her because of her coverage of the Watts case. So, I'm not thinking anything of it, but I knew bringing her up was going to be, controversial because of that, but our plan that night was to not even discuss the Wells case at all. She asked me if she could come up on my panel and just have a normal conversation about life. I guess she kind of wanted people to get to know her, because at that time she didn't have a following. She was just starting out. I helped her start her YouTube channel. I gave her tons of advice, and she asked me a lot of questions about YouTube, and I really helped her get her YouTube channel started because I met Kay on Facebook. I met her through the Chris Watts group, and I listened to Murder Rap Sash, and I actually really liked it. And so I liked it just because they opened up the discussion, to I don't know. I just hate when people follow criminal cases and they just automatically condemn somebody before there's any evidence, just like they're doing in the Summer Wells case, and it's and they're just there's no other possibilities. You know what I'm saying? They just get so laser focused on their hatred towards that one person, and that's it. And they don't want to have any other kind of discussions about anything else. So I appreciated that Kay's group allowed those discussions to happen, discussions about their marriage and, what could have happened between them two. And was there a mistress? Because at that point we didn't know, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, whatever. That's totally irrelevant to the story, and I'm not really even sure why I'm telling you this. We're talking about the live. So she was supposed to come up on my panel that night, and she was supposed to we were just supposed to have a normal conversation about everything but the Wells, case. But of course, or at least that's the way she made it seem. Looking back now, maybe that's not what she wanted. I don't know. But she came up, and I could tell she was drinking, and I could tell she was getting a little sloppy, I guess. and I wasn't. So like, you know how it is. When you're like the sober one and you're drinking, and somebody else is drinking, it's a lot more obvious to you. As if I was drinking with her, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. But like, I'm sober, and I could tell. I could just tell in her voice that she's drinking, and you could hear the glass, So I'm like, all right, she's getting a little crazy, And I at this point had a little. I had my following a little bit, small following, but I had a following, and so there was a lot of people. Her and they were coming in my chat, and one of the first people that came in there was Gray Hughes, and he had said something to her, and she started getting really shitty with him. And I'm friends with Gray Hughes. Like, I've known Gray Hughes way longer than a lot of other people on here. I was one of Gray Hughes's first, like, probably 1,000 subscribers. When I knew Gray Hughes way, 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 way back in the day. Like, when he started doing the Jodi Arias trial, that's when I started following Gray Hughes. And him and I spoke. We used to fight with each other in comments, but we were always very respectful towards each other, And so I always liked Gray Hughes. And she comes in and she's like fighting with Gray Hughes. And I'm like, oh, this is great. Like she's like getting really snarky with him, and just like it turned into a total shit show. Then after Gray Hughes and her get an argument, I don't remember if he came up on panel. I forget exactly what happened, but either way, he leaves, right? And I feel terrible now because I'm like, I hope Gray Hughes isn't like upset, but he's a pretty tough dude. I don't think he's gonna be that upset, And then after he leaves, Laura takes that fucking, of course, because she's a fucking opportunist. Laura jumps up on my panel, and I was so fucking mad at her. Her and Kay get into this fucking ridiculous fight. It was the stupidest thing because Kay's drunk now at this point, I could tell, and she's just saying stupid shit. She's just inflaming. You know what I'm saying? You know how she is, Clara. Like, you know how inflammatory she could be. Where, like, when she gets backed up to the wall, she just starts saying this, like, off the wall inflammatory shit to piss people off. And that's what was going on. Laura was just yelling and screaming, and Kay was being Kay, calm and cool and collected, but inflammatory. So that ends. Laura gets off the panel, and then I'm trying to calm everything down. Now, mind you, this is like really the first time I had like a panel like this. I had other lives where people came on my panel, but it was always just like cool, calm, rational discussions. This is the first time I have people fighting on my panel ever. Okay. So it's like, I'm like freaking out, and then all of a sudden, this girl Dana comes into my chat, and that's where shit just took a fucking major fucking turn to the left, dude. I mean, she comes in and she starts talking shit to Kay in my chat, and Kay and her are going back and forth, and I could tell as the night's wearing on, Kay is getting more and more drunk, and now she's like totally lost her inhibitions, so she's like really fucking being an asshole, and they're fighting with each other, and I am like, this is so out of control. Like, this is a total shit show, and this isn't what it was meant to be. And I felt so awkward because, mind you, I'm still kind of new to all these people too. So like, I just didn't know what to do. I'm trying to be respectful of my guest that's on the panel, but there's other people. I respect Gray Hughes. I respected Laura at the time. We were friends, and it was just like crazy. It was fucking chaos, And anyway, I end the live at this certain point in time. She gets in this huge fight with this girl Dana on my panel, who, like, I don't know why she let this girl bother her so much, right? This is where I got pissed and I got upset. The live ends, and she fucking, I don't remember how we spoke. I don't know if she called me or we were on instant messenger or she wrote to me. I forget exactly how she got in touch with me, but she fucking went off on me and was like, how could you let all these people attack me? And da 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 da, and this is all your fault. And I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking, yo, dude, like, I was trying, if you go back to live, I'm trying to calm all this shit down and I'm trying to stop it from happening. But it just got to a certain point where, like, she was being so antagonistic with people. Like, she very well could have just blocked those people and just not had a conversation with them and fought with them. But she was, to me, it seemed like she wanted to fight with the people. And like, now knowing her, and knowing her personality, that's her. You know, she likes debating and arguing with people. And so, like, I couldn't believe that she got off and was like mad at me and yelled at me and like fucking blamed me for her fighting with people. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, girl, you were drunk. Like, and I'm thinking in my head, like, you might realize this tomorrow, but like, you're going to be sorry that you said this. I got really upset because I had never really had anybody talk to me like that, number one. And number two, like, I know I didn't do anything, you know? And I just like, it was just a shit show. And I just got out of control and I got really upset. And it's the first time I ever cried over YouTube. And I believe I went live after that live and I was really upset and you could hear it. Like, I was like, you know, wasn't supposed to turn into that. And I was really upset. I really got like upset. She ended up apologizing to me the next day and everything was fine after that, you know, and I don't have any issues with her personally. Like, she's never done anything to me, but I come to find out, like, I don't know, a year later, I'm watching it live and I see that like she was like a Jodi Arias supporter, you know, and she said all these horrible things about Travis Alexander. And like, I'm not one of those people where I look at these cases so black and white, like this person's all evil and that person's all innocent just because they're a victim. You know, sometimes victims are they're people too, and they make mistakes. And I'm not saying that they deserve what they get, but I'm saying that like, you know, sometimes their action mixed with this terrible person is bad. And I acknowledge that Travis Alexander, you know, he was living a double life. And, you know, but do I think he was abusing Jodi Arias? No. I don't believe her story of abuse whatsoever. Just like I don't believe Amber Heard's, you know? Um, but I've come to find out, you know, she like essentially thought Jodi was like really a victim of Travis and I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of shocking. You know, like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. And you know, like you, I realized like this is her shtick, you know. This is her thing, is to go against the green. Um, then I hear about the Androcchio stuff. I still don't know all the details to that, but again, it's like, why are you always like on the opposite side of the fence? I think she went a little, yes, they are beefers. I think she went a little too far. Like, even with the Watts stuff, like, there was just a certain point in time where I stopped watching her because I was like, this is too much. It's just too much. You're like fucking with the family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Leave the family alone. I don't know. And then all the stuff between her and Jay, it just like got too much. And I just kind of backed away from her lives and I stopped watching her and everything because I was kind of seeing the forest from the trees, if you get what I'm saying, you know? And I just stayed away from her. You know, I still think she's an incredibly intelligent person, but like last night, just listening to all that shit about the Amber Heard stuff, I'm like, is she watching the same fucking thing that we're watching? But I, like you said, like I guess this is her shtick. You know, it's just take the opposing side to engage people into arguments. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Kay masks her victim blaming by showing the human faults that a victim may have. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And listen, you know, it's okay that these people have faults, you know, but it doesn't excuse what happened to them. Like, to hear some of the things that you guys were discussing last night, that she's like blaming this person for what happened to them and that person. And I'm like, what? Like, dude, like, no, it's not that person's fault that these things happen to them, you know? Ugh, it's just terrible. What's her channel even? I don't even know if she was still here. That was news to me. It was kind of funny, Jay busting out her monologues and how they aren't all her creative writing ability. What do you mean, Crazy Gemini? I don't watch either one of them, so to be quite honest with you, like I don't personally care for either one of them. You know, I feel like they both. I feel like with those two, it's like fuck. What's that movie where there's like two basically bad guys fighting against each other? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like I think they're both just as bad as each other. It's just who puts the better show on. I feel like, you know, Kay definitely gives less fucks and maybe lets her real personality show, where Jay kind of tries to hide it, maybe. a little more and act a little more innocent. But all in all, I feel like they're both fucked up mutually. I'm about to say, all right, I respect that. I respect that. I'm sure I could find her if I actually wanted to, but I'm sorry. I think like your disdain for her is really funny. Like, I don't know why I find it really entertaining, but you know, but it's like, I get it too at the same time. I mean, I don't have anything personally against her. And I totally, even when I was friendly with her, like, I understood why people didn't like her. Like, I got it, because she's very abrasive and she's very um opinionated and very controversial, the things that come out of her mouth. But like at the same time, when I was friends with her, I really respected that about her too, because I was like, I respect that she has the balls to say what she's thinking, even though it's not what everybody else is thinking. But at the same time, I there was times where I definitely felt like she took things like way too far. Like, even like, she doesn't have like that filter that the rest of us have. That's like, okay, even if you're thinking it, that doesn't mean you have to say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could think that, but saying it, like, you have to sometimes think to yourself, like, this might offend people. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, so maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe I shouldn't let these words come out of my mouth. But she doesn't have that in her brain. She doesn't have that wall that the rest of us have. J for J is also a moron. Yeah, I mean, listen, my issues, I don't have any issues with Jay per se. I just feel like with the whole thing with Oni, and her being so close to him and SWAT calls being called in, I just find it really hard to believe that she didn't have any knowledge of it. Do I think she was behind it happening? No. But I find it really hard to believe that she knew about other calls that he had made and other things that he had done, but he didn't tell her about that. I find it hard to believe. So I just kind of stay away from her, I guess is the best way I could put it. I wish her the best, but not my cup of tea. I also think she milks the shit out of cases sometimes, like the Brian Laundrie shit. I mean, she milked the fuck out of that case. And the Watts case, like, just she goes a little too far too in her own right. But for some reason, she's like more respected than Kay is. I always wonder if Kay really thinks something or she's just doing it to be argumentative. It's honestly not personal. The fact that she had such a huge following made her dangerous, but now she's such a small channel. Okay, is just funny. I agree. I was in. I was all right. So she had this chat at one time called the Flying Monkey Chat, and I guess like she forgot to take me out of it at a certain point in time. I really didn't go in it because like on Facebook, people can see when you're reading in there. So I never really went into it because I didn't want people to think like I was, going in there and reading it. But like every once in a while, I'd get like a notification or I'd see like something pop up about what the fuck. I didn't even know what was going on in there because I'll just put it like this. None of it was about true crime. Like none of it. It was all drama. It was all, who's this person? Who's that person? Like just a lot of fuckery that I didn't want to be involved in. Mm, Beefers, that is, yeah. I will never forget the first time Jay brought him on her panel during the Watts case. I could tell you a whole story about J for J that you'd be like, okay. I'd be interested to hear that. Um, Beefers, yeah. When I had first seen what's his face, JLR. The first time I had come upon JLR uh, was in the Watts groups. I seen him, and he was a fucking troll, dude. He was the troll of all trolls. He was a he was a troll of all trolls. He was fucking trolling the group. He would say, just like kind of K, she would say all this inflammatory, untrue shit and act like it was credible. And, he was doing all that weird shit where he's going around with Shanann Watts' picture or Chris Watts' picture and pictures of the kids. And I just like, immediately got a creepy vibe from him. I'm like, dude, this guy, he's always in these pictures. Like, one thing that always has bothered me about him is that he stands there with this blank expression on his face, right? And he just, like, it's creepy, man. He just stands there with these pictures and this blank expression on his face. And I just, like, it's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what is the purpose of all this, you know? And I started looking into him, and because I thought he was really weird. He used to put like these really weird posts in this Facebook group. Like, all of a sudden he'd take a picture. I don't know. I remember seeing some picture where there was like all money all over his table, like just fucking weird shit, you know? And I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And I search his name on Google, and like all this shit comes up, you know, about his past, all these lawsuits he's had. And I realized that I'm like, oh, like this whole group, I guess, they're all these trolls that they go around and they get themselves involved in all these various cases and stuff like that. And they start these Facebook groups. And I don't necessarily understand the motivation behind it. You know, like, I don't understand if it's being done for money, or like, to this day, I really don't get what the purpose behind this is. And I'm like, I don't know if it's being done for money or if it's being done for, you know, fame or just to troll. Like, I don't understand, but these people spend an exorbitant amount of time doing this. Like, they run these groups, and it's really fucking just weird to me. You know, I really just don't get the purpose of it. But anyway, so I never liked him, and I always thought he was a fucking troll. And I will never forget when she brings him up on a panel one time as like almost as like a credible person. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? Why is she bringing this asshole up on her panel? And she's trying to give him credibility. And I'm like, no, like, just no. This guy's an asshole. He's a clout chaser. That's 100% what he is, Clara. Like, 100%. The blank expression, creepy as fuck. Giant red flag. Yeah, yeah. Do they make money though? Do they make money off of this? Because like, is clout? Dude, they need to do like a Netflix documentary on this, but at the same time, they don't, because you really don't want to give these assholes more attention. But like, it is fascinating, you know. At the same point, like these Betty Bullhorn people and the JLRs of the world and the Molly Golightly's, like these people who will just do anything for clout, just anything for attention, anything to get their faces seen. And it's just like, I'm sorry, I can't relate. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand going to that level to just be seen by people. Like, why? Just why? I don't understand it, man. And it really is a lot more often than not. It's for attention. It's not even about money. I mean, for some people, I'm sure it is, you know. I mean, I'm sure Betty Bullhorn loves that people are financing her travels. And, you know, this woman probably was never able to travel around the world like that, you know. And it's like, I hate that social media gives her a platform, but she has every right to be here, just like we do, you know, we all do. But it's like, it's just almost like unbelievable. I mean, this woman has convinced herself that what she's doing is a job. Like, she's actually convinced herself that she's making a difference in the world. It's like, dude, I've never once heard anybody say, you know what? Your videos have really helped me, Betty Bullhorn. Or a family come and say, you know, you really helped our case get solved, or you really help the comfort or get the word out, or whatever it is that, you know, she thinks she's accomplishing. And it's like, these fucking narcissistic fucks have somehow convinced themselves that they're actually doing something to help the world. It's like, and there's fucking idiots that sit in the chat and believe them. That's probably the most mind-boggling yet intriguing part to me, because I'm like, why are these people not seeing what I see? You know, like, why is it that half the people right away saw through this woman? When I first heard of Betty Bullhorn, it was when the Brian Laundrie case was going on. You guys know my dear friend Hummingbird Mod on my channel. She was modding for J for Justice. And, you know, she was really into the laundry case at the time. And I was, you know, I was a little concerned about that. But I was like, you know, do your thing, girl. And she was sending me videos, and and right away, I just was uncomfortable with Betty Bullhorn because I'm like, listen, I understand people have intrigue, these stories, you want to see what's going on. And, you know, hey, burnt toast, you know, like, I understand the intrigue. I understand, but like, you're taking it to another level, dude. You're standing outside of these people's house with a fucking bullhorn. You're harassing them. You're not thinking about the press that's there and those people. You're not thinking about the neighbors. You're not thinking about the community. You're not thinking about children. You're sitting there with a fucking megaphone, whatever the fuck it is, screaming at a loud volume nonstop at this fucking house. And like, who the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying? You're nobody. You're not a police officer. You're a fucking nobody. You know? And it just like enraged me because I was like, how do you do that to somebody? Like, at the end of the day, nobody was happy with what, you know, was going on in that situation. But like, those people were exercising their constitutional rights. You know, they're just doing what we all have the right to do. They had no obligation to speak to the press or to explain anything to anybody besides the police, you know, and maybe Gabby's parents, but they didn't owe us anything. You know, we're just a bunch of nosy fucks that want to know what's going on, you know, but like, I just couldn't, like, I can't be down with that. Like, you're fucking harassing people. And not only are you harassing those people, you're harassing everybody else around them. And it's like, what gives you the right to do that? So, and then all of a sudden she came to YouTube. And I'm like, oh boy. Then I saw the real her. Because from that point, I only knew her through that case as the lady standing outside with a bullhorn, you know? And I already hated her. You know, not hated her, but you know what I'm saying? I already disliked her. I was like, oh, she's gross. But then when she came to YouTube and started talking, mm, 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 mm. Betty, you know, and started getting involved in the Summer Wells case. And I'm like, wow, this woman has really convinced herself that she's doing something. She's doing a job. She's, you know, this. I mean, like, look at her setup. Just look at her little setup that she films in front of, you know. She tries to make it look like she's in an actual office, like to the point where she even has a fucking water cooler, you know, like, does she, like, I wonder, like, before she films in the morning, you know, does she stand there like have conversations with herself in front of the water cooler about what she did this weekend? Like, she's got the water cooler, the coffee maker, a printer from like 1985, and like, she's trying to look like she's legit in this little office where like important things are happening, you know. And it's like, you're just a fucking glorified e-bagger, really. That's all you are. You really have these fucking people believing that you're, yeah, they hide behind the First Amendment to harass people in order to chase clout. Exactly. Fuck you, MGL, for birthing BHB. For real. For real. She really did. You know, but it's like, I'm like, oh my God, like this, like these people are buying into this shit. And I feel so bad for them. Like, they're paying for shit and they're buying her stuff and they're donating money to her. And I'm like, this is just some loser who can't get a job, right? She can't get a real job because, you know, Google her name and you'll find out why. You know, she has all this horrible shit attached to her name and she can't get a real job. I mean, you know, not to be an asshole, but like, even if she was employable, where's she going to work? You know, she's not going to get anything successful. So she jumped onto social media, you know, and she's basically e-begging. And I think it's just disgusting because it's like, dude, there's a million fucking ways to make money off of social media, right? There's a million different ways. Start a fucking toy review channel. Start a fucking, I don't know, DIY channel. I mean, I'm not saying she's capable of doing any of these things. We know she's not, but I'm just saying, like, there's other avenues you could take, but you're using this avenue of pretending to care about victims, which I find so fucking disgusting. That's the avenue you chose, was to pretend to be a victim's advocate right? So basically, essentially what she's doing is taking advantage of people at their most vulnerable times, taking advantage of situations where people are in their most vulnerable times in their lives and using that to profit off of. And I just think that's fucking disgusting, because that's essentially what she's doing. Yeah, she can't keep him in because she'll beat him. Her and Amber. I said, I'm like, wow, I'm surprised she didn't glom herself onto that case like MGL did, but for the attention. It's like, I just can never imagine myself doing any of this shit. Like, and I'm like, how do these people get away with this? And then they not only get away with it, they have other people convinced that they're making some type of fucking difference in the world. And it's just mind-blowing to me that people fall for this shit. I remember even when I first started following fucking MGL and just being like, dude, how do people, like, I was so fucking flabbergasted by the fact that people could not see through this woman. I was just like, there's no way. Like, how do you not see the overt narcissism? Like, how do you not see through this woman? It's so, there's no better example of narcissism on the internet than her. It's like, I don't get it. Grifters. That's a good that's a perfect description. Victim vampire, not victim's advocate. Like, I just think it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And then, like, knowing that she'll use, like, these trips and then disguising that to go to these fucking Trump rallies just makes it all the worse. It makes it all the worse, in my opinion. Ugh, it figures. I'm sorry, but, like, listen, I know that there's people in here that support Trump. All power to you. I'm one of those people that I don't really discuss politics, so I don't want to get into a huge debate about politics with anybody. But I will say this. As somebody who doesn't get involved in politics, the people that support Trump, it's not even him himself necessarily, right? When I see the people that support him, the types of people that are his most hardcore supporters, and that I look at them, people like Betty Bullhorn and fucking JLR, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want any fucking part of that. Like, I don't want these fucking people in power. Like, I just don't want anything to do with that. You know what I'm saying? They're not the brightest people, I guess. And I'm not saying that every single person that supports him is like that, because I also know very intelligent people that like him, that voted for him, that supported him. I'm saying the majority of the people that are, like, at his rallies, that are fucking backing him 100%, those types of people, the Betty Bullhorn people, those are the type of people that just make me want to stay away from that whole situation. It's not a good look. It's all the idiots. Trump is like all of them, but people have lost their minds. I mean, she's just, they're over the top. I mean, there was nothing funnier than seeing fucking JLR get roasted by Jimmy Kimmel. He's like, yeah, the guy with two hats on. I mean, that was just fucking amazing. Just fucking amazing. The psychologist referred to Amber as, what is it? I'm sorry. Dramatic and shallow. That's very true, Jet Setter. Dramatic and shallow. You can see she's very shallow. There's no, not just shallow as in, like, she's doesn't appreciate things in life or whatever, but shallow in her affect and emotions. She's emotionally shallow. She's like, the way she's been painting herself to be this, like, princess victim of, just trying to help. I was just trying to save him is something else, man. Something else. I guess I hit him. I guess. But it was only for this reason. She's always got an excuse for it. The Cheeto Man. Hey, Andy. I might like ICP if it weren't for Juggalos. LOL. Fanatics weird me out. Dude, Juggalos. Clara, yeah, that's just, I can't. I just can't with that shit. Listen, if you have to fucking name your fan base has a name, I'm out. I'm fucking out. You know what I'm saying? I'm out. If you give yourself a name, I'm not part of that. I mean, I like that Trump said fake news 10,000 times. See, how do people believe Amber and Johnny trial? That's how I feel. I don't understand what you're saying, chick. Do you not believe that the trial is real? Like, do you think it's all like a big hoax and distraction away from like, because like I've heard other conspiracy people say things like this to me. Like, they'll be like, oh, that was only done to distract away from X, Y, and Z that's going on. And I'm like, really? But like, why would they have to do that? Like, why would they have to, let's just say, kill people to distract away from like these things? Like, who's actually even paying attention? You know what I'm saying? Who exactly are they distracting? I don't know, man. The whole distraction theory just really, I don't buy it. We'll talk one of the days. I mean, these things do happen in life, you know. Unfortunately, like, you know, people have issues in court cases and, you know, stuff like that. And I mean, at the end of the day, we have to remember that the news is a business, and they're gonna sell what they think we're going to want to watch. And America and celebrity culture is such a huge thing in America. You know, we worship celebrities. I don't know why. I personally don't, but a lot of people worship celebrities in our country. You know, the lifestyle, everything. So to see, you know, to get access and a peek into a celebrity's real life like this is really not something we get to see very often. So it's intriguing, and a lot of people want to watch it. It's just kind of that underground world that we really don't get to be a part of, and that us regular folk don't understand. Why is that so unbelievable? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is that so hard to believe that people are just watching it because they want to, you know, and that it's being televised because it's going to give the channels that are televising it good ratings and bring money in, and they could put ads on TV, and you know what I'm saying? Why isn't that believable? I can never explain on comments. I never said distraction. People do worship, but I know I'm not saying you said distraction. I'm just saying I've heard that a lot from people who like buy into conspiracies, that like when these events happen, like for instance, like the subway shootings or you know, mass shootings in Vegas, you know, they're like, it's a distraction. And it's like, but a distraction from what? You know, I'm not saying you're saying that, so I apologize, but I'm saying like I've heard that a lot. You know, when you're as a rational human being just trying to make sense. Exactly, Claire. It's called supply and demand. You can't put it in any more simple terms than that. You know, like, but I've heard that argument come from conspiracy theorists a lot. That the distraction argument. You know, and I'm like, I just don't. I don't see the point of that. Like like the 9/11 conspiracy theorists. I don't fucking listen, no offense if you buying them, but it fucking enrages me to hear 9/11 conspiracy talk, because it's so fucking far-fetched and bullshit, just ridiculous. I hated Trump. I'm not Trump, Bush. I did not like Bush as a president at all. I did not like that man. But, you know, do I think that he blew up fucking 3,000 people? You know, no, I don't. Because when you really think about it, why? Why would he do that? Like, it doesn't, what's the motive? And that's the one thing that the conspiracy people can never fucking really explain, was what the motive is for him to do that. But, you know, they'll say stupid things like, there was bombs in the building that were exploding before the buildings came down. No, no, there was a plane that was traveling at a very high rate of speed that crashed into a building, okay, that sent fireballs and projectiles that were fucking flaming projectiles all over the place. And that includes inside the building. And in those buildings, there's gas lines, there's all sorts of fucking things. There's janitors' closets with all sorts of fucking chemicals, there's transformers, and those things, due to that backdraft that goes through the fucking building, those things went on fire and exploded. There was no bombs planted in the fucking building. Like, it's just so stupid for people to think that. But people are like, yeah, jet fuel, there's all sorts of shit. But people like think that there was bombs in the building. Like, it's like, no, the building got hit by a fucking plane. That's what happened. You know? I mean, like, I watched this one video. Oh, this was the best one to debunk, man. I got obsessed a little bit in fucking debunking conspiracies, 9/11 conspiracies for a while. And I'm watching this one video, okay? And the guy's like, look, the planes. These people are the fucking craziest to me. Okay, they're on another fucking planet. The CGI plane people, they're like, yeah, the planes aren't even real. They're CGI. I'm like, so you're telling me that now, remember, I live in New York and I've been to Manhattan more times than I could ever possibly count. Okay. You could see, people don't realize how visible, and I have to assume these people didn't come from anywhere near New York because, dude, those buildings, those two buildings are the two most, well, they were the two most visible buildings in Manhattan. And when I say visible, I say that you could see them from Queens, you could see them from Brooklyn, you could see them from Staten Island, you could see them from Jersey. You could see them from, sometimes if you're in the right place, you could actually see them from parts of Nassau County on Long Island. Okay. So you're telling me that not just one or two people, because like there was millions of witnesses to the planes hitting the buildings that day. So you're telling me that tens of millions of witnesses were all in on this hoax, right? And that the planes never really happened, and all these people that had filmed the planes and that personally had seen the planes with their own eyes and saw the buildings on fire and all this shit. You're telling me that all those people were in on this hoax, right? And they didn't know anything. It never got out. There's no whistleblower. Nobody ever, in how many years has it been? 20 years? Nobody's ever blown the whistle on that, right? We've never seen any of these like conspiracy emails or any whatever. I don't know. Like, same thing with the crisis actors, right? Everybody's like, oh, there's crisis actors. How do all these crisis actors get together when there's like hundreds and hundreds of them? How do they all know to show up at the place at the same time? Did they rehearse? Like, what's going on? I need to know. But anyway, this one guy, he's showing this building and he's showing this video and he's like, look, the plane's fake because the wing goes behind this building and it should be in front of this building. Da, 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 da. So I go into Google Maps. I knew exactly where the picture was being taken from because, again, I'm familiar with the city, and I go into Google Maps and I'm like, yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, if you look, all you have to do, just like I did, go to Google Maps and look at it, you could tell that whatever the fuck he was trying to say, he was wrong. And that the buildings here and, whatever. And I'm like, that's all it takes, that's all it takes. But those conspiracy people, they'll be like, they must have changed Google Maps. It's edited. It's Photoshopped, like they'll just go to like the craziest place. Craziest place. It was caught on camera. Everyone wants everything to be more than it is. I know. It's like, but why is it so hard to believe that these guys that hated our country hijacked planes and flew them into buildings? Like, why is that so hard to believe? Like, why do we have to make it into like this whole big thing that like the government was in on it? And I don't know. The one thing I do believe is that they were warned and they probably didn't take the warning as seriously as they should. But other than that, I'm not going to buy into it. It's like the Watts case. Why is it hard to accept that Chris Watts was a pussy who simply tried to manipulate NK for sympathy of having a missing family to trap her and keep her around? Yeah, Clara. Listen, Plunder is like killing me because I like the Plunder channel, but like, I'm like, girl, Just stop. Just stop with the NK shit, please. Just stop. It's it's over, dude. But hold on. It was to catch up with other three-letter channels. Hold on, chick. Oh, well, that's from NBC. They have admitted to using something in the beginning. What do you mean? What were they using? I went down there afterwards only because my dick ex was a New York City cop. Because it was very hard to get down to ground zero. Oh, yeah, it was. You couldn't even. I mean, the LAR double R was fucking shut down for a while after that. You couldn't even drive anywhere near the city. That was the first time in my life the LIE was shut down. I've never in my life heard of the LIE being shut down. It was shut down. You couldn't even get on the LIE unless you were emergency vehicles. Listen, I had never had. I think I had sympathy for Plunder because Molly Golightly had doxed her, and I thought it was really wrong of her to dox her. I mean, obviously, all the woman was doing, to be quite honest with you, she was taking, because this shit always fucks me up, Claire, and I know you're gonna feel me on this, okay? Whenever these crimes happen, it really fucking kills me when I see people go on these fucking vultures, okay? Idiots, go on the victim's Facebook page and start discussing the crime on the Facebook page in the comment section, right? So I felt personally like people were going to Shanann's page and like they, you know, there's nothing that they could do about that. Let me tell you from personal experience, Facebook is dicks about memorialized accounts and other people's accounts once they pass away. They're, in all reality, I mean, they're right, but you, as a family member, have no control over them. None. Zero. Unless somebody appoints you, which I suggest to anybody here, you could actually appoint somebody to take care of your Facebook page after you pass away. And if you're concerned about that kind of shit, then do that. But that's the only way your family will be able to have any say in what happens to your Facebook page, right? So, I felt like her copying the videos off of Shanann's page and putting it on YouTube was, in a sense, better because they were taking it like away from her page, like to me, whereas now a place where her family can go and look and see the pictures of her children. And you know what I'm saying? Like, so I didn't disagree with what she was doing because I felt like people are going to look and anyway, and then I would rather see the discussions not happening directly on top of her page like they were, which they still were happening anyway. But I feel like by duplicating those videos on YouTube, she was kind of getting people off the page and like onto YouTube. Like her family shouldn't have to go and see all this bullshit every time they want to look at a picture of their grandkids. Like it's fucked up. So anyway, then, so because of that, MGL doxes her. I mean, like, I'm not just talking like a dox, like her name, like a full ass fucking dox of her name, her address, everything. Okay. Phone number, the whole 9 yards. And I was like, yo, that is so fucked up because, like, first of all, this woman didn't do anything to you. And mind you, MGL did not like Shanann in the beginning, as we all saw. She used to fucking, make fun of her, call her annoying, doing impressions of her. And then I think when she realized that it was more popular to like Shanann, and advocate for her, she did. And then all of a sudden she gloms onto the family, which I also thought was disgusting because we all know she didn't give a shit about the Ruseks. She was just fucking using them for clout, So, I mean, I did have sympathy for Plunder because of that, I think. And I didn't mind her, but I think now at this point in time, she needs to stop, let Nicole Kessinger move on with her life. I really do think that I have confidence in the CBI, and the Colorado police that if she was involved, they would have arrested her a long time ago. I really just don't think there's any point of continuously picking apart her interrogations and everything, and these, like, I mean, I saw one of her videos the other day and it was like she made some hand gesture while she said Shanann, And like, I'm like, dude, all right, enough. You made a whole video out of a hand gesture that she made while she said Shanann. Come on, dude. Like, just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Like, come on. Leave this woman alone. Let her move on with her life. I'm sure she's regretful and traumatized and all the other shit. And you don't have to like her. You could think that it's horrible what she did, but she's not the only person in the world to ever have an affair with a married man. Just saying. Like, she's not close to the only person. Just happened that she got into a bad situation. But just leave the girl alone. I mean, let her move on with her life. You know, she's not guilty. She's not guilty of anything. You don't have to agree with me, but I just feel like at this point in time, it's like, dude, you got to move on from the Wells case. Move on. It's over. I don't even know how people are still hooked on that case. Like, just move the fuck on. There's got to come a point in time. Me and my bestie went to see Puddle of Mud at Bowery Ballroom and left the night before on Monday. We were like, what the fuck? And they flew out early 7 a.m. that morning. Yeah, man, some crazy shit. Puddle of Mud. I think my brother used to listen to that. Or something like that. It took me a long time to get my son's page memorialized, but I have no say so. Yeah, well, be frank. My mom's page is, I know you probably heard this a million times. Like, my mom's page is like forever memorialized with a picture of my grandfather. She changed it 4 days before she died, or 5 days before she passed away. She changed it because my grandfather's birthday is November 13th, and my mom passed on the 20th, so whatever that is. I suck at math. But she changed it like she did every year. For on his birthday, she would make her profile picture his picture. And so she changed it a few days before because she knew it was his birthday. And fucking I don't know who memorialized it. I still, to this day, that's the fucked up thing. Anybody can memorialize the page as long as they have a copy of the death certificate. And they do nothing to make sure that the page is the death certificate's legit, So yeah, I was pretty upset about that. Because at the very least, nobody told me they were doing it. So whoever did it, I don't know if it was my brother. I assume it was. And the only reason they did it was because I had access to my mom's Facebook page and they wanted to cut that off. So I had my mom's password and everything. And they wanted to cut that off. So they just like did it spitefully and vindictively and then didn't even say anything to me. And my mom's page is now sitting there where there's not even a picture of her on the page to memorialize her. Like, it just, I don't even like thinking about it. I don't go on her Facebook page because I get pissed off. I used to, and now I just like, I just don't, because it just pisses me off. I used to use my son Fred's login to see his page in the beginning. Oh, were you not like friends with him, or? Wait, you couldn't see his page from your page, or you didn't have a page? You don't have Facebook, do you? Yeah, Nana, it's pretty. What happened was I was like, my cousin called me. One of my cousins called me, and she was I could tell she was kind of digging for information. And I told her that I had found all these, messages on my mom's account that she was arguing with one of my aunts. And I was like, just really upset by them, Like, I just didn't understand why my mom was put through all this shit, by her sisters. And so she must have got off the phone with me, ran and told her mom. And the next day, I mean, it could be a coincidence, but it's just a little weird, I had this conversation with her about it, and the next day my mom's page is memorialized. Like, it's like, okay. And like the fact that there's a picture of my grandfather on there, it's like, dude, that like I love my grandfather, but like, it's not his page, it's my mom's page, and her picture should be on there. And I didn't even get a chance to change it. And nobody informed me. And it was just like so fucked up. I was so upset about that because I would have liked to pick a nice picture of her and put that as her profile picture, but they fucking just had to be spiteful. His page was private and we were friends. I didn't have a Facebook at the time. Oh man, beefers, that sucks. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, as a person who lost somebody, like, there, people just don't get it, man. Like, when you lose somebody, all those things, old pictures and those types of things, like their importance becomes so much more. It just becomes so much more important to you, And the fact that somebody would take that away from you is like disgusting. Like, I don't know. It's just, or the fact that you didn't have access to it to just go back and look at, like, what was my son doing in the last days of his life? What were his thoughts on his mind? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I was looking in my mom's messages. I wasn't trying to be like fucking nosy, but I was looking just like what was on her head in the last days of her life. Like, because that's all you have, that's all you fucking have when somebody passes away is their words, and I mean, I looked through hers and mine text messages and, just to like replay like what happened, like what the fuck happened. My buddy was Greg Upchurch. He played with Chris Cordell solo, then joined Puddle of Mud. They had some good. Who is that? I don't know who that is. I've heard of Puddle of Mud, but I don't know any of the other people. Going through my son's page for the first time was amazing. I got to know a different side of him after. That's what I'm saying, like, and those things are everything, those things can be everything. When you lose somebody, whether we like it or not, people's social media is an expression of their personality, you know, things that they're into and their interests and their friends and their sense of humor and like everything's on that page, and it's like when you lose somebody, you lose all that, and it's like nice to be able to go back to somewhere like that and see that. And that's why I'm saying, like, all those people commenting on Shanann's page, that weren't supposed to be on there, bury all that. They buried all that in her page. Now, like, her comments are fucking way down there. You know how it is. They show the most recent comments first. So it's like, if her family wants to go back and just look at, her personality and the things that she was talking about, they can't even do that. It's disgusting. I just, like, I don't get it. I remember this girl, they found a body here a couple of years ago, right literally behind my house. And I went, and I looked up the girl and I found her Facebook page, and I just, like, I couldn't believe it. I'm reading the comments and there was this disgusting fucking asshole. I still don't know why or how the girl died, because, God forbid the news ever fucking update us, like, and let us know that there's not a fucking crazy killer on the loose. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what the follow up to the story was or why she was there or how she got there, but that's News 12 for you. That's Long Island. New York, it's like, all right, on to the next one. We're not gonna fucking follow this story up. They don't follow anything up. But anyway, is as Mongol Rex, who is that? I don't know who that is. Anyway, I look on her Facebook page and there's this fucking horrible, disgusting person saying really horrible fucking things about this girl who was just found dead. And I'm like, where the fuck do people get the nerve to do this? Like, they're calling her a junkie and all this other shit. Meanwhile, she was a beautiful girl, and I still to this day, like I said, don't know how she ended up where she was, but I just couldn't believe somebody would go on her page and do that. Oh my God, beefers. That's like so. Wow. Wow. Time is of the essence, but what if the clock is wrong? That's like this meme that my mom sent to me like a week before she died. She texted it to me and she was just like, I love this, And I was like, I don't know. It was just so sad. It was so sad to read. Like, it was about somebody just kind of being fed up with things and wanting to live their lives for themselves and not for everybody else. And you know what I'm saying? Like, make decisions that make them happy. And it was just so sad. It was so sad to see that, because I'm like, she finally like realized that, and it was like almost too late. Ugh, it just killed me to read that shit. Killed me. Hey, Angel. That's like, ugh, that's just so sad. Ugh, it just breaks my heart. Fuck. That's like heavy shit right there. God. Whew. So, it's just fucked up. What are you up to, Angel? I like that though. Time is of the essence, but what if the clock is wrong? Hmm. Makes you think. Definitely makes you think. Angel, I can't believe I'm live for almost 5 hours. I better end this in a few minutes. Sunflowers, sunflowers. Every time I see sunflowers now, you know who I think of. Psycho fucking woman who used to put the little sunflowers. I'm like, girl, wait, Beefers, Alicia's off YouTube? No. Is she really? When did she say that? I talked to her yesterday. No, she got demonetized again for reusing content. And I'm like, why the fuck did they always go after these smaller channels who like aren't even like my channel? I don't make money on here. Like, I'm not here. My channel's monetized, but I'm not making thousands of dollars a month. I'm making like, I'm lucky if I even fucking pass the $100 threshold on here. Why are they going after these small channels for these stupid fucking that don't even get views? Forget the fucking money. How about the views? I'm not saying Alicia's channel don't get views, but I'm saying like compared to like, all right, if she's replaying something and there's 100 people who are viewing it, rather, versus other people who replay content where there's thousands and hundreds of thousands of people watching it. Why are you going after these fucking little ass channels with this bullshit all the time and taking their monetization away? It's like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, she took her videos down? Oh, all right. Well, no, I didn't talk to her after that. I don't know why she did that. If I had a guess, I could probably guess, but I'm not going to discuss it on here. I just think that she was maybe getting dragged into some things that she didn't want to get dragged into, and she's got personal shit going on, and um doesn't want to be part of it. Possibly. I'm just kind of like I'm kind of dumbfounded by some of the shit I've been hearing, in the last couple of weeks, days, sorry, not weeks, days, about people and the things that they're fucking doing, and it's mind blowing. I hate when she takes Discord down. I gotta kill her. I've talked her off the ledge with that shit so many times, but I didn't talk to her last night. I talked to her during the day yesterday, so that makes me really sad. I don't want her to do that. But no, I mean, at the same time, if she needs a break, I guess, you know what I'm saying? It's not her. It's everybody else. It's fucking everybody else that's dragging her into bullshit that she shouldn't be involved in, just because she doesn't, you know, have a fucking solid side on things. I mean, I kind of feel the same way right now too. All this bullshit. Steph came here. She caused a lot of fucking problems between people that were friends with each other for years. I like people that follow that side. I like people that follow the other side. And it's just really starting to get fucking annoying, to be quite honest with you. Her Discord was one of the ones I would talk in. I know, that's why it bothers me, because I liked her Discord. Well, maybe I'll just have to recreate it and invite those people into one. Maybe we'll have to make one for the same group of people to be in. because I like talking in her Discord too. I feel like it's a more neutral place. You know what I'm saying? It's not, and everybody really just talks about bullshit. You know, like it's not drama filled, I guess. Well, you all have a good day. I have so much to do before the weather gets too hot. I don't have air conditioner. Oh no, dolls. MMC is causing problems in other communities too right now. That doesn't surprise me, Andy. Why does that not surprise me? She's really just it's so problematic, you know? It's another person that like people just get captivated by and they get sucked in, and I think they can't see, you know, what's really going on there. And she really has caused so many fucking problems. But, and it really makes me sad because like I remember even being in like Alicia's Discord, there was people that were all friends and then like split apart, and I was just kind of like shocked like that some people left this group, and I was just like, wow, you guys have been like friends for years, like what the fuck's going on here? And I like all of them, you know, and that makes me so fucking sad. Wait, what? Andy, no, you speak Espanol? Bye, Nana. There's a few in there I would vote out like Survivor type shit. The tribe has spoken. Yeah, well, at this point, I guess so. He's talking about the S one, Pugs. I don't follow her. Like, I have no interest in her. I have no interest in anything having to do with her because, like, somebody like that, I feel like the more attention you give them, they're just gonna like, she thrives on that, whether it's good or bad attention. She's thriving off of it. You know what I'm saying? So the more you fight with her, you're just like feeding into her frenzy. You know, it's like I wouldn't even fucking give. I don't really pay her any attention unless, you know, like that Day on Angels panel, that was totally different, you know. But other than that, like I go right back into fucking who are you talking about? I know, Beefrigs. I'm with you on that. I hate seeing how quickly people dump each other on YouTube. See, like, that's the thing. Like, Beefrigs and I have been friends for years, you know? I can't imagine just, like, all of a sudden one day turning on Beefrigs and being like, well, you like so-and-so. You know what I'm saying? Bye. Like, I can't do that. I would never be able to do that. And there's been times we've disagreed on people or things or situations, but, like, we always come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could still maintain a friendship with that. Like, you didn't care for certain people I was friends with, you know, and but we still maintained a friendship throughout that. And that's what I can't make sense of, because I guess it's because our friendship's actually based on like other things, not really YouTube. I guess that maybe that's why, you know, like our friendship, like, yeah, we met each other talking on YouTube, but our friendship is really, you know, our conversations outside of YouTube, yeah, they're about YouTube, but we've also shared our lives and things we've gone through and our feelings about things. Like, so, you know, it's not just about YouTube drama, I guess. And I just can't imagine being like, well, Beaver, do you like this person? That's it. I'm not talking to you. Oh. I also couldn't imagine a person coming into like our friendship and then me all of a sudden just turning around and being like, all right, I'm going to go with this new person that I barely know, you know, like, and that's it. I mean, honestly, I'm thankful for your friendship that you did stay, you know, friends with me through Tiffany being an asshole towards you, you know, like that shit. I wish looking back, I stuck up for you way more than I did in that situation, you know, I do, because it was so fucking wrong. You didn't do anything. I went into Alicia today, saw nothing there. It was a weird feeling. Ah, that's so sad. Well, you, me, and B Fergs and stuff. We'll discuss, and maybe we could kind of recreate the situation in another place. We'll talk about it. That's really sad because there was a lot of people I like talking. I haven't been in there in a while, but when I do go in there, I like going in there. Chick, I did plant some flowers. I actually did plant some flowers. Pug's hummingbird is I don't know where she is right now. I haven't spoken to her today, but she's good. She's doing great. She's just, she's over the YouTube bullshit, so she's been busy. She's got a lot going on in her life. I wish she would come in here. MMS broke up the RDA. Like totally broke it up, or just like, I know Nat Chloe is not part of their group anymore, but like have any more broken apart, like fucking Tiny Hands. And by the way, fucking weirdo creep, stop tagging me, dude. Don't ever fucking tag me again in a post, okay? That's all I'm gonna say about that. Don't ever fucking tag my name in a post again, you fucking weirdo. Fucking creeper. That guy's always like a day late and a dollar short. You know what I'm saying? Like he finds out things about people because he hears it through other people. And then he's late. He's like so late to the party. He's so late to the game. It's like, dude, you're late. You're like really late for that joke. Like, well, it's not funny anymore. Like, that joke's been so played the fuck out that you're just really late. Yoko of YouTube. Oh my god. Oh, that's so perfect. Perfect. Dude. Oh my god. YouTube. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. I know, Nana. I do too. I forget to tell her when I go live. I gotta text her next time. I'd be like, could you please come in? But I talk to her every day still. I love my hummingbird. My hummingbird. She's been busy. She has some like hobbies and stuff that she's doing. So she's making beautiful things. She's making beautiful things. I'm so proud of her too. She really, she got really into crafting. So she's been making beautiful things. Yoko of fucking YouTube. That is like, that's it. From now on, that's her name. Yoko of YouTube. I have a great meme of that. He's always a day late and a dollar short. He's like, oh, I wonder, I forget exactly what it said, but it was something to the effect of like, oh, I know if makeup mobsters, something with the shower thing. I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, you think I'm bothered by that? Like, you think that bothers me more than it does. You know what I'm saying? That shit happened, first of all, in 2020. And it is what it is. I mean, I know this guy probably hasn't seen a fucking naked woman in like ever, but it's not that big of a fucking deal, dude. You know? It's not that big of a fucking deal, whatever. Like, I'm just one of millions. It doesn't bother me, like, excuse me, the way that you think it does, but don't fucking tag me, dude. I don't want to see you in my fucking mentions. You're gonna send me a meme? Alright, I can't check it because I'm on StreamYards on my phone. I miss Hummingbird's voice and I have to screenshot that. And her saying weak sauce bitch. Me too. Yeah, I was like, dude, you're like so late with that, and like nobody fucking cares, dude. Like he thinks I've never Googled myself, you know? Like he's just so fucking stupid. Or like my husband doesn't know. Dude, I don't even know. That just shows me that this man has no concept of like being in a fucking real relationship with somebody or being married or anything. And he probably never will, because how the fuck do you hide something like that from your partner, like your spouse? Like how the fuck would I hide that from my husband? I would love to know how I could fucking hide that whole situation from him. And why would I? You know, when you're married and you go through shit, that's what your spouse is there for. You know, like they're there to hold you up when shit happens. But he's like so stupid, the guy. Fucking idiot. Whatever. I didn't even want to give him attention. I'm actually sorry that I did. Are you smoking a blunt, Mobs? No. Dude, I haven't smoked a blunt in fucking wow. I don't know. Something just went down my throat the wrong way. We as normal, rational people don't even think about the clip. No, I don't, dude. Like, I don't know. I guess people think it. I see a lot of people trying to like use that, like, and I'm like, it's not that. Like, I don't fucking care. It was an accident. Oh well, you know. I didn't do it on purpose. It was a fucking accident. Like, obviously, is it embarrassing? Yeah, it definitely is embarrassing. I'd have to say, that's probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever fucking had happen to me. But you know, at the same time, it was like 2 years ago, and like life goes on. Like, whatever, dude. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Are you chiefing or what? You know, like I'm like, okay, yeah, and it's like blurry, like some blurry ass picture. I'm sure if people were looking for that type of picture, like that one's the last one that anybody's gonna give a shit about. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you're looking for that type of picture online, you could find way better ones than that. Like, so who gives a shit? Oh well. Oh well. Listen, it could have been worse. That's how I look at it. Could have been a lot worse. I could have been like pooping or something, you know? That would have been really embarrassing. Oh shit. I just got home. I think I took a sip of my coffee and a little bit went down my throat. I mean, down whatever, my windpipe, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Dude, where's the rest of my shit from AliExpress? Waiting. I ordered so many fucking candle molds. I can't wait for them to come. It's the only thing, you get things a lot cheaper on AliExpress, but it takes forever. The first ones I ordered, they came pretty quick. But if there's something that you really want and you order it off of there, I mean, I suggest don't order it off of there. You know, if you need it right away. But if it's something you could wait for, then order it. Like all my nail stuff that I've ordered off of there, I can't use, you know, I can only use so many things when I'm doing my nails. So I don't mind waiting for it because I don't need it right away. But my these things, I mean, whatever. They were so much cheaper on AliExpress. And I gotta be honest with you, everybody knocks AliExpress. I have not received one thing that was bad yet. Not one thing that was like shitty or that I was like really. Oh, I'm sorry. One thing I was disappointed in. One thing that I ordered, and it was like this black like, generic tracksuit. And when I got it, it was so cheap though. Like I didn't care. But when I got it, it was totally like not what it looked like in the picture kind of thing. It was like a little see-through. I haven't even tried it on yet. But other than that, every other thing I've ordered from off of there, like it's been good. Everything I ordered for my nails, every single product I've ordered for my nails has been good. Like exactly what I would expect it to be when I got it. And then other things I've been like really surprised by the quality of them. Specifically one of the builder gels that I ordered. I mean, I've ordered tons and tons of shit off of there for my nails, and it's really good quality. Yeah, Angel Burnt Toast was just in here. Her channel got struck by fucking bullshit Betty. Blowjob Betty. So she has a backup channel. I'm not really sure why she hasn't gone live on it yet, but she was in here a couple minutes ago. She popped in here. I know she works during the day, so but yeah, it's pretty fucking awesome. Oh, White Boy Radio, dude, that guy. Yeah, I was so glad people started like reviewing him because the few times I watched that guy, I was like, this guy can't even fucking like he can't tell a coherent story like at all. I mean, he's like all over the fucking place, and all I hear is shenanigans. You know, man, shenanigans, shenanigans. Like that's all I hear when he talks, and I'm like, what is he even talking about? Like, he's so fucking all over the place, the guy. It's really hard to like follow what the hell he's talking about. Like, he's like, man, we went up here, man, like, shenanigans. And like, we went over here and like shenanigans. And like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. That certain YouTuber, she was there and like, her shenanigans, know what I mean? And I'm like, no, man, I have no fucking idea what you mean. No fucking idea. CND Vinyl X polish in denim blue is my current obsession. Hey, Ems. Blowjob Betty. No, she cannot handle people talking about her. Oh, by the way, I got to tell you guys about an amazing product that I discovered. It's called the Pink Stuff. And I probably should just show you guys. Hold on a second. I'll bring them outside so you can really see how they look. So I saw it on, whose channel was it? Oh, Shay Whitney. I don't know if anybody else knows who she is. She's like I don't know. I guess I'd call her a lifestyle channel. I think she started her channel reviewing luxury bags, or no, maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Never mind. I don't know. She does like a lot of like reviews or style, like she'll talk about like style, even though I don't really care too much for her style personally. I feel like, some of the things she says are right, but whatever. So I watch her sometimes. So one of the things she was reviewing off of Amazon was this stuff called the Pink Stuff. It's a cleaning stuff. You know what it is, Paige? So here it is. It comes in this little thing. It's only $5 for this thing. You could order it on Amazon, but I got mine on whatchamacallit. Yes, my window's broken. I hit it the other time. My son was like yelling, so I go like this. Oh shit. And it like literally I barely touched it and it was already broken. It already had a crack in it. So when I touched it, it like broke. Okay, so anyway. I used it to clean my sneakers. Look how fucking good they came out. Like the rubber part, the sole, or whatever you call it. Look how nice that is. I look like a mess right now, by the way, because I haven't gotten dressed today because I didn't go anywhere. But like, they came out so nice and white. I saw somebody, because I was like, what do you even use this stuff for? I just bought it. And then I saw somebody using it to clean the like bottom part of sneakers. And that's always like the hardest part to get like nice and clean again. And I was pretty impressed. Oh, thank you, Beefberries, for putting that in there because I couldn't find her channel the other day. I had to message her to get a link because I'm like, where is she? I miss her. She's also been on the Glara's channel. I know, Ems, I can't wait to try it on my stovetop because like anybody who has like the glass cooktops, you know how like there's like stuff that just like does not come off no matter how hard you scrub it. I mean, I could get it off. I bought like a razor blade and what's that stuff called? Barkeeper's friend. That stuff works pretty good, to get it off there. But I heard that it works really good on cooktop, so I'm gonna like every once in a while just like give like my the glass cooktop, you give it like that good cleaning and get off like those, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like burnt on water or something, minerals, but there's like certain areas like that just like the shit does not come off with like regular cleaner. You have to really, really, yes, that's what I use, Susie. I use the magic eraser and the, what do you call it? The Pink Stuff. The magic eraser, like on one of my, I have this pair of Adidas sneakers that they are so hard to clean. I don't know why. The rubber is like really textured. Like those ones came out really good because that rubber on the bottom of the shoe isn't that textured. It's like smooth. So, you're able to get it white. This pair that I have, this other pair, it just like doesn't, I'll show you guys. I mean, they got clean, but, and this is like my favorite pair too. And I'm so mad I can't get them like perfectly clean, but because I hate dirty sneakers. But like, or you guys probably can't see it, but I think it's more the glue yellowed at the bottom. But like you see, like even by the tip right there, I couldn't get like some of it off. But I mean, I still think it did a good job. But when I use the magic eraser on these, it, like, for some reason, it shreds the magic eraser to shit whenever I use it on this specific pair. It's like my favorite pair. As you can tell, they look pretty worn out, right? Ooh, I got some white stuff on there, but oh, it comes right off. But yeah, I was pretty impressed. I got my son, what do you call it? My son wanted white sneakers. Oh my god, I'm such a mess right now. My son wanted a pair of white sneakers, and I'm like, dude, you and white are like the worst combination, you know? Listen, I'm even horrible with white. Like, I can't wear white. I had a white sweatshirt on the other day, and like, I just, because first of all, I'm always carrying coffee around with me, so like, I always get coffee stains on me, no matter what. Like, I carry coffee everywhere I go. Like, if you ever ran into me and you weren't sure if it was me, if I have a coffee in my hand, that's the way to know that it's me. Because I always have coffee in my hand all the time. Like, if you see me shopping during the day, there's a coffee in my hand. So I'm like, I'm always getting it on myself because I'm always like holding it like an idiot while I'm carrying other things or whatever. But my son, forget it. White and a child, no. Like, it just doesn't fucking mix. Doesn't mix. So thank you, Winky. It's a mess right now because like I just woke up and didn't do anything. But anyway, he wanted them, and he lied to me. He actually, I gotta give him credit. He tells me that his shoes are too tight on him, right? And I'm like, I just bought these shoes like a couple of months ago, and I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed. I bought him a pair of Adidas shoes, and like they only lasted a couple of months, and they already have holes in them. I'm like, what happened to leather shoes? Like, those cloth shoes are just not good for kids because they rip holes in them in like days. It's crazy. But anyway, so he's telling me his shoes are too tight on him. And I'm like, I can't tell, dude. I don't know. I'm horrible at sizing my son's foot for some reason. And it's not like the old days. When I was a kid, I remember my mom always bringing me into like Stride Right, and they put your foot on that metal thing and they measure your foot. But like, no fucking shoe stores have those things anymore. You know, like what? We just stopped measuring our foot now. So I'm like, I can't even really tell what size he is. We go to Dick's Sporting Goods, and he's like, you know, they're too tight, and I'm trying to feel, and it's really hard to feel. A, because I have long nails, so I can't really press my finger in there too much. But like, he's like, I'm like, dude, is your toe touching the thing or not? Like, he's horrible at explaining it, and I'm horrible at feeling the thing with the shoes. So anyway, he wanted these white sneakers. And I'm like, dude, that's just not going to work out too good. You know, like, they're going to be filthy, like, instantly. But I caved in because I always do. I always do. And I bought them. So I've been cleaning them, you know, when I can with that stuff. And it works pretty good on them. Oh, so anyway, we leave the store. This is the whole point of my story. We leave the store, and he's like, we're in the car. He's like, Mom? I'm like, yeah. He's like, guess what? I'm like, wow. He's like, I lied. My shoes weren't too tight on me. I just wanted another pair of shoes. I'm like, yeah, no shit. Because they did have like this mat at Dick's Sporting Goods, and it has like the sizes. And I put his foot on it. I don't think it was too accurate because it said that like he was like a size 3, and really he's not. He's a size 2. But I'm like, I kind of figured that out when I put a 2.5 on you, and you told me it was too big, and then we ended up buying a size 2, which is the same size as the shoes that you're saying are too tight on you. So yeah, he conned me, and it worked. Pink stuff is the universal cleaner. Can use it on everything. Santeen for toilet stains. What's Santeen? I saved a client's nasty toilets with it. I didn't know this, and it's actually, I saw this on like one of those cleaning hack videos. The best way to clean your toilet is to get like a bucket of water, fill up like a bucket of water, like a small bucket, and dump it into the toilet. And what it happens is it like into the regular part of the toilet. And what happens is it forces all the water out of the toilet. And, then you can clean the toilet without the water in it. It's weird. I'm like, how does that work? But it does. I tried it one time. Because you know how sometimes you see like those cleaning hack or those hack videos and you're like, yeah, that'll never fucking work. Well, this shit actually did work. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, it's so much better than cleaning the toilet while the water's in it. Because, like, the water dilutes the cleaner that you're using. And I usually, like, I'll squirt the gel on it and then I'll let it sit there. And then I put, what's that stuff? CLR in there to, like, break up any of the mineral deposits. And it works pretty good. So, but forcing the water out of it works even better. He wears a 2 already. I wear a 5. Yeah, but he's a 2 in kid sizes. He's still in preschool sizes. He's not even in like kid sizes yet. Like real kid sizes. I wear a fucking 9.5. His foot is growing though fast because like he was even with his hockey skates. We see him one day and he's like skating and he just seemed like he was skating so much slower. And I'm like, what's going on? Like something looks weird, you know? And I'm like, and I'm telling my husband, I'm like, dude, I bet you $1 million his skates are too small. But my son loves all of his hockey equipment really small and tight on him. Like he hates big equipment. So we're looking at him. I'm like, his skates look like almost like out of proportion with his legs. And sure enough, my husband ends up bringing him to this place called Pure Hockey, you know, and they size you and everything. So he was like 2 sizes bigger than what his skates were. And he didn't tell us. I'm like, why wouldn't you tell us? And I'm like, damn, when I was like a little kid, I used to love getting new shit. Tinder X adult dating site. Okay. But my son, no, he like doesn't wanna. He'll be wearing like his little baby skates until he's like a grown man. I swear to God, if he could. See the oil of my steamer on wood floors. All right. Well, speaking of my son, I gotta go because he's gonna get off the bus in a second. And I got nothing accomplished today, but whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, I hope you guys all have a wonderful afternoon. Tinder. Anybody want to go to the adult dating site on Tinder? There's the link. Like, what the fuck? Oh, jeez. All right. Anyway, I will see you guys in the future, I'm sure. Hope you guys have a very good weekend. I'll see you guys.